landmark celebration for the state and the country because it holds innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup brilliance. Yesterday, it was a power-packed day with lots of sessions, discussions, panel discussions, exhibitions, talks, and of course, very important thing, the networking. Everybody much appreciated this significant event and we are thankful to the department for the same. कल का दिन वाकई में रोमांचक था. मुझे पता पड़ा है कि कल जो बच्चे थे उनसे आज जो विद्यार्थी आए हैं वे शायद अलग हैं. So it's again a fresh day for all of you. We're going to have lots of panel discussions, talk and deliverables which will be important for you because you look upon for a brighter future in the startup industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we transit to the first session of the day. To begin with, we bring to you an inspiring conversation that defines the very spirit of entrepreneurship. Dream, dare, develop. Gujarat Startup Journey. This session highlights how dreams transform into daring ideas and finally develop into sustainable ventures that impact society and the economy. And I have an example right in front of my eyes. He's a school friend of mine who had dreams to settle back in London, but then he thought, Mera Bharat Mahan, and he came back. He gave a superb startup to the economy. He's one of the speakers today in the first panel, and I have the privilege and pleasure to host you. Leading this power-packed session as a moderator is none other than Mr. Mihir Joshi, Managing Director, Gujarat Venture Finance Limited. We welcome you, sir. Someone who has been at the forefront of nurturing innovation and supporting startup ecosystem. You have dreams, you have ideas, but in order to realize them, convert them, you need funds, and he's the right man. Thank you. Welcome, sir. And joining him are some of the brightest entrepreneurial minds who dared to dream and turn their ideas into real reality. Please help me welcome Mr. Dhruveen Patel, Director, HOF. I think he's on his way. Oh, he's here? Welcome. Mr. Sandeep Patel, Founder, NEPRA. Welcome. Mr. Jimit Bagadia, Co-Founder, Social Pilot. Welcome, sir. Mr. Apurva Vora, Co-Founder, Finwall. I think he's joining us in a while. Mr. Siddharth Nangia, Co-Founder, Smitten, and my friend, so you can applaud more. Mr. Gaurav Seth, Co-Founder, PeerSite. Welcome, sir. सपनों को हकीकत में बदलने वाले ये सभी पैनलिस्ट अपने अनुभव, अपनी सफलता और सफलता जब मिलती है, जब संघर्ष होता है. So उसी की गाथा करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं. So from the front row to the last and also to the balcony, I request everyone to just warm up and deliver a lovely round of applause for all of them. Thank you. And now I pass on my baton to the moderator, Mihir Bhai, all yours. Need a help?
Hello. Good morning. So, I am honored to moderate this session. A great 6 speakers, 3 on this side, 3 on this side. Legend. They have created a great value for themselves, great value for the society. And the most important thing is that they dared to dream big at a relevant point of time, worked hard. Maybe the learning could be much useful to all of us. इंट्रोडक्शन तो सबका मिल गया होगा, लेकिन आई वुड रादर विश के सिंप्लीफाइड वर्जन में जब भी ये आपको कुछ भी बताए, मैं क्वेश्चंस करूँगा, तो ये अपना जो भी एक्सपीरियंस है एकदम सिंपल वर्जन में एज ए लेमन हमारे साथ शेयर करें, सो दैट द लर्निंग एंड सम ऑफ द टेक अवे कुड बी यूजफुल टू ऑल ऑफ अस. सो मेरे लेफ्ट साइड है संदीप भाई, हु हैज़ क्रिएटेड अ ग्रेट एंटरप्राइज जो वेस्ट, जो देसी भाषा में बोलते हैं ना कि वेस्ट में से भी सोना निकालना आता है, तो इनको आता है. ही हैज़ क्रिएटेड अ ग्रेट वैल्यू. सिद्धार्थ भाई है, सिद्धार्थ नांगिया, तो उन्होंने एक कंपनी चालू की है विच इज़ सपोर्टिंग थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ब्रांड इन इंडिया. जितने भी आप D2C डायरेक्ट टू कंज्यूमर ब्रांड्स बोलते हैं, वो ब्रांड बनने के पीछे इनका एक पिलर, दे आर द पिलर्स इन क्रिएटिंग दोज ब्रांड. दे हैव ग्रेट इंसाइट in understanding how the value can be created out of the brand. नीलिस्ट से ध्रुवीन भाई, हम आज से 10-15 साल पहले सोचते थे, आज भी बहुत सारे सोचते हैं कि चेयर की ज़रूरत ही क्या होती है, घर में बैठ जाओ नीचे, ठीक है. सो चेयर इज appear to be a commodity and he has created, HOF is now a great brand known everywhere. And ये सबसे अच्छी बात, गर्व की बात ये है हमारे लिए कि दैट ब्रांड इज क्रिएटेड आउट ऑफ अहमदाबाद. सो वी विल लाइक टू मे बी लर्न फ्रॉम यू. जिमित भाई है, इन्होंने एक कंपनी स्टार्टअप, ही क्रिएटेड अ स्टार्टअप, ही सोल्ड ऑफ. मैं उनके बारे में अभी नहीं बताऊंगा, उनके बारे में मैं गौरव और इनके लिए लिमिट करूंगा कि वो अपनी जर्नी खुद ही बताए. एंड अपूर्वा भाई है, इज़ अ फिनटेक लीजेंड and he is advising to many of the startup, he has created great business. तो उनके बारे में भी हम सुनेंगे. सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू गौरव. सो गौरव भाई, you have engineering degree in space technology. Then you worked with ISRO, ठीक है. A point ये है कि you come across certain things and the good part about India now, so last 8-10 साल से मैं बहुत सारे, so I personally, for a larger people, just give my introduction, we run a venture capital fund. तो हम venture capital fund चलाते हैं तो बहुत सारे startups देखते रहते हैं. अब उसमें से good part for India is there are more than hundreds of entrepreneurs who are working on a space technology. Space technology is a difficult technology कि जिसमें पहले दिन से पैसा लगता है और बहुत पैसा लगता है, डिफ़िकल्ट है, रिस्की है. एंड एनीथिंग इन स्पेस यू डू, इट्स ए ग्लोबल थिंग कि यू कांट बी ए गुड इन इंडिया, यू नीड टू बी गुड ग्लोबली, देन ओनली यू आर रेलेवेंट. तो आप मुझे ये बताइए कि जो ड्रीम करने का जो डेयरिंग है, ठीक है, डे 1 में व्हेन यू आर जस्ट इंजीनियर वर्किंग इन इसरो विद अ लिमिटेड सैलरी, वो आपके पास ये ड्रीम करने की हिम्मत कैसे आई एंड हाउ इट अनफोल्डेड in next few years? Just give your journey.
Yeah. Hey, thank you so much and also thank you for having me here. मैं quickly अपना छोटा सा journey बताता हूँ. So मैंने इसरो कॉलेज के बाद तुरंत ज्वाइन किया था एंड उसके बाद मैं वहाँ पे एज अ साइंटिस्ट काम करता था लगभग 9 साल के लिए. एंड 2021 में जब स्पेस को प्राइवेटाइज किया गया, that time I had this thought कि मैं बहुत ही सही जगह पे हूँ. मैंने 9 साल इसरो में एक्सपीरियंस किया है एंड द tailwinds in the sector are very strong. There was a lot of push from the government. So very honestly बहुत ज़्यादा सर डेयरिंग किया ही नहीं. It was just that started walking on a path and never had a chance to return back. So that was most part of it. Yeah.
नहीं, कभी ऐसा नहीं लगा कि भाई मैंने चालू किया तो अपने आप रास्ते बन गए, इन्वेस्टर्स आते गए, सपोर्ट सिस्टम क्रिएट होता गया?
एग्जैक्टली ऐसा ही जर्नी रहा. मुझे आज भी याद है कि जब स्टार्टअप करना था पहली बार, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था इक्विटी कैसे काम करता है, ऐसे वीसी कैसे काम करता है. विपुल सर जो यहाँ पे हैं, आई रिमेंबर आज से 2 साल पहले ही आई हैड गॉन एंड मेट हिम इन आई एम अहमदाबाद एंड स्टार्टेड अंडरस्टैंड हाउ दिस प्रोसेस वर्क्स. और बस अपने आप रास्ते खुलते गए एक के बाद एक एंड स्टार्टेड वॉकिंग ऑन दैट पाथ.
गौरव भाई, आप सिंपल बताओ, गुजराती एंटरप्रेन्योर को ये समझ में आता है जो कितना पैसा आपने रेस किया होगा अभी तक?
अराउंड 70 करोड़.
70 करोड़. और आपकी टीम की साइज क्या होगी अभी?
50.
वेरी गुड, एक्सेलेंट. अब नाउ द थिंग इज आई विल शिफ्ट टू जिमित भाई. सो जिमित, उनकी प्रोफाइल डिफरेंट है. सो देर इज ऑलवेज सेइंग इन आर लेगेसी स्ट्रक्चर इन आवर फैमिली કે ભાઈ પૈસા હોય ને તો જ બધું થાય, પૈસા વગર ધંધો ના થાય. સો ધ પોઈન્ટ ઇઝ ધીસ ઇઝ હાઉ વી આર સાયકોલોજીકલી ટ્રેન્ડ ઇન આર સોસાયટી. ધીસ ઇઝ અ સ્ટ્રક્ચર. બટ ધ થિંગ્સ હેવ ચેન્જ ઇન લાસ્ટ 10 years. નાઉ because of the high access to the information, internet, computing power, and the incubation, accelerator, everything is available. Many of the angel investors are available. So the point is, once you dare to get into it, the things fall in place. But then there are entrepreneurs. So Jimit Bhai had a journey wherein he never thought of raising money from anybody. He just bootstrapped. He started working on a journey. So can you just explain?
Hello. First of all, thank you everyone for inviting me. So I started a company called Social Pilot, which is a social media management tool used by mainly marketing agency and SMB and used mainly from the US customer and the Europe. The journey started when I started my IT company, IT service company, where I used to work with many e-commerce sellers. I used to help them to promote their product on social media, and that's where we realized the problem. Now, being a Gujju person, normally we always believe in कि भाई जितना पैसा खींचामा છે એમાં તમે manage करो. Like what is the money that you have, just try to manage with that money. So એ money ને how we can optimize the money, how we can utilize the money in a better way. That is something doesn't require any kind of teaching. આપણા ગુજ્જુ માટે આ બધું common છે કે ભાઈ પૈસાને કઈ રીતે manage કરવા. તો that's where I see कि हाँ proper utilization of money, whatever the money that we have on hands, and any proper utilization karta, we have started building a team. We have started expanding our footstep in other countries where we start selling to a global customer. And things, as Gaurav mentioned, things keep falling. આપણે બહુ મહેનત કરી એની સાથે સાથે ઉપરથી તે સપોર્ટ મળતો જાય, સિસ્ટમનો સપોર્ટ મળતો જાય, કસ્ટમરનો સપોર્ટ મળતો જાય અને થિંગ્સ કીપ ગોઈંગ. સો યા.
Jibit bhai, make it simple. Where did you get your education from? What was your first thought when you started something? Was it money or was it creating a money for yourself or doing something which can create a value?
Money is always the secondary thing.
You start with your education qualification and maybe.
So I started my journey, like I did a BCA from Gujarat JLS College near Law Garden. Because of financial crisis and because of financial position, I did not able to do a master. So I just started doing a job from 2003. My first salary was like 4,000 rupees, and as I mentioned, even at the time, though I coming from a below middle class family, money was not the primary objective for me. The thing is, did I get a chance to learn something new? Did I get an exposure to try something else, try something new? That mindset of solving a problem was always be there from the day one, and I think that is what the journey starts. So money is, to answer your question, money is always the secondary things. Money is, by default, it becomes a part of your life. As you grow, as you develop, as you provide a value to your customer, money will come.
So at what value did you sell your company?
When we started selling our company, like in last July, like 2 months back, we got acquired by a company called Group 1 from Sweden. We were, at a time, like we were generating 10 million ARR in revenue, and we got exited around more than 400 CR.
So आपने 400 करोड़ में अपनी कंपनी बेची?
More than 400 CR.
More than 400. तो एग्जैक्ट फिगर नहीं बताना चाहेंगे, बट एक बात है कि इन्होंने सिंपल ग्रेजुएशन किया, अपनी कंप्यूटर साइंस की नॉलेज पर, कैपेबिलिटी पर कॉन्फिडेंस था. 4,000 की नौकरी आपने बोला?
Started with 4,000.
Started with the 4,000. But the point is कि he never access to any capital from any investors. Out of Gujarat, within 10 years, he created a 400 crores company और 400 करोड़ में बेची कंपनी. Great. And how many people are working as of now?
So currently we have a team of 109 people who is working throughout the India. Like half of the team come to the office here in Ahmedabad. Like half of the team is remote. Like people from Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi are part of our team.
Excellent, excellent. I will come back to you. Means there are some questions. So Dhruvin bhai, can you tell the journey, and maybe HOF is now greater brand, but the brand would have also some legacy, the evaluation, how did you approach to this? And बहुत सारी चीज़ें competitive होती है, but learning हमेशा business में से बहुत सारी learning आती है, which can be relevant for the people. तो आप अपना introduction थोड़ा सा, and then you can.
Good afternoon all. Myself Dhruvin Patel. I am second generation director of HOF. ये बिजनेस हमारा फर्स्ट जनरेशन ने चालू किया था, मेरे चाचा ने, मेरे पापा ने, एंड विथ सिंगल विजन वी हैड कि अपने को सबसे बढ़िया बना के देना है, जो अपने खुद के लिए बनाएंगे वो मार्केट में बेचना है। सिर्फ एक उसूल से चालू किया है और बाद में जर्नी चालू हुआ, ऐसा हुआ कि हम एक ही चीज़ पे लगे रहे कि ये हमारा फोकस है कि क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स देना है। अब फर्नीचर इंडिया में एज ए इंडस्ट्री इट्स नॉट वेरी स्ट्रक्चर्ड, बट वी फाउंड अ वे। फर्स्ट थिंग हाउ वी डिड वाज वी फाउंड एनआईडी। एनआईडी से हमको डिज़ाइनर्स ने सपोर्ट किया, सिखाया कि भाई डिज़ाइन होता क्या है। सो वी स्टार्टेड कॉन्सेंट्रेटिंग ऑन बिल्डिंग आवर ओन डिज़ाइन। बाद में वही प्रोडक्ट्स को हम मार्केट करने लगे और आज वो प्रोडक्ट्स हम कमर्शियल, लाइक इफ़ यू आस्क 1000-2000 भी मिल जाता है आपको। नॉर्मली क्या होता है, क्यूरेटेड प्रोडक्ट अगर आपको बनाना है तो एक दो बन जाता है, छोटे वर्कशॉप में एक दो अच्छा आर्टिसन बनाता है तो बन जाता है, बट टू स्केल इट अप यू नीड द एज फॉर प्रोडक्शन। तो वो हमने क्रिएट किया और आज 1986 से लास्ट वीक हमने 39 ईयर्स किया है अभी। तो वी आर एट 5 lakh square feet of production space and covering around 350 locations in India and exporting to more than 13 countries. अभी ये जो जर्नी किया है उसके पीछे हमारा एक ही मोटो है, बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स देना है। और हमको जब बैटन फर्स्ट जनरेशन ने हैंड ओवर किया कि अब से आपको ये सब देखना है, तो उन्होंने सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ फोकस रखने को बोला था कि ब्रांड वैल्यू को डाइल्यूट ना होना चाहिए, भले सेल जाना चाहिए। सेल एक बार जाना चला जाए तो जाने देना, बट वो एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज आता है मार्केट में कि यू आर एडमेंट कि आपको अच्छा प्रोडक्ट ही सप्लाई करना है, वरना नहीं करना है। क्योंकि कंपटीशन, जैसे सर आपने बोला, आपका प्रोडक्ट होगा 2000 का, वो मांगेगा 1000 रुपये में। सो यू हैव टू शो द वैल्यू कि आप 2000 क्यों चार्ज कर रहे हो, उसका आपको पूरा क्लैरिफिकेशन देना पड़ेगा। कस्टमर को एजुकेशन करो, टेल देम द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ दैट, तो उसके हिसाब से यू कैन सेल इट मोर एफिशिएंटली। और आज यंग जनरेशन इज़ वेरी वेल कनेक्टेड टू इंटरनेट एंड द बूम, इंटरनेट बूम विच वी आर हैविंग। तो उसके वजह से एवरीवन इज़ एक्सेसिबल टू क्रिटिकल इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन फिंगर टिप्स एट एनी टाइम। तो आप ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एजुकेशन करिए आपके प्रोडक्ट ऑफरिंग्स के लिए, तो यू कैन ईजीली सेल इट देयर।
सो एक चीज़ आपसे ये भी पूछनी थी कि बिकॉज नाउ यू स्टार्टेड विथ व्हेन देयर एवरीथिंग वाज ऑफलाइन, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल एंड एवरीथिंग, नाउ देयर इज ऑनलाइन। सो इज इट समथिंग ऑफलाइन ब्रांड नीड टू शिफ्ट टू ऑनलाइन? इज इट व्हाट अ कंपल्सन? एंड इफ दैट इज अ कंपल्सन, हाउ वुड इट बी, अगर चेयर की बात करूँ या कोई भी बात करूँ, how would it be beneficial for a company or a startup which does not have any offline structure? ठीक है, आपने ऑफलाइन बिल्ड किया, अभी आप ऑनलाइन आउट ऑफ कंपल्सन कर भी रहे होंगे, ठीक है, बट देर आर सर्टेन ब्रांड्स विच आर न्यू ब्रांड कि जिनका ऑफलाइन है ही नहीं, तो इज इट गुड और बैड?
आई वुड से इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द मैच्योरिटी ऑफ द कंपनी। अगर नया है तो ऑनलाइन इज़ द बेस्ट वे टू कम टू द मार्केट, बट इवेंचुअली जब आपको सेल आगे बढ़ाना है तो आपको ऑफलाइन चाहिए ही होगा। आज हमारे जैसा कंपनी है तो हमको ऑनलाइन चाहिए क्योंकि प्रेजेंस दिखाना है। अब जो लोकेशन पे वी आर नॉट फिजिकली प्रेजेंट, हमारा डीलर नहीं है, तो ही कैन इजीली बाय इट फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन स्टोर। वाइल मैनी कंपनीज, ऑनलाइन कंपनीज जो फर्नीचर में है, जो ऑनलाइन बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, नाउ आफ्टर अ वाइल दे आर बीन स्टेगनेंट, एक लेवल से ज़्यादा नहीं जा पा रहा है। क्यों? एक रीज़न है क्योंकि फर्नीचर आप हर रोज़ नहीं बाई कर रहे हैं। आज इंडिया में इट्स मोर लाइक अ जनरेशनल परचेस। आपके पापा ने जो फर्नीचर लिया होगा अभी आप भी वही यूज़ कर रहे होगा, बट नाउ द ट्रेंड इज़ चेंजिंग। एवरी 5 years सबको नया नया चाहिए, तो चेंज करते जा रहे हैं। सो इवन द लाइफ स्टाइल इज़ चेंजिंग, तो परचेस पैटर्न भी फर्नीचर का वैसे चेंज हो रहा है। तो आप छोटी छोटी चीज़ जैसे लैम्प शेड्स है कि साइड टेबल्स है, वो सब आप ऑनलाइन से बाय कर सकते हो, और बड़ा सोफ़ा है 8 फुट का, तो आप बिना विजुअलाइज करे कैसे लोगे?
आई विल कम बैक टू यू। सिद्धार्थ भाई, आप अपना थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन दीजिए। एंड द पॉइंट इज, सिंस यू आर बिहाइंड द मे बी thousands of brand, and many of the brands are the VC funded, have grown, and you are a backbone of their growth. तो आप थोड़ा इंसाइट देंगे, वो रिलेवेंट इसलिए है कि जितने भी एंटरप्रेन्योर अगर कुछ भी स्टार्टअप करते हैं तो 50% ऑफ द एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड अप क्रिएटिंग अ B2C और D2C स्टार्टअप, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर चीज़ ऐसी है, कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट, कि लोगों को समझ में जल्दी आती है, एंटरप्रेन्योर को बैकग्राउंड होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। दूसरा ये कि कंजम्पशन इज़ पिकिंग अप ग्लोबली, एनी GDP वुड हैव ग्रोन इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ द बैकबोन ऑफ द कंजम्पशन। तो आप थोड़ा सा अपना जो एक्सपीरियंस है, मे बी विथ इंट्रोडक्शन एंड यू कैन।
थैंक यू मीर भाई। जब मैंने देखा कि ये 10:30 बजे शुरू हो रहा है और नवरात्रि की नाइट है, उससे पहले सब यंग लोग हैं, आपको वहाँ से पता नहीं चल रहा होगा, यहाँ पे बहुत क्लोजली हमें दिख रहे हैं आपके सबके चेहरे, एंड बट गुड टू सी सब लोग जगे हुए हैं अभी तक एंड बहुत अटेंशन से दे रहे हैं। आप लोग कितने लोग अपना खुद का स्टार्टअप करना चाहते हैं? कैन यू जस्ट रेज योर हैंड्स फॉर अस टू गेट अ सेंस। कोई फोटो ले लो इसकी, दिस इज गुजरात फॉर यू।
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड।
मतलब 80% लोगों ने हाथ रेज किया है, तभी आप इतने अटेंटिव हो। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर दैट। मीर भाई, ये मैं भी उनमें से एक था आज से 25 साल पहले, पर हिम्मत नहीं थी खुद करने की कुछ भी, तो मैं डर डर के कंपनी ज्वाइन करता रहा। मैंने MBA भी कर लिया, फिर मैं यूनिलीवर चला गया, जो बहुत लोगों को पता होगा, हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर बहुत अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट भी है सिखाने के लिए काम, और वहाँ जाके मैं 10 साल काम किया, पहले इंडिया, फिर सिंगापुर, फिर UK। जैसे मेरी फ्रेंड ने बोला भी, धोनी ने लंदन में सोचा था सेटल हो जाऊँगा, बट ये जो कीड़ा होता है ना, जो बहुत लोगों को होगा शायद यहाँ पे, कि खुद का करना है कभी ना कभी, वो बड़ा होता जा रहा था। एंड फाइनली मैंने डिसाइड किया, और ये आप लोग ध्यान से सुनना गाइस, और किसी ने बोला भी वहाँ से, कि पैसे के लिए कुछ नहीं करना है, क्योंकि आपको एक आइडिया जिसको आप बिलीव करते हो, जिसको आप बड़ा कर सकते हो, उतने तक सोचो और आपको मज़ा आना चाहिए करने के लिए। अगर ये चीज़ें टिक हैं तो फिर पैसा अपने आप आएगा बाद में। और इतना अच्छा इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट हो गया है लास्ट 10 साल में, मतलब थैंक्स टू गवर्नमेंट, थैंक्स टू एवरीबडी एल्स ऑल्सो, कि पैसे का डर जो पहले शायद सबसे बड़ा डर होता था, आज लीस्ट डर है। और ये तभी हो सकेगा अगर आप अपने आप पे बिलीव करो और आपका आइडिया इतना स्ट्रांग है। तो पहली चीज़ उसमें यह है कि मैंने जब शुरू किया, मैं ऑलरेडी तब 15 साल काम कर चुका था मीर भाई। मैं बिफोर आई जम्प्ड इनटू, आफ्टर UK लीव करके अहमदाबाद आया था स्टार्ट करने के लिए, और तब ये बिलीव था कि बहुत सारे ब्रांड इंटरनेट स्पेस में बढ़ते जाएंगे, उनको कंज्यूमर इनसाइट चाहिए होगा, और आपके जैसे बहुत सारे कंज्यूमर्स को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए सब लोग के पास स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं होगी, और सबको इनसाइट्स चाहिए होंगे कि कस्टमर को चाहिए क्या आज या कल। आज की तारीख में वो हमने शुरू किया था, हमने सैम्पलिंग से शुरू किया था कि कस्टमर्स कुछ भी ट्राई कर सकता है प्रोडक्ट। वो जो 700 रुपये का शैम्पू है, मैं उसको फ्री में दूंगा, ट्राई करेगा और छोटा सा पैसा देगा मेरे को। वहाँ से शुरू किया था हमने 2000 में कल ही, क्योंकि हमारा आज सबमिशन है, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स क्लोज हो रहे हैं सब लोग के, तो हम कल पूरे 10 साल का रिव्यू कर रहे थे, हमारे 10 साल खत्म होने आए हैं। 2015 में जितना हमने पूरे साल में कस्टमर्स को सर्विस किया था, 2025 में हमने एक दिन में उतने कस्टमर्स को सर्विस किया है। तो ये हमारा, और ये खाली हमारा नहीं है, मतलब ये पूरी टीम का है, ये सबका है, और ये बिलीव था, एक आइडिया था। आज की तारीख में हम ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 2500 ब्रांड के साथ काम करते हैं। कस्टमर में 27 मिलियन कस्टमर्स हैं हमारे आज की तारीख में, जिनके पास स्पिटन का ऐप है उनके प्लेटफॉर्म पे। और ये तभी हो सकेगा, गलतियां देखो, यहाँ आपको जो दिखेगा सब अच्छा अच्छा दिखेगा, जो बोलूँगा सब अच्छा अच्छा बोलूँगा, दैट इज़ ट्रू। गलतियाँ बहुत सारी होती हैं इसमें, और यहीं पे आपको वो इकोसिस्टम काम आता है। मीर भाई जैसे लोग, विंस्टन जो हमारे यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं इन्वेस्टर है, उन सब का जो बिलीफ है आप लोगों पे, गलती करोगे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, पर आगे बढ़ते रहो, आपका विजन, आपका मिशन एकदम क्लियर होना चाहिए। तो हम अभी क्या करते हैं मीर भाई, हम लोग अभी जाके कस्टमर्स को, राइट कस्टमर्स लेके आते हैं ब्रांड्स के लिए। जैसे इनका फर्नीचर का ब्रांड है, हम फर्नीचर के ब्रांड्स के साथ भी काम करने लगे हैं अब तो। पहले हम खाली ब्यूटी, पर्सनल केयर, F&B, फूड एंड बेवरेजेस के साथ करते थे, और हमने कैटेगरी एक्सपेंशन बहुत ज़्यादा कर लिया है, क्योंकि इनसाइट्स अब सबको चाहिए। जैसे आपने एग्जैक्टली राइट बोला, पहले जनरेशन 20 साल में चेंज होता था, अब जनरेशन हमारा मानना है 3 साल में चेंज होता है। एवरी 3 years इज ए न्यू जनरेशन ऑल टुगेदर। मेरे और मेरी बेटी के बीच में अगर 20 साल का गैप है, हम 6 जनरेशन अवे हैं, द वे वी टॉक टू ईच अदर। तो उनके चॉइसेस भी अलग हैं, तो उनको क्या चाहिए, अगर मेरे को इनको इंसाइट देना है कि क्या टाइप का फर्नीचर वो मांग रहा है, ये एक है खुद के इकोसिस्टम से जान सकते हैं, पर उनका खुद का इकोसिस्टम है वो, और हमारे पास बाकी सारे कंज्यूमर्स हैं जो आपको इंसाइट ला के देते हैं। तो ये हमारा पूरा काम रहता है वीर भाई, और ये कर करके विथ हेल्प ऑफ एवरीबॉडी अराउंड वी हैव रीच वेयर वी आर एट दिस मोमेंट। एंड आई टेल एवरीवन, हमारे वक्त तो हम सोचते थे कि हमारा टाइम आएगा, मैं आप सबको बोल रहा हूँ हमारा टाइम आ चुका है। दिस इज वॉट इज द टाइम टू डू वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू डू। वी कुड नॉट हैव आस्क्ड फॉर अ बेटर टाइम टू बी इन इंडिया। सॉरी, आई एम नॉट प्रमोटिंग मेड इन इंडिया, बट आई स्ट्रांगली बिलीव this is the time to do whatever you want to do. This is my biggest learning has been the last 10 years. That's what I promote internally also to my team.
So great, great journey. I knew, but it's good. Everybody could understand and have insight. I have certain question. I will come back. Sandeep bhai, for last 20 years, I see you, your journey, great, phenomenal. The day you talk about कि वेस्ट में से भी पैसा बनता है, माइंड बोगलिंग, बट उसको एग्जीक्यूट करना, उसमें रियल में वेल्थ क्रिएट करना, यू आर लिविंग एग्जांपल आउट ऑफ अहमदाबाद. तो कैन यू टेल, मीन्स आपका जो बैकग्राउंड है, मे बी ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन एंड देन यू टॉक अबाउट अ जर्नी and how maybe some of the young entrepreneur can have some learning out of it.
हेलो, थैंक यू मीर भाई. आई थिंक 20-22 साल हो गए जब से मैं आपको पहली बार मिला था, और आप थोड़े इंट्रिग भी हो गए थे कि क्या कर रहा है, क्या बातें कर रहा है. मीन्स जो लोग मेरी जर्नी जानते हैं, पहले तो डिसबिलीफ होता है कि कचरे में से पहले पैसा बनता है. 2014 में जब मोदी जी ने बोला कि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, तब लोगों को पता चला मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ. उसके पहले लोग हंसते थे, कचरे वाला बोलते थे, फ्रेंड्स हंसी मजाक में भी पीपल यूज्ड टू मेक फन. पर आज सिंस 2014 से लेके 2025 में पूरा इंडस्ट्री चेंज हो चुका है. मेरी जर्नी में मैं MBA करके UK से वापस आया, और जब आपके बारे में आपके फ्रेंड बता रहे थे तो मेरी टीम बोले वो आपको जानते हैं. सो बिकॉज द सिमिलर स्टोरी ऐसा हो गया. तो इंडिया वापस आने के बाद मैंने कभी जॉब नहीं किया. मैं फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर, मेरे फादर जॉब करते थे. तो मेरे लिए हमेशा एक लर्निंग रहा है लोगों को ऑब्जर्व करने का, सक्सेसफुल पीपल एंड फेल्ड पीपल बोथ, बिकॉज फेलियर से आपको सीखने के लिए बहुत मिलता है. सो मैं जब पढ़ता था तो मैं हमेशा यही देखता था कि लोग कचरे में फेल क्यों हो रहे हैं. सो मैंने 3-4 साल तक पढ़ता गया, वैल्यू चेन समझा, सब कुछ किया. सुबह 3-4 बजे पढ़ता था रिसर्च पेपर्स, आर्टिकल्स, और इवन कुछ भी रिलेटेड टू एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग, जिससे मुझे पता चले कौन सी इंडस्ट्री का वैल्यू चेन कैसे चलता है. बिकॉज एंड ऑफ द कचरे में आपको समझने की ज़रूरत ये है कि कौन सी इंडस्ट्री क्या कचरा जनरेट करती है और क्यों करती है, और किस वॉल्यूम में करेगी और क्या परसेंटेज में करेगी. सो मेरे लिए वो एक लर्निंग बहुत अच्छा रहा. और मैंने जो बिजनेसेस इनिशियल ईयर्स में किए जहाँ पे लोग मुझे पार्टनर बनना चाहते थे, उससे मुझे इकोनॉमिक्स समझ में आया कि लॉजिस्टिक्स का इकोनॉमिक्स क्या आएगा. तो आपने जैसे बोला कि एक्सपीरियंस, आपने प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस लिया, मैंने एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर एक्सपीरियंस लिया कि 1 kg यहाँ से यहाँ ट्रांसपोर्ट करने में क्या कॉस्ट आएगा. सो MBA करने में जो मैं पढ़ाई के वक्त जो सीखा, पर उसको जो प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस आया वो मेरे अर्ली बिजनेसेस में से आया. बट 2008 के अंदर देयर वाज अ टाइम जहाँ पे एक जंप लेना ज़रूरी था. नेप्रा मैंने चालू कर दिया था अबाउट 2005 के आसपास. मैं इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट का बहुत काम करता था, बट एक क्या बोलते हैं, इनफॉर्मल टू फॉर्मल करने के लिए जो एक कीड़ा था अंदर, तो जो हर रोज़ सुबह उठते हो और एक फेलियर का आता है. तो मेरी जर्नी में ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना था कि जो कचरा लैंडफिल में दिखता है, टिपिकली आप देखो कि प्लास्टिक दिखेगा या सब क्लॉथ दिखेंगे, वो दिखेंगे और पहाड़ बने. तो ये इसका वैल्यू, हर चीज़ का वैल्यू है अगर आप उसको अलग करते हो. एंड सेग्रीगेशन कचरे के अंदर सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम रहा और आज की तारीख में है. तो पूरी जर्नी के अंदर मेरा लर्निंग यही रहा, और मैं 2 से 3 बार ऑलमोस्ट बैंकरप्ट हो चुका हूँ, ऑलमोस्ट आई वुड से. और जो एक होता है ना जुनून होता है जिसके कारण तुम वापस खड़े हो जाते हो, तो वो भी मैंने सिचुएशन देखे. बट टुडे आई थिंक मैं समराइज पूरा जर्नी करने जाऊँ तो फेलियर्स, लर्निंग, अलाइनमेंट, पार्टनरशिप, और आप ये देखोगे कि बहुत लोगों ने सपोर्ट किया है पूरी जर्नी के अंदर, जिन जिन लोगों को समझ में आता है. इवन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट साइड, लॉट ऑफ IAS ऑफिसर्स, जहाँ पे उन्होंने देखा कि कचरे के अंदर ये ऐसा कर रहा है, तो उन्होंने हमको मौका दिया है कि आप इसको प्रूव करके दिखाओ. अहमदाबाद में वी गॉट अपॉर्चुनिटी उस वक्त. फिर नेशनली इंदौर का कचरा हम लोग मैनेज करते हैं, राइट. सो हमारे पास ऐसे बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आई जहाँ पे हम शोकेस कर पाए कि व्हाट इज़ द राइट थिंग टू डू. एंड जब भी आपको सही तरीके से करना कोई भी चीज़ पड़ता है, तब आपका सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये है, इट इज़ टफ, इट इज़ लॉन्ग, और आपको बहुत रेजिस्टेंस मिलेगा, राइट. सो ये 3 चीज़ें को आप कैसे हर रोज सुबह उठ के एडजस्ट करते हो खुद को, वो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है. एंड लकीली एज ए एंटरप्रेन्योर जब ये करते गए तो हमने बिजनेस मॉडल को इवॉल्व करते करते आज एज नेप्रा हम उस लेवल पे आ गए हैं जहाँ पे हम लोग पूरा ESG का अलाइनमेंट का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है, जहाँ पे जितनी भी ब्रांड्स आप इंडिया में सोच सकते हो, दे आर टिपिकली माई क्लाइंट. मोस्ट ऑफ द बिग ब्रांड्स, FMCG में बोलोगे या फार्मा में बोलोगे, दे वुड बी अवर क्लाइंट इन एनवायरमेंटल कंप्लायंस, इन ESG हम उनको एडवाइजरी देते हैं फॉर वेरियस अदर स्टफ फॉर GHG एमिशंस एंड ऑल। हम कचरे के बिजनेस में वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सिटी लेवल पे कैसे करना एंड इन इनफॉर्मल इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल पे कैसे करना उसके अंदर भी काम करते हैं। हम लोग रोबोटिक्स एंड AI में आ गए। सो कचरे के अंदर सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि स्किल सेट ऑफ सेग्रीगेशन एंड ब्रिंगिंग कंसिस्टेंसी इन सेग्रीगेशन, वो एक सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम रहा है कि आपको एक क्वालिटी का रॉ मटेरियल, जब हम लोगों ने जब टारगेट लिया है मेक इन इंडिया का, जब हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं रिसोर्स अलाइनमेंट एंड रिसोर्स एम्पावरमेंट फॉर द सिक्योरिटी एज ए कंट्री, तब आपको जो कचरे में जा रहा है उसको अगर आप ढंग से रिकवर करोगे और रिसाइकल करोगे तो एज ए कंट्री आप कितने पावरफुल हो जाते हो। नाउ विथ AI रोबोटिक्स, हम लोग आज मेरा जो कंपनी है ईशित्व रोबोटिक्स, उसके अंदर हम लोग कचरे को nth लेवल पर फुल्ली ऑटोनोमस वे में सॉर्टिंग करते हैं। सो यू डोंट रिक्वायर मैन पावर। बहुत लोग मुझे कई बार सर बोलते हैं कि आप आदमी का रिक्वायरमेंट कम कर दोगे। मेरा हमेशा उसमें व्यू ये रहा है कि कचरे का प्रॉब्लम ही इतना बड़ा है कि हमको बहुत सारे आदमी लोग चाहिए जो कलेक्शन में फोकस करें, अवेयरनेस में फोकस करें। और कोई भी इंडस्ट्री का ग्रोथ तभी आया है जब आप ऑटोमेशन करते हो, विच इज़ अ बॉटल नेक। सो कचरे के अंदर सेग्रीगेशन इज़ द बिगेस्ट बॉटल नेक। तो हम लोगों ने एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर जितने भी बॉटल नेक्स हैं इंडस्ट्री में, चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी के हैं, पॉलिसी लेवल के, बिकॉज एट पॉलिसी लेवल ऑल्सो RDF को सीमेंट में भेजना जो लैंडफिल में, उसके लिए भी मैंने 4-5 साल निकाले जस्ट टू डिस्कस विद वेरियस स्टेक होल्डर्स कि क्या करना पड़ेगा। बिकॉज सीमेंट के अंदर जब तक ये एग्रो वेस्ट नहीं जाना चालू हुआ तब तक सीमेंट प्लांट एग्रो वेस्ट को ही लेना चाहती थी, कचरे को लेना नहीं चाहती थी। तो लॉट ऑफ पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी वाज रिक्वायर्ड। सो इंडस्ट्री के अंदर जब आप बैठे हो तो आपको हर स्टेक होल्डर, हर इश्यू को कंसिस्टेंटली पीछे रहना पड़ता है, उसको आपको पोजीशन करना पड़ता है। और आई थिंक टुडे एज नेपरा सर हम उस लेवल पे पहुंच गए कि आज किसी को भी कचरे के अंदर घुसना है, वी विल बी एबल टू हेल्प देम विद द नॉलेज, विद द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड विद द प्रोसेस एंड सप्लाई चेन। बिकॉज कचरे का प्रॉब्लम ही इतना बड़ा है कि हमको हमारा रोल भी अब चेंज करना पड़ रहा है। हम खुद वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कंपनी नहीं रहे, हम भी इवॉल्व होते गए। सो हमारा भी एक जर्नी है इवॉल्वमेंट का, इनोवेशन का, एंड हम कंटिन्यू करते रहेंगे टू नो ट्रूली चेंज द स्वच्छ भारत सिचुएशन एंड मेक द ड्रीम ऑफ अवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड द कंट्री ट्रू।
संदीप भाई ने अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी लैंडस्केप भी बता दिया, एक्सपीरियंस। एंड द गुड पार्ट इज यू ऑफर टू मेंटर एनी ऑफ द यंग स्टार्टअप। मेंटरशिप के साथ साथ पैसा भी दे देंगे शायद, आई विल सजेस्ट। बट आप ये बताइए कि पहले 5-6 साल जो भी आपकी जर्नी होगी, बिकॉज इन एवरी स्टार्टअप और एवरी बिजनेस फर्स्ट 5 years आर क्रूशियल। इन योर बिजनेस मे बी ए डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज इट्स ए कैपिटल इंटेंसिव बिजनेस, पैसा चाहिए। एंड इन दिस सेक्टर मनी वॉज नॉट अवेलेबल वाइल यू स्टार्टेड। और दूसरा सोशल स्टिग्मा भी रहता है कि ये क्या कर रहे हैं, तो हाउ यू ओवरकम। बिकॉज और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि जैसे आपने बोला कि इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम्स ये कचरे का बहुत है। इन जनरल भी देखो तो स्टार्टअप क्या करता है, कोई भी पेन पॉइंट सोल्व करता है। जहाँ तक हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया इज़ फुल ऑफ ऑल काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, ठीक है, तो नेचुरली देयर कुड बी अ मेनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज अराउंड। व्हेन यू थिंक ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम इट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी। अब मुझे ये बताओ कि ये 5 साल क्रूशियल एंड इट कुड बी रिलेवेंट फॉर एनी ऑफ द स्टार्टअप फाउंडर कि वो कैसे निकालें।
पहले 5 साल,
हाँ पहले 5 साल, मे बी यू कैन मेक इट 2 years, बिकॉज आजकल क्या होता है यंगस्टर को 5 साल होरिजोन में थक जाते हैं।
वहाँ पे सर बहुत स्लो टाइम चलता था, 5 साल, यहाँ के 2 साल हो गए अभी। द स्पीड ऑफ इनोवेशन या एग्जीक्यूशन जो अभी के 5 साल मीन्स 2 साल है, वो उस वक्त के 5 से 7 साल था, बिकॉज बहुत स्लो होता था, बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको पेशेंस रखना पड़ता था। प्रॉबेबली आज के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को उतना पेशेंस रखना ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ता है। सी आई थिंक 2006 में मैं बहुत सारे बिजनेस किए, मैं आई वॉज मेकिंग गुड मनी। बट एक दिन मैं एक ऑफिसर को मिला था पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड में, जो आज दूसरे लेवल पे है। उन्होंने एक चीज़ मेरे सामने किसी को बोला कि अगर इन लोगों ने सही किया है तो इनका प्लांट बंद नहीं होना चाहिए, उनको इमीडिएटली 24 घंटे में चालू हो जाना चाहिए। उस दिन मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ कि इफ़ यू आर राइट, आप किसी भी सिचुएशन को फाइट कर पाओगे, राइट। सो मैंने बोला ना कि तकलीफें बहुत आएगी पर आप सही तरीके से करो। सो वो मेरा एक लर्निंग मुझे बहुत चेंज किया कि मैं जो कुछ बिजनेसेस में से एग्जिट लिया ऑन द स्पॉट 2005 में, और फोकस किया कि कचरे के अंदर सही तरीके से ही करना है, वैसे ही काम करेंगे। जो मैं कमाया था 2008 तक मैं सब कुछ ऑलमोस्ट ख़त्म हो चुका था। आई बोरोड 70-80 लाख रुपीज़ फ्रॉम फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली। एंड December 2011 almost I was on the verge of closing. एंड तब तक रे ऑफ होप में वेरी आई थिंक विजनरी एंड हैव ग्रेट रिस्पेक्ट फॉर द होल टीम आविष्कार की, जिन्होंने उस वक्त जनवरी 2013 में पहले 3 करोड़ डाले एंड दे हैड फर्म बिलीवर इन अस आई थिंक. सो ये जो जर्नी के अंदर एक बिलीवर चाहिए आपके पीछे और वो आपके विजन को सपोर्ट करे और आप उसके कारण आपके अंदर जो जुनून होता है, तो ये आई थिंक 2 चीज़ होती है एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर पहले 5 साल में कि हर रोज सुबह उठो तो आपके अंदर एक जोश होना चाहिए कि आज वापस वही लड़ाई में फिर से लड़ूंगा. मैं कल रात को फेल हुआ था पर आज सुबह उठ के वापस वही लड़ाई लड़ूंगा और जीत के आऊँगा. तो एक चीज़ वो होती है दिमाग में कि हर रोज सुबह भूल जाओ कल तुम फेल हुए थे, आज वापस लड़ाई लड़ूंगा और जीतूंगा. तो वो एक मेरे में पहले से रहा है कि हर एवरी मॉर्निंग आई वेक अप विद द सेम एनर्जी सेइंग आज वापस वो चैलेंज सॉल्व करना है. सेकेंड इज ऑफकोर्स सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास. ये चीज़ जब बोली वो मेरे दिल में जो मैं सोचता था और जिस तरह से काम करता हूँ उसको मैंने बहुत इम्बाइब किया कि भाई येस पार्टनरशिप्स इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, टीम इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड ऑफकोर्स ट्रस्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो चाहे वो आपके कस्टमर है या आपके इंटरनल स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, तो आज हम अगर बोलते हैं कि ये प्रॉब्लम हम सॉल्व करेंगे तो हम करेंगे चाहे उसके पीछे जो भी हो जाए. और जब हमने मना किया और फेलियर आता है तो पीपल डोंट लाइक इट ऑल्सो, बट बिकॉज हम पहले फेल हो चुके हैं तो वो गलती वापस नहीं करें. सो एक चीज़ है कि एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर पहले 5 साल हमने कुछ फिलोसॉफी से ऑपरेट किया और वो फिलोसॉफी के कारण प्रोबेबली लोगों का ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज जो टिपिकली बहुत टाइम लगता है, जो स्टार्टिंग में 5-6 साल में हमने वही आई थिंक सबसे ज़्यादा हम लोग कमाए हैं, वो उस चीज़ में कमाए हैं कि आज लोगों को पता है कि अगर ये बोलेंगे कि ये होगा तो होगा. और हमारे लिए लर्निंग ये भी रहा कि हम इकोनॉमिक्स समझ पाए. हम बहुत फेल हुए हैं. आई थिंक मैं फेलियर के ऊपर 50,000 पेजेस की बुक लिख सकता हूँ, सक्सेस के बारे में भी 10-15, बट जो 50,000 पेजेस के लर्निंग है उसको समराइज़ करके कैसे 200-300 पेज की बुक भी बनानी मैं सोच रहा हूँ, करूँ क्या करूँ उसके बारे में, बिकॉज आई थिंक कचरे के अंदर वो एक लर्निंग अलग ही है, अनलाइक एनी अदर बिजनेस.
संदीप भाई आपकी बुक की वेट करेंगे हम. सो अपूर्व भाई कैन यू गिव सम इंट्रोडक्शन एंड क्योंकि आपका एक्सपीरियंस ही इतना लंबा है तो can make us.
So thank you very much, Mir Bhai, for this opportunity, and I see a lot of young crowd here. So let me start with what we just heard about failure. के लिए बहुत कुछ बोला जा सकता है. I think I'll pick up from there. I firmly believe कि failure से बहुत सीखने को मिलता है. There is no doubt about it, right? Very brief personal बात करूँगा तो I've had a long educational career, but I have seen a mark sheet with 32 marks as grand total, right? किसी audience में से किसी को सीखना नहीं है, but I'm just trying to tell you. And उसके बाद, when you learn from that, you end up doing something complete reverse of it. तो बहुत reversals, बहुत कुछ चीज़ें life में initially करी है. 2 things which I would want to highlight, which has been the hallmark where largest learning मेरे लिए हुआ है. I had a first 10 years of my life into software development, and उसमें एक चीज़ अच्छी सी ये सीखने को मिली कि you can't be sitting with somebody for permanently in his office to understand कि आपको उसको digitize कैसे करना है. And this I'm talking about in 1982 when computers were very new. So you have to learn somebody's business much quicker if you are a software developer. So that as an attribute, it helped. Around the same time, एक और चीज़ which openly शायद इतने बड़े forum में मैं first time बोल रहा हूँ, but one more thing which I had learned was I am a certified movie critic. अब movie criticism से एक चीज़ एक और सीखने को मिली that you need to have a critical eye to look at everything, and then you have the solution ability as well. आप कुछ then you come out with something more meaningful. Applied all these things in finance market, and when I now run a fund, यही चीज़ देखते हैं founder में कि the founder should have ability to come out of the troubles of his own in most often cases, because external help could be money or a little bit of mentorship. But अगर खुद में वो confidence नहीं है, the kind of resilience which each one of you have shown in your businesses, अगर वो resilience नहीं है, तो funding alone is not going to help you in your business. So as a fund, we can only help those who have the spark, and that is the reason why when we just had a raise of hand, and when we see these many people, बहुत अच्छा लगता है ये देखते हुए. But at the same time, spark होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर वो थोड़ा आपको कम लग रहा है, then work very hard थोड़े और फेलियर को आप देखो, उसके बाद यू कम बैक, बट इट जनरली वर्क्स. So from a message perspective, I think if we want to rise from wherever we are, वो spark and the ecosystem around this will become very important. That would be my short summary.
Very good. So Abhi, I will ask some general questions, and maybe any of you can pick up, and then we can do some roundup. So one simplest thing, in which it's not that simple, wherein the startup founder are struggle around which idea they need to choose and walk the path, right? It's more always confusing, self-doubt. So how one need to approach to an idea? Can some of you with your experience can share something? Approach to an idea, it should work and I will make it work. So how one need to approach to the...
So मैं थोड़ा छोटा रख के pass on कर दूँगा. I think most of the entrepreneurs, we are always in love with our idea. So आदमी कई बार प्यार में अंधा हो जाता है.
तो प्यार में आना बाद में है, पहले
आइडिया
लेवल तक कैसे पहुँचे?
पर सर वही उसको कई बार क्या है, प्रैक्टिकलिटी आइडिया को प्रैक्टिकल वे में भी अप्रोच करना पड़ेगा कि जो 4-5 लोग या 10 लोगों से भी एक बार फीडबैक ले कि कहाँ पे एग्जैक्टली उसके आइडिया को वैलिडेट करना चाहिए. बिकॉज व्हेन आप अकेले सोचते जाओगे तो आप उसके बारे में बहुत सारे ड्रीम्स बना देते हो. आपको जेन्युइनली जो प्रॉब्लम है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके जेन्युइन देयर इज अ नीड टू सॉल्व दैट प्रॉब्लम, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स विच आर देयर, उसको कई बार सॉल्व करने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है और उसके पीछे आप टाइम लगाओगे तो सॉल्यूशन का कोई बायर नहीं मिलेगा. सो आई वुड से जो मास का प्रॉब्लम है, जो हर दूसरा आदमी खरीद सकता है वो सॉल्यूशन, और जिसको सब लोग अप्रिशिएट करेंगे कि हाँ ये मेरा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता है, वो एक दो चीज, मेरे हिसाब से तो ये 2 चीज़ों का जवाब मिल जाए तो वो चीज़ बिक सकती है.
पहला है कि आपको बहुत अच्छा ऑब्जर्वर बनना है कि एक्चुअली मेरे आगे प्रॉब्लम्स हो क्या रहे हैं. जैसे कल अमित शाह जी ने भी बोला था, मिलियंस ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, बिलियंस ऑफ पीपल टू सॉल्व दैट आउट. तो पहला, बी अ ग्रेट ऑब्जर्वर ऑन द प्रॉब्लम. सेकेंड इज उसका जेन्युइन सॉल्यूशन है कि नहीं आपके पास, एंड मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली आप उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए उतना एंजॉय करोगे कि नहीं. ऐसे तो बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम है जिसका सॉल्यूशन आ सकता है, पर आप एंजॉय करोगे नहीं, दैट इज द थर्ड पार्ट. चौथा, अगर आप एंजॉय करोगे, सॉल्यूशन भी है आपके पास, उसको आप स्केल अप कर पाओगे कि नहीं, दैट इज फोर्थ. फिफ्थ, एज यू राइटली सेड, देन यू वेट विद पीपल अराउंड यू हु आर रेलेवेंट पीपल. जैसे हमने स्पिटन में ये किया था, हम बहुत नई चीज़ करने जा रहे थे, ग्लोबली किसी ने नहीं करी थी ये सैम्पलिंग वाली. अब आइडिया था क्योंकि हर रोज़ देख रहे थे ये प्रॉब्लम है मार्केट में, तो हमने भी इंडिया के टॉप 25-30 लोगों से बात किया था कि भैया हम ये कर रहे हैं, आपका व्यू क्या है. अब उसमें आपका अपना फिल्टरिंग स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए. 25 में से शायद 13 ने हाँ बोला, 12 ने ना बोला, जो भी नंबर होगा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, पर जिन्होंने ना बोला उसका कारण समझो, ना क्यों बोला उसने, और उसको आप सॉल्व कर सकते हो कि नहीं. तो राइट फ्रॉम आइडिया ऑल द वे टिल टेकिंग दैट कॉल, इट्स अ वेरी बिग कॉल. नॉट अ बिग कॉल फॉर यू ओनली, इट इज़ अ बिग कॉल फॉर योर फैमिली एज वेल व्हेन यू स्टार्ट डूइंग समथिंग. ये अच्छा ग्लोरीफाइड लगता है, जैसे मीर भाई बोले थे एज एन इन्वेस्टर सब बहुत अच्छा लगता है बाहर से, बट रियलिटी ऑन द ग्राउंड आपको सब कुछ करने के लिए रेडी होना चाहिए. राइट फ्रॉम क्लीनिंग द ऑफिस when I started my office with, to serving tea, to today managing 600 odd people. सब कुछ के लिए ready रहो उसके बाद.
So first and foremost, आपको focus तो चाहिए ही चाहिए, उसके सिवाय तो काम नहीं होने वाला है. अब एक मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस था, 1 महीने के पहले एक फाउंडर को मिला मैं. अब उसने आइडिया धंधे का कहाँ से ढूंढा वो मैं आपको बोलूँगा. आप सभी लोगों ने ब्लिंकिट किया होगा, स्विगी किया होगा, जोमेटो किया होगा, उसमें डिलीवरी चार्जेस आता है नीचे, तो 20 रुपये, 25 रुपये, 40 रुपये तक. अभी आप सोचो, उसने आइडिया वो निकाला कि ये सब जो एग्रीगेटर्स है जो सेल कर रहे हैं रेस्टोरेंट का माल की ब्लिंकिट में से सब, अब वो डिलीवरी कौन इनिशिएट करेगा. सबने बोल तो दिया कि 10 मिनट में डिलीवरी करना है, हो भी रहा है, पर उसको और ज़्यादा करने के लिए इनके पास जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स थे कि हर एक 4 किलोमीटर के डायमीटर में मैं उनको और ज़्यादा ड्राइवर दिला दूँ. आज लोग फ्री रहते हैं तो वो बाइक चला के वो बेचारा उसका कमा लेगा, दिन का 100-200 निकाल लेगा आराम से. सो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी उसने ढूंढ लिया, और उसका स्केलेबिलिटी आप सब लोगों को पता है. आप सब में से आज दिन में भी 2 बार किसी ने ऑर्डर कर ही लिया होगा. सो ये स्केल है बाद में. सो पहले तो आपको आइडिया के लिए फोकस करना पड़ेगा, और फोकस किया बाद में तो प्यार करना पड़ेगा, विच विल ड्राइव एज योर पैशन. पैशन नहीं होएगा तो कुछ नहीं होएगा.
So while we spoke about passion and everything else, मैं थोड़ा different topic पे again बात करूँगा. We have heard this many times over के there have been number of startups which has gone up in the recent times. At the same time, there are equal number of funds also that have come up. So investing opportunities भी funds की ओर से बहुत ज़्यादा है. So ऐसा नहीं है कि if there are so many startups that have come up, तो एक और startup लेके market में आने के लिए एक डर नहीं होना चाहिए because there are more number of funds which are there. अगर आप रेशियो देखोगे तो जो proportion में startups increase हुए हैं number, उसी proportion में funds के numbers भी increase हुए हैं. They are more or less the same. एक और बहुत interesting चीज़ है कि जितने angel funds हुए हैं उतने ही PVC funds भी उसी proportion में बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. So there is enough pipeline available to an investor. आज की डेट में if we just look at only the angel funds that exist in India, 1660 जो alternate investment funds है, उसमें 335 are in angel category, right? So वो आज से कुछ साल पहले बिल्कुल available नहीं था किसी के पास. So there are more number of opportunities that this crowd will have for scaling that business much better. Bootstrap of course is an option, but अगर funding का option कोई देख रहा है तो opportunities आज बहुत ज़्यादा है. That's one more thing. Since we are talking here in Gujarat, all the more important that I highlight, from a percentage point of view, सबसे ज़्यादा अगर growth AIF में कोई भी city में हुआ है इंडिया में, that is Ahmedabad in the last 1 year, right? So that means that this place has even better opportunities for future funding availability. I think given all this, there is a great future ahead of the crowd here that we see, who is thinking of or aspiring to be an entrepreneur. Thank you.
No, I would say most problems are around you. Like when I started a peer site, I saw that the kind of satellites we are making are really, really useful for ocean surveillance, and currently no surveillance happens there. And that led us to starting this company. And more to a entrepreneur ki, entrepreneurship is about doing what you think is the right thing to do. So whatever you feel, just continue going ahead on that. Either you will, gain money or you'll gain knowledge.
So according to me, three things very important. One is product, problem, and persistence. Product, normally anything that you build, you always focus on the customer first. Money comes, as I mentioned, second. How are you solving the problem? How fast are you solving the problem? And how effectively are you solving the customer problem is very key things. And the second one is the product problem, right? There should be some value or some problem that you are solving should have value, right? You should be able to monetize those solutions. काफ़ी चीज़ cool होती है, but it doesn't give you the money. Like you can't make it monetize. So always start thinking whenever you think any product, not on the day one, but down the line, will you be able to make it monetize? Will you be able to sell it or not? Otherwise, it becomes the hobby project or it becomes a cool project. And the third very important part is the consistency, persistent. Every day execution is very key. Strategy is once in a month or once in a quarter is fine, but then doing a dedicated execution is very important. So I suggest whenever you build any tech product, always think for global. और गुजराती में यहाँ पे गुजू में बोला जाता है like there is nothing better than like earning in dollar and spending in rupees. I think that is a golden line.
बहुत सारे लोग स्टार्टअप शुरू कर लेते हैं. मीन्स मैं भी देखता हूँ यंग यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर बहुत सारे हो गए. सो द गुड पार्ट इज इन यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर नाउ देयर इज़ अ डिज़ायर टू बी अ स्टार्टअप फाउंडर विच इज़ वेरी गुड. नाउ द पॉइंट इज अब स्टार्टअप में ये बोला जाता है कि जितनी भी मिस्टेक करो लर्न फास्ट, राइट? बट कभी कभी क्या होता है समझ नहीं आता है कि मिस्टेक कहाँ हो रही है, बिकॉज द पर्सन इज मेरिड टू आइडिया, देयर इज सोशल रिकॉग्निशन एवरीथिंग, and incidentally the fund is being provided by the incubation center, government grant support and some angel investors. तो कभी कभी रिकॉग्निशन मिलता रहता है आपको कि आप कर रहे हो सही है. तो फाउंडर को कब ये समझ में आना चाहिए कि वो जो कर रहा है वो गलत है? तो आपके एक्सपीरियंस से व्हाट कुड बी the pointers which can tell to the founder कि not look at what the social recognition is, but better look at what is in business. तो आप कुछ 4-5 pointer maybe from each of your experience, if you can help the founders कि कब ये decision लेना चाहिए कि ये कर रहे हो इससे better कुछ हो सकता है, not to marry a particular idea, and कब ये समझ में आना चाहिए कि जो आप कर रहे हो वो आप सही तरीके से नहीं कर रहे हो, maybe that could be.
Okay, I'll start and then pass on. पहली बात तो जब आपने आइडिया का क्वेश्चन पूछा था, आइडिया इज 20%, 80% इज एग्जीक्यूशन. अगर आपका अब क्लासिक केस है, आप देख रहे हो जेप्टो, ब्लिंकिट, सबको पैसा बहुत मिल रहा है, मतलब जेप्टो इज सिटिंग ऑन सम 7,000 करोड़ इन हिज अकाउंट. सेम मॉडल डंजो का था जो 7 करोड़ रेस करने में स्ट्रगल कर गया बिकॉज एग्जीक्यूशन वॉज अ प्रॉब्लम. नाउ कमिंग टू दो मैं सजेशन हमेशा देता हूँ लोगों को कि कभी भी आपको अगर लर्न करना है तो पहले तो आप स्टार्टअप ज्वाइन कर लो, पहला इंटर्नशिप ले लो या 1-2 साल आप ये ध्यान रखो मेरे को स्टार्टअप ज्वाइन करना है, बिकॉज दैट इज वेयर द जर्नी विल स्टार्ट ऑफ विथ. नाउ वंस बिकॉज वहाँ पे आपको सब कुछ समझना शुरू हो जाएगा कि मेरे कौन से KPIs हैं, मेरे को किसको ट्रैक करना है, क्या मेरा. बहुत बार ये होता है एज मीर भाई राइटली सेड कि प्यार हो जाता है अपने आइडिया से और लगता है तो मैं करके रहूँगा इवन इफ द मार्केट सेंटीमेंट इज डिफरेंट. तो सबसे ज़रूरी है आपको पता होना चाहिए कि मेरा सक्सेस होने के लिए ये 3 चीज़ें होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. इट कुड भी आपका कस्टमर एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट होना चाहिए, कुछ भी हो सकता है आपके जो भी बिजनेस आप कर रहे हो, या इनका जो मॉडल है उसमें देखो कि कितने मेरे नए कस्टमर्स, कितने क्लाइंट्स आते जा रहे हैं. सबसे ज़रूरी इसमें होता है कितना रिपीट आ रहा है बिजनेस में. मोस्ट अगर आप D2C बिजनेस कर रहे हो, कहीं और कर रहे हो, अगर आपको रिपीट नहीं आ रहा है, कस्टमर आ रहा है आपके मांगने पे, वो आ जाता है पर वापस नहीं आ रहा है, दैट मीन्स you're not doing something right. The biggest metrics we track internally is the repeatability and the cohort of saying how much long he stays with you as a consumer. तो बाकी लोग अपना सजेशन देते रहेंगे, बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स होंगे, आई एम श्योर अदरवाइज रिपीट हो जाएगा सब लोग के लिए, बट दैट इज वेयर आई विल स्टार्ट ऑफ विद आइडिया वर्सेस एग्जीक्यूशन 20-80, repeatability of things, and third is you need to have some mentors, some people around it who tell you these are the 3 matrices you must track every day, and if those are not moving, you're not on the right track. Please talk to the right person to change it. There's more than enough support system available.
So I think मेरे लिए बिकॉज बिजनेस के मल्टीपल एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं जहाँ पे आपको कांस्टेंट गाइडेंस चाहिए, तो हैविंग राइट मेंटर्स जो आपको बताए कि आप सही दिशा में जा रहे हो अथवा आपको क्या ध्यान रखना चाहिए, और उसको आप एनालाइज करके, कई बार आपके खुद के व्यू होते हैं बिकॉज एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर आपका इंट्यूशन बोलो या और आपका जो बिलीफ बोलो वो आपको कौन सी दिशा में ले जा रहा है. अगर आपको थोड़ा भी डाउट है तो यू शुड डेफिनेटली लिसन टू एन मेंटर एंड ट्राई टू एनालाइज. बट एंड ऑफ द डे सब कुछ इकोनॉमिक्स पे आता है. जब मैंने बिजनेस चालू किया तो मैंने एक शीट बनाया था पर केजी इकोनॉमिक्स का, और मेरा जो रोबोटिक्स में पार्टनर है ही वाज वंस एन प्राइवेट इक्विटी इन्वेस्टर जिसको मैंने वो शीट दिया था, तो मुझे 2 महीने पहले ही बता रहा था कि संदीप तुम्हें पता है कि तुमने जो मुझे शीट दिया था वो स्टैंड्स ट्रू इवन टुडे, राइट. सो बिलीफ एंड आई थिंक आप जो मेंटर से व्यू लेके आप जो जजमेंट लेते हो वो सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. बिकॉज आप कई बार जैसे बोला ना कि प्रेम में होते हैं तो आपको दिखता नहीं है, बट अगर आपके सही दोस्त हैं तो आपको बताएंगे कि यार गड्ढे में गिर रहे हो तो ज़रा ध्यान रखो. सो मेंटर्स आर लाइक गड्ढा. तो आई विल बिलीव मेंटर्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मेरे से कई बार छोटे अथवा बड़े, एज इज़ नेवर ए प्रॉब्लम विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू मेंटरशिप, बट जो व्यक्ति का एक्सपीरियंस रहा हो अथवा जिसके अंदर आप बिलीव करते हो कि उसके अंदर वो कैपेबिलिटी है कि आपको सही या गलत का गाइडेंस दे सके, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. जो नॉन बायस हो, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मेंटरशिप में नॉन बायस मेंटरशिप होनी चाहिए. एंड आई थिंक दैट इज़ मोस्ट क्रिटिकल पार्ट फॉर एनी एंटरप्रेन्योर कि उनको एक दिशा दिखाई जाए और वो बाद में डिसीजन ले.
आप स्टार्टअप फाउंडर हो या बिजनेस ओनर हो या व्यापारी हो, एंड ऑफ द डे यू आर आंसरेबल टू ईच एंड एवरीथिंग हैपनिंग इन योर कंपनी. आप जिम्मेदार हो आपके कंपनी में क्या हो रहा है. सो आपको हर एक जगह नज़र तो रखना ही पड़ेगा. एंड ऑफ द डे यू शुड नो हाउ इट्स गोइंग ऑन. नेक्स्ट थिंग जो सर ने बताया कि हाउ यू कीप अ चेक ऑन योर सेल्फ. अभी धंधे में क्या रहता है कि आपका एक बार प्रोडक्ट डेवलप हो गया, सेल्स चालू हो गया, पेमेंट आने लगा तो साइकिल चालू हो जाता है. सो यू आर ऑलवेज ऑक्यूपाइड. आप रेगुलर बिजनेस वर्क में ही ऑक्यूपाइड रहते हैं. अगर उसको इग्नाइट करना है तो यू हैव टू ऑलवेज कम विथ अ न्यू आइडिएशन. कुछ भी छोटा आइडिएशन जो आपका एक सिस्टम ब्रेक कर सकता है. एक मेरा खुद का एग्जांपल मैं देता हूँ. 2013 में आई जस्ट गॉट एन आइडिया कि हमारा जो मशीनरी सेटअप है उससे मैं हॉस्पिटल फर्नीचर क्यों नहीं बना सकता. all machineries are there. So right now, we are doing almost close to 5 to 7,000 beds a year. So machinery तो वही था. No additional investment उसमें लगा था. So this was just an idea. But ये जो ideation आप लाते रहोगे तो वो आपके business को और जिंदा करेगा और lively रखेगा. वरना stagnant हो जाएगा, आपको पता नहीं है कौन से दिशा में जा रहे हो. So that's it. I think 2 things from me.
So according to me, observation is very important things, right? आप कहीं पे भी बैठे हो, regardless of your business or not business, let's अभी मैं आज यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, and you should be observing कि कहाँ पे problem है, how can I solve this problem? और आज के दिन में उसका solution चाहिए नहीं है आपको, but आपको problem पता होना चाहिए. आप you should be the observer. आज for example आपके desk पे प्लास्टिक की बोतल में पानी क्यों है और यहाँ पे कांच की बोतल में पानी क्यों है? Why there is a gap? If you figure out such kind of problem day to day, like there are so many photographers taking a pictures, how can I get my picture very quickly, right? तो ये सब problem है, like you need to be a good observer to figure out the problem and then try to monetize those problem. So being an observer, and observe आप कैसे बढ़ेंगे? It's all about your experience, being consistent in some company where you work for at least 2 to 3 years. Starting a business from day one after passing the college and just doing a business is ideally, I do not recommend it. You require expertise and experience, both the things. You need to understand the industry and the domain in which you want to operate. So join some company as interns or be a part of any accelerator, incubator where you get to know about how things works. And that's where you start knowing what is working, what is not working, and how to think, how not to think. I think observation is very important things for me.
Yeah, we are a deep tech company, so my thought process here is very different. So you know, in deep tech सबसे बड़ा problem ये होता है कि आपको कोई पैसा तब देगा जब आप कुछ करके दिखाओ, और कुछ करके दिखाने के लिए आपको पैसा चाहिए, क्योंकि लगभग 30 से 40 करोड़ में मिनिमम हमारा एक सैटेलाइट बनता है, राइट? सो एक चीज़ जो मैंने सीखी कुछ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आपको मैनिफेस्ट करना पड़ता है. यू नीड टू शो द एंड आउटकम and maintain the motivation of all stakeholders, investors to employees to prospective customers. और ये manifestation is the only way you can progress ahead, otherwise it is a chicken and egg problem कि पहले काम दिखाओगे, revenue दिखाओगे, या फिर पहले पैसा रेज करोगे. So ये काफ़ी अलग है एक deep tech startup के लिए.
So just a quick one, गौरव से extend करता हूँ फिर से. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप अगर आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो तो आपके इन्वेस्टर्स जो है उसका अलाइनमेंट होना चाहिए. एंड द सेम वे इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि जो इन्वेस्टर्स है उसका आपके साथ एक वेवलेंथ दोनों का बहुत अच्छे से मैच होना चाहिए. इफ़ दैट इज़ नॉट हैपनिंग इट विल लीड टू लॉट ऑफ कॉम्प्लिकेशंस इन फ्यूचर. तो वाइल योर आइडिया एंड योर फोकस ऑन एग्जीक्यूशन इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट, अगर आप किसी और एक्सटर्नल फंडिंग लेते हो to make it very sure that the person has absolute alignment. Like what Gaurav said, his business is something which requires very long gestation period. अगर मैं 3 साल 4 साल के आउटलुक से अगर इस कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ, I will surely have heartburns with him, which is not good for his business, it is not good for me as an investor. तो ये एक बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ है for all startup founders, aspiring founders, कि आप right set of investors को choose करो. Any which case, the funds will choose the right set of startups any which case. तो इट इज़ इम्पोर्टेंट कि आप भी थोड़ा चूज़ करो. डोंट टेक मनी विथ वॉट एवर इज़ अवेलेबल, टेक द राइट काइंड ऑफ मनी. थैंक यू.
मीर भाई उसमें खाली अगर आप D2C ब्रांड कर रहे हो तो स्पिटन में आ जाओ, बता दूंगा आप गलत कर रहे हो. मेरा काम ही हुआ है एक्चुअली इनसाइट्स देना.
Yeah, thank you. So we could have continued, but the time is a problem. हम उससे ज़्यादा नहीं खींच सकते. The good part is all 6 of you carry so much knowledge, experience and everything, and it's very very useful and much relevant. अगर मेरा खुद का भी एक्सपीरियंस बोलो, and I will summarize what you have said, कि 10-15 साल, लास्ट 10 साल में अगर देखो तो सब कुछ बदल गया है. आज के दिन में देर इज़ मीन्स 10 साल पहले अगर बिजनेस स्टार्ट करना था तो आपको प्लांट, मशीनरी, लैंड, बिल्डिंग, खुद का ऑफिस सेटअप, वेंडर से डील करना है. वेंडर भरोसा ही नहीं करेगा अनलेस आपके पास बड़ी गाड़ी ना हो. आज के दिन में सिचुएशन डिफरेंट है. अगर आपके पास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी नहीं है, किसी से बनवा सकते हो, आपकी प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में कहीं पर भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो, ऑफिस की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में बेच सकते हो, वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट है, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर है, सपोर्ट है, एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स, होल सपोर्ट सिस्टम अवेलेबल, मार्केट एक्सेस भी है बिकॉज देर इज़ इंटरनेट. and the opportunity access is a length, it's at your door. So hardly any difference between rich and poor, Ivy League school or uneducated, कोई भी difference नहीं है, आप globally कहीं पर भी बैठ के कुछ भी कर सकते हो. So we are living in very interesting time. आने वाले 10-15 साल और ज़्यादा interesting होंगे, and the great reward will be available to anybody who become an entrepreneur. Point ये है कि success के लिए सारे दरवाजे खुले हैं. Failure is just a learning which you can carry on, convert into a success. Great, thank you all.
Thank you very much, all the panelists and moderator, sir. And you can step forward for the group photograph. And in order to present the memento, I would request Mr. Nilay Bhuptani, Principal, LD College of Engineering, to kindly come up on the stage, please. Thank you. So students, yesterday we had mentioned that there is a quiz. For those who are new, we will just let you know that in your mobile phones, you'll have one URL. आपको एक link भेजा गया होगा. आपको उस पे सिर्फ अपना mobile number add करना है और submit करना है. Can we have that on the screen, please? The quiz code. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. सर मैडम ने बुलाया ना जब विजय कौन है हाँ मैडम मैडम ने विजय साथ कोई राणा सर નથી खाली फोन कर दो क्विज में एक्सप्लेन कर दो वेटिंग फॉर द हैम्पर नाउ अच्छा बोलिए थैंक यू ओके यू कैन स्कैन ऑन दिस QR code as well. There is the Wi-Fi name and the password also given. You can utilize that. और इस क्विज में आपको fastest finger first करना है. आपके सामने questions रखे जाएंगे. For example, in the first quiz, you'll have 5 questions. हर एक question का एक winner होगा. और विनर को 2100 रुपये यानी 2100 की धनराशि फॉर एवरी क्वेश्चन दी जाएगी. सो ट्राई योर लक, ट्राई एंड बी क्विक एंड स्मार्ट, आंसर एज मेनी क्वेश्चंस एज यू कैन in order to get the prize money. You'll have to, once your name is displayed over here, आप अगर जीते हैं तो बाहर कियोस्क पे आप अपना वेरिफिकेशन देकर आपके बैंक अकाउंट्स में वो धनराशि ट्रांसफर की जाएगी. Are we ready with the question, team? Okay. So the winner is Padhiyar Riyansh. Congratulations, Rose Dharmik Ashok Bhai. Sorry? Oh, okay, I'll do that, sir. Sir? Patel Dhruv Jashwant Bhai, congratulations, you have won there. You can always clap for your friends who have won the prize. Even I know the answers. Sir, उसमें तो मैं प्राइज जीत जाऊंगी. Nakum Kalrav Tapu Bhai, congratulations. Okay, so after every, one more question left, right? Yes. No, 100 to 9, less than 5 years old, 100. 10 CR? 100 CR. Oh, Startup India, eh? Yes. So 10 years old and maximum? CR. Oh, मैंने क्या मोड़ तो के D also. 10 CR. 100 CR? Oh, good. 10 CR. तो 100 CR तो unicorn ना थी जा? हाँ तो अच्छा ये? Congratulations, that's Waghela Yogendra Singh Rajaji. Congratulations to all the winners. Acha, okay. With you all, I'm also learning a lot of things. So now the second part of the quiz will be played after the next session. Moving ahead, before we move to the next session, यहाँ पे हम कुछ important और significant MOU exchange करने जा रहे हैं. उसके लिए मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस सुनैना तोमर मैम, ACS. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. It is all because of her guidance and मार्गदर्शन की हम आज ये स्टार्टअप इंडिया कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं. दिलीप राणा सर, yes. We welcome you, sir. And Hiranmay Mahanta sir, CEO iHub. We welcome all three of them. Come on, let's warm up ourselves. It's all because of the hard work and the vision of these dignitaries that we are having such a nice conclave, which is important for many amongst us. And now I would call upon the names of the MOU exchange. Foremost, Sunicon Ventures, Warm-Up Ventures, Extra Works Management, Androgen India Capital, Japan, and Inflexure. We welcome you on the stage. It's already there in the list or no? This is not working. Okay. Next, we would like to call upon stage Innover, Kshitij Ventures, Arthyan, Fundenable, and Solara Capital. We welcome all of you. Congratulations and good luck. Can we clap for them? Because you might be, in future, one of them standing over here and exchanging MOUs for your own startups. Dubai? Okay. Thank you and good luck. We would like to welcome on stage Startup Middle East Dubai, 3i Partners, Alpha Value Ventures, Eravati Ventures, Maestra Foundation, and Swishen Ventures. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dear audience, as we continue this vibrant journey of ideas and innovation on day 2, it's time to look at the bigger picture, India's startup story. भारत की कहानी अब सिर्फ इतिहास या संस्कृति तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक नई उद्यमशीलता की भी कहानी है. A story of resilience, creativity and disruptive thinking that has made India one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems in the world. Curated specially by DPIIT, this session will showcase how India has nurtured entrepreneurship, enabled policy support, and created a thriving ecosystem that inspires the globe. To bring this story alive, we have with us an eminent panel of leaders, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. Foremost, would like to call upon stage the moderator of this wonderful session, Ms. Ipsita Yadav, Startup India, DPIIT. We welcome you, madam. We welcome the distinguished panelist, Shri Mohammad Alam Ansari, Deputy Director, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Mr. Amit Pandey, Lead VC Ecosystem and Capacity Building, Indian Venture and Alternate Capital Association. Welcome, sir. Mr. Vipul Patel, Partner, Seed Investing, IIMA Ventures. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Urmil Bakhai, co-founder, Satlio Labs. We welcome you. Mr. Nikul Shah, founder, Indiasemic Private Limited. We welcome you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let's dive into this narrative of India's entrepreneurial rise and hear directly from those who are scripting it. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please help me welcome all of them with a great round of applause. Thank you. And I now hand over my baton to Ipsita. You can carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a seat. Welcome to all the panel members. So good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this session on India's startup story here at the Startup Conclave 2025 in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. India's startup journey over the past decade has been remarkable. From just a few thousand startups in 2016 to nearly 1.9 lakh startups today, creating more than 17 lakh jobs. This transformation has been tremendous and has been powered by three forces which are coming together. First being the progressive policy support from the Government of India, a maturing investment ecosystem, and entrepreneurs bold enough to build in frontier sectors like AI, deep tech, space, semiconductors, fintech, among many others. I am delighted to join by a panel that brings each of these perspectives into place. First of all, we have with us Shri Alam Ansari Sir, Deputy Director, DPIIT, giving us the policy and startup India lens. Then we have Mr. Amit Pandey, lead for VC ecosystems and capacity building at IVCA, reflecting the investor and capital flow perspective. We have with us Mr. Vipul Patel, partner seed investing at IIMA Ventures, at the forefront of nurturing India's early stage innovation. We also have with us Mr. Urmil Bakhai, co-founder of Satlio Labs, a space tech entrepreneur with 22 plus years of experience in leadership across IBM, Wipro, and now building India's global footprint in the space technology. And lastly, we have with us Mr. Nikul Shah, founder of Indisemic, building in the critical and strategic semiconductor sector. I would like to welcome you all. Together, we look at India's journey so far, the role of policy and capital, the rise of high-impact sectors, and how we can expand beyond the metros, and finally, what it will take to position India as the world's leading startup hub by 2047. I would start with the major agenda today, which is India's startup growth story. And my first question would be to Alam Ansari, sir. So what do you see as the single most defining policy move or program that shaped India's startup journey since 2016?
Good morning. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. And I on behalf of DPIIT, also congratulate Government of Gujarat, Department of Education, and IHub also for organizing this wonderful stage for startups. And if I see the startup journey since 2016, there's no one initiative that is important. I guess the most important step was taken by our Honorable PM, and with his vision only, that startup ecosystem has grown so far. So that perspective that he has changed, that startup is not like a second option. Earlier, what was that? I'm from Bengal and Bihar side, so there, it's like if you are doing good in studies and all, so you have to be engineer, doctor, IAS, IPS and all. But unlike this region, especially Gujarat, where it was there only, before 2016 also, that first preference is not IAS, IPS, but business. But Prime Minister Modi changed this perspective from that startup is not second option. This is what that generates employment. Don't seek job, create job. That is the Mool mantra. And yesterday, during our Honorable Home Minister, Sri Amit Ji, has also explained this in detail. And I was getting goosebumps how this journey initiated and reached this far. So for me, the single most point of change is the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of for startups, that he made this ecosystem, entire ecosystem, and launched this Startup India initiative also. After that, everything just took off, and now India is almost the top, reaching to the top in entire world for the startup ecosystem. So for me, that was the point of initiation. Thank you.
That actually has been very well said, because the shift in narrative is what matters at this point, and that is completely happening. So we are getting entrepreneurs from not just places like Gujarat or Bangalore. We have tier 2 and tier 3 cities also giving us a major number of entrepreneurs in today's state. My next question would be to Mr. Amit Pandey. So from the VC lens, has India moved from being an emerging ecosystem to sort of a must-invest destination? What changed, and if yes, what has changed the investor sentiment the most?
So I think, maybe I'll just quickly start with some data. So, 2024 witnessed VC funding of close to $13.7 billion. So that in itself is a sentiment of the overall ecosystem, and it's only because of कि बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स भी बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं. अब हम सिर्फ एक फिनटेक, probably आज से 5 साल पहले मेरे बगल में एक स्पेस का फाउंडर नहीं बैठा होता. So that has changed. It would have been a fintech or a SaaS only. So I think बहुत सारी चीज़ें चेंज हो रही हैं, सेक्टर्स इवॉल्व हो रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट का भी बहुत ज़्यादा पुश है डीप टेक पे, एंड दैट इज़ डेफिनेटली ड्राइविंग ऑल ऑफ दिस चेंज. If you go back, like 15 years, तब कोई न्यूज़पेपर में कोई पेज भी नहीं होता था जो स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बात करता था, राइट? जिसको स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को फॉलो करना होता था, उनको जाके ट्विटर पे या ब्लॉग्स पढ़ के, या मोस्टली उसमें भी कंटेंट जनरली ग्लोबल कंटेंट होता था, इंडियन प्लेटफॉर्म्स भी नहीं थे. एंड probably 10 years ago, your story, and then, gradually Inc.42, wo sab hua. So things have changed dramatically. The VCs, as we can see, SEBI registration started in 2012, formally. तो तब AIF के regulations बने थे. वहाँ से आज तक, we have more than 1,500 funds. तो फंड्स भी बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं, इंडिया में सेक्टर्स भी बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं, एंड विच इज़ वाई more and more founders are also coming. It is actually, a lot of credit goes to DPIIT and Startup India, Invest India for democratizing this. I have been a part of the national state ranking framework, startup state ranking framework, national startup award. So a lot of those things in the behind the scenes. So DPIIT ने बहुत सारे states में इसको पहुंचाया है, and central का भी बहुत push रहा है. States have also stood up. Gujarat has won so many of these state rankings, and it has not been limited to Gujarat also. I think बहुत सारे states में जा चुका है. So I think we have come to a point when the word startup and the word investor, everything has been democratized. We have IMA Ventures, which is based here only, right? So ऐसा नहीं है कि it is only limited to Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. As far as the angel and early stage rounds are concerned, definitely that has been democratized to outside of the metros, and वो उतना significant amount नहीं होता है, इसलिए दिखता नहीं है शायद. Funding abhi bhi Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore is attracting close to 84-85% of the overall funding. But then, the early stage rounds are happening beyond the metros. So yeah, to your question, it has been definitely democratized, and this is, I think, definitely over the last 15 years, it shows the growth curve of the ecosystem. When I joined IVCA almost 10 years ago, we had 20 VCs as members of IVCA. Today we have close to 300 VCs as members of IVCA. So I think that in itself shows the growth. So that's a small sort of observation. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, at this moment, we have entrepreneurship and startups as a daily language word for almost all the households across the country. And I hope this trend in investment continues going forward as well, and I'm sure it will with the Honorable PM's vision as well. My next question would be on policy and government support to Mr. Vipul Patel. When you're investing at the seed stage, do government interventions like the seed fund or credit guarantee schemes actually shift your confidence, or do they play sort of a different catalytic role?
First of all, thank you for having me here. As IMA Ventures, we have actually got a support from a different ministry. So we have implemented seed funding scheme of DST, Mighty, Startup India, obviously. And also we have right now working with SIDBI and announced even a SIDBI Accelerator Fund. If I talk about like how this different source of capital has mobilized the ecosystem, right? So I'll first take an example of DST. We have actually deployed around 10 crore seed fund in a startup, in a 21 startup. Together, this 21 startup have raised 850 crore from the market. So if you talk about the leverage, it's basically 85x of the leverage on what government have actually supported. And when we have pulled this 850 crore on basically the company we supported, which also showing that through this support, actually there are startups who came into the pipeline, which is now basically private sector are able to access. If I take an example of like a Mighty, we are one of the largest, like in terms of portfolio perspective, we are in space. We have actually backed around 14 startups in this space. Out of 14, there are 4 startups actually supported from TIDE, EIR and Scale Up program. This company couldn't able to even kick off the journey if the support was not available, right? And one of the company we have heard in the morning, Gaurav, who is like again a company based out of Ahmedabad. They are the company who have raised largest pre-seed round in space tech by sitting in Ahmedabad, right? Which is again an outcome of that particular government of India scheme. We have also like deployed the capital through DPIIT. We also have like almost a 10 to 15x leverage we have created on the capital deployed. Right now we are closely working with SIDBI. Again, it's like indirectly a government of India's kept money. And I'll give you an interesting example over there. We have announced around 40 crore seed fund along with them. And the first company we have backed is a company called Navdrishti. Navdrishti is a deep tech startup trying to build gas turbine for aerospace application in India. It's a very bold step they are taking in India. When they started the journey, this journey started by 2 entrepreneurs who get out from Rolls-Royce and GE. They have a more than 15 years of experience in building this basically technology for Rolls-Royce and GE. When they started basically building in India, they required just a $500,000 support to kick off the journey, right? And that time they spoke to a lot of basically like investors in the ecosystem, and one of the feedback they've received is basically, okay, this is very difficult, something like to build in India, right? And we will support. This is not VC-able, not investor will look at this sector. Through this SIDBI capital, we have actually provided them a $400,000. Exactly 1 year down the line, Excel has invested in this company, which is again, this kind of the journey couldn't kick off if this world, the ecosystem of the seed funding, which is basically through a different ministry, government India has created, it's not available. As an organization, we have actually backed, we have accepted more than 2,200 plus startups. There are 800 plus companies where we provided some kind of the capital. And out of 800, there are 400 startups we have actually provided equity investment. And if I talk about the source of this capital, almost like a 70-80% of the capital is basically we have deployed through some of the scheme of government of India. Cumulatively, all this company have actually raised more than $1 billion follow-on round, which is again a leverage. So there are a lot of basically interesting startup came out in journey. Their journey couldn't be kicked off if this whole ecosystem is what not exist.
Thank you so much. And with that, like you mentioned about a couple of central policies for funding. Similarly, I see a lot of policy formulation being done for funding at the state level as well. And the growth has been tremendous from both the central and the state side on the funding front for startups, for sure. And my next question would be to Sir, Alamansari Sir. Sir, you are looking at the Startup India initiative and you're leading it very well. Would you like to share an example of a success story of a startup that would have benefited from the funding schemes of, let's say, the Startup India initiative?
See, in DPIIT, as you know, we run almost three major schemes for funding. One is seed fund, one is fund of fund through SIDBI, and credit guarantee also, apart from tax exemption ATISE. At DPIIT level, as you know, that we don't reach out to the startups directly in that way. We run the seed fund scheme through incubators like him, and fund of fund through SIDBI and AIS, and credit guarantee from NCGTT. So, but now and then we get all this data, and I was looking at Gujarat because we are traveling here, and I get to know about Treya. There's a company in here only, Gujarat, who raised 150 crore, like nearly 150 crore through fund of fund. And now we can see you just open any social media platform and you will get their ads everywhere. So from a small startup, now they have grown such a high level now. So I guess startups are getting benefit from this scheme, and I hope they will continue. Thank you.
Now that's not at all a conservative amount to be funded by, right? And I have personally seen a lot of Traya ads on YouTube coming across the social media platforms as well. Now coming to high impact sectors that are driving India's future. My question would be to Mr. Urmil Bakhai. So for the space check, since space tech is one of the most exciting frontiers, what advantages do Indian startups like Satlio Labs have compared to their global peers, and what are the gaps that we still have to fill in?
Hello. Yeah, I think we all see, and as Amit also mentioned, space tech is really something which is much talked about, and it is really exciting. Actually, the space tech for the private players, the fundamental shift came in 2020, where the formation of InSpace and government opened up the entire space tech industry for the private players' commercialization. And InSpace being a single window clearance, single window authority to get into let private players get into the commercialization of space tech. So that was a very one of the turning moment for space tech private players to come in. If you really look at the advantages what space tech companies here in India enjoy, I think one is specifically on the cost efficiency and the available of the talent pool, right? So we all know that Indian engineers are, and especially our ISRO heritage has taught us one thing, how to deliver very high impact global missions at a fraction of the cost, the global cost, right? So that is one major advantage the space tech Indian players enjoy, the availability of talent pool. The second one is on the reforms, right? On the launch and the policy which InSpace does, and the ISRO infrastructure provides us. There is ample opportunities for any space tech companies to test, manufacture, simulate lot of areas onto the payload and the satellite, which a decade ago which was never thought of, right? It was primarily an ISRO domain. But this kind of facility, availability from all this, from the government as well as from the InSpace has aided a huge advantage for companies in India. And I think the third thing would be the local demand as well, right? So right from our agriculture ecosystem to our defense needs to the urban requirements, right? So there is a huge opportunities available for any Indian space tech even locally. So globally, anyways, we are capable to address that. But the local demand is also coming up where Earth observation data is required for each of these industries going forward. So these are some of the advantages I feel Indian space tech industry definitely have.
Right. Any gaps that you would want to
Okay,
still
yeah.
mention?
So I think, having said this, right, compared to the global players, one of the major gap we see is unavailability of a anchor customer kind of a model, right? So if you see, developed countries like NASA, for example, they become anchor customers for their own space tech companies, where they create demand and they give long-term contracts to the space tech startup. So they should focus more on the R&D, the delivering those things, and then need not worry on the kind of contracts or long-term contracts which they have. Europe, companies like a lot of defense companies or the ESA kind of they also have early access program and early contracts given to the startups, right? So obviously you have to meet certain guidelines to that, norms to that, but this kind of anchor customer kind of a program enables startups to have predictable revenues, because this is a very capital intensive and a lot of R&D goes into it, right? So if you are able to give some predictable revenue, your overall investment and overall effort to get into the market and then proving to the market the demand is there reduces significantly. So I think if there is, if you just mention some gaps, I think this is the major gap which we feel, things are happening, right? For example, there are some IDEX challenges, in the defense sector or maybe an in-space PPP program, but still, a lot can be done on that front.
Thank you so much for mentioning that. And I believe that more and more startups coming into this space will help resolve all of these gaps also at some point. And government's focus also will increase, and it is still also increasing, and it will help bridge these gaps as well. I'll move on to Mr. Nikul Shah. So from the semiconductors are currently a national priority, as we all know. So what's the reality of building a chip-focused startup in India today, and what ecosystem support is most urgently required that is there in your head?
First of all, thank you for invitation. And as a semiconductor, I can say I started almost 2 years before. We have faced a lot of issues in terms of production, in terms of tap out. We have to go to Taiwan, we have to go to China, right, for fabrication of the chip. Now we have a packaging plant, right? So those are the main issues that currently we are facing, but government is on it. And the positive point that government is providing is there is a separate scheme for semiconductor. Say example, if I want to build a chip, a normal microcontroller, then it requires at least hundreds of $millions to invest to create a chip. And it's a pure VLSI design. Either it's a 0 or 1, right? So either it's pass or fail. There is no in between for the chip. So I think this is one of the issue that we might face in future, because we already done one tap out. The chip is working half, but it's not working like this, right? We have a new tap out next year. Might be it will work, and we will launch the first chip from Gujarat. But after launching, we have to match the cost of China. Say example, China is every quarter they are building a new technologies, they are building a new things. They are very far ahead from us, at least 30 years minimum. I visited China, Taipei and all. So we have to match their speed first. So speed that we have to take. We have a plants here in India, in Gujarat, in Sanand, a lot of plants are there. So just imagine those plants are having a wafers from the companies outside India. They do not have a wafers which are producing, which are packaging from India. So we have to create at least 100 or thousands of startups in India who are having their own production, they are having a volume. Then only we can match the Chinese cost first. Now, if we match the Chinese cost, then how we can build a product? So this is one of the vertical integration approach we have to take. I am in this field since last 14 years. Work with a lot of MNCs, and I see those companies are coming in a vertical integration. So they do some tie-up with the product company, where product companies are doing that product based on their chip, and then they are marketing those products and they are scaling up those products. So maybe government is now discussing on that vertical integration of product from chip to product. So that type of ecosystem we require in next 5 years. Plus, if we want to be a Texas Instrument or analog device, then every company has to start building a multiple chips, because it's a long run of design. Like 3 years we require for launching our first chip, at least minimum, might be a 4 year, right? So if we have a multiple approvals from government, multiple chip approvals, multiple fundings we have, then only we can grow. Else, by this speed, after 10 years, we will have only 100 or 200 chips from different startups, right? But we need at least 10,000 chips. So this is my perspective.
I think once we, catch up with the scale and the speed, the costs will eventually reduce.
Yes.
So that should be helpful. And here to get some investor perspective, Mr. Amit Pandey, if you had to bet which sector will produce India's next 50 unicorns and why?
So not biased by the space tech and semiconductor startups sitting in the panel, but I think obviously deep tech. It goes without saying, deep tech, because the government, I mean, it's everything. See, I mean, we have IMA Ventures, and I think he's invested, we are just having a chat, he's invested 84 startups in deep tech, right? So, and we have then, we have amazing funds like Speciale, who are taking such bold bets. So I'm sure, the environment is here, absolutely right. And when all of this private push is backed by the government, see, there's ANRF, the Anusandhan Research Foundation, there is DST. I mean, there's a lot of capital coming in for deep tech, and it's absolutely inevitable that in the next 10 years, I mean, this is the decade of deep tech in India, period. So not just 50, I think, probably in the next 10 years, there can be more than 100 unicorns just in deep tech, actually. And that is also a very conservative number, actually.
Thank you. I definitely believe that the future is deep tech. So, Mr. Vipul Patel, have you seen a breakthrough of startups that have emerged from the tier 2 or the tier 3 cities in India and that prove that the world-class companies can be built outside of the big metros as well?
Yeah, so there are, I think, enough examples, right? So I'll talk a couple of companies we have supported and they came out from tier 2, tier 3, and even in respective of our support, there are other companies as well. So Razorpay started their journey from our Jaipur Incubation Center, right? Then we talk about, let's example, space tech, right? There are, out of like whatever top 15 or 20 startup, there are 3 startup came out of Ahmedabad, right? So we have a Pia site, we have a Setlio, we have Orbit, or 3 leading basically startup, and they also have raised like now follow-on round as well. So this is again, and our pitch to the larger or like across India is basically, if you are building in space tech, ISRO, IMA, and in space. This is a combination we have in Ahmedabad, and that's where you should be coming and building in Ahmedabad or in Gujarat if you are building something in a space tech, right? So there are enough example over there. If you talk about, like there is a company called OrthoHill, they have basically orthopedic products, which is a FDA approval, global product, which is came out of Baroda. Today, if you have seen the newspaper, there is a company called Rocket. It's a basically AI platform for creating the app. We have raised $15 million from Salesforce and Excel, which is started from, it's actually headquartered in Surat. We have company called Bharat Rohan, we just filed for the SME IPO and we are actually listing on 38th. The company actually came out from Lucknow. We have another EV company called Clean Electric, which is again funded by now InfoEdge, came out from Bhopal. So there are a bunch of companies, right? So if you look at, there are a bunch of companies actually came out of this smaller tier 2, tier 3 city. Eventually, when they are expanding, because of they have to be closer to the market, they will be setting up their expansion or their basically facility, or might be the team setting up in the larger city as well. But if you see like the origin, I have mentioned about few companies, but there are many more companies already have actually started which is a real example of the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem is basically shaping very well.
I just like to add on it. In DPIIT, we, apart from these major schemes, we also have one initiative where we take startups from country to various international platforms. So last month only we take 9 startups to Denmark, Copenhagen. So for which the selection process is also very fair. So we launch one application process through our portal, and then we choose from all the applicants. So this time the selected startups were not from just Bangalore, Gurugram and Mumbai, but from Northeast. And he was dealing with this blockchain to track the life of EV batteries. So unique and very, very, very good. So another is from Odisha. He is dealing with drones for Government of India and all, agriculture sector and all, everywhere. One startup is from West Bengal, and he's Careplix, yes. Recently, he has been got one connection with SBI General Insurance, and now their app is on their platform. Means using your smartphone only, you can just get one screen of your health, whether you are suffering from any heart disease or not. Another is from Rajasthan. She's a women-led startup, Selvers. So she has found one way to try different drugs, clinical trials on non-animal waste. She can create the testing material from different cells, and that is not means not from animal source. So this shows that the diversity, not only region-wise, also women-led startups are also there. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are also there. And for deep tech also, now we already have startup fund of 10,000 crore. Now, as you know, in last budget session also, Honorable Finance Minister already declared that there will be another fund of 10,000 crore more. And I'm happy to say that this time this fund will be more focused on deep tech startups. So, as you correctly said, that this is the right time for the deep tech to grow.
Thank you, sir. So both of your answers state that, of course, innovation is coming out of the non-metro cities as well. I would like to understand how can the funds flow more, Mr. Amit, from the metro cities to the tier 2, tier 3 cities? How can the funds flow more from to these places?
I think वो already हो चुका है. बहुत सारे ऐसे domestic funds हैं जो already they are going beyond the usual states to look out for domestic capital. So last year, so we at IVCA we have an annual awards also where we give awards to the best funds and fund raised etc. So last year जो best award मिला था वो मिला था IV Cap Ventures को for raising 2100 crores, and more than 90% of this capital is domestic capital. So obviously सिर्फ metros में वो focus नहीं है. There is already I mean, obviously, every state, if you go to every state, there's enough capital in every state. We're sitting in Gujarat, there's obviously, all the diamonds and everything, So I think every state in India has enough capital. It's just that धीरे-धीरे वो अब alternatives की तरफ move हो रहा है. Again, बहुत सारी चीज़ें इसलिए हैं because government की policies ऐसी आई हैं. तो अभी जब now that there is parity between the listed and unlisted market in terms of the taxation. So gradually the wealth advisors, the family offices, the UHNIs, the HNIs are also moving towards alternatives as we speak. And a lot of funds actually are building focused activities beyond the metros. So 9 Unicorn Ventures hai, Venture Catalysts hai, Amit Singhal hai, he would be here, I think, Fluid Ventures. So he's built another fund specifically for tier 2, tier 3. So ऐसा बहुत सारा it has become very democratized and it has gone out of the metros. But just again, yesterday also I made a small point that SEBI has come up with some norms which are not very friendly for angel funds. So I'm just bringing it up here again that we need to work together to make sure, because वो अभी impact होना शुरू हो चुका है angel funds पे, और वो जो छोटी छोटी deals होती हैं उस पे impact आना शुरू हो जाएगा, अगले 3 से 6 महीने में दिखना शुरू हो जाएगा, because I have spoken to from since yesterday also, I think a lot of angel funds are here and you know they've been chasing the hell out of me कि क्या चल रहा है उस पे, तो वो मुझे बता रहे हैं कि you know they have started saying no to their syndicates, no to their LPs, तो अभी जब वो no बोल रहे हैं तो आज से 3 से 6 महीने में वो दिखना शुरू हो जाएगा. So we need to really work together on this and I will catch you in Delhi, sir, for that. But other than that, I think, you know, I think organically अब वो metros के beyond जा चुका है and बहुत सारे efforts हो रहे हैं. At IVC also we are doing a lot, partnering with a lot of such initiatives. जैसे Head Start करता है, तो Head Start को भी हम support कर रहे हैं on their initiatives beyond metros. I am myself from Lucknow, so I have a lot of passion in making sure that, you know, we are able to give back in all forms.
So even just if you look at like today any VC fund, right, they have to also pitch to their LP for raising money, right? And if you look at the pitch, the common narrative is come out, any basically investor will ask where you source your deal, and you find a slide where they mention that now India gone beyond metro, and that's where we going tier 2 and tier 3 to scout all this basically kind of the company. So that is already there a narration. And if you look at all the company I mentioned also, they've raised money across India. Every week you will find there is some investor sitting in Bangalore scouting companies in smaller cities as well.
Right. Fair enough, fair enough. I understand that we are running sort of short on time also here. So I would like to thank all our panelists deeply for engaging in this discussion today. The big takeaway from today is that India's startup story is being written by not just one of the actors, but by the collective power of policy, capital, and entrepreneurs. It's about building in frontier sectors like the semiconductors and space, expanding innovation beyond metros, and aligning everything that we do with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The next chapter of India's startup journey would be definitely with ambition, building not just for India, but for the world. On that note, thank you once again to all our panelists and to all of you here at the Startup Conclave 2025. The story is still being written and it's only getting more exciting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for moderating the session so well, and thank you all the panelists. I would request Aarti Thakkar ma'am, Joint Commissioner, to kindly present the mementos to all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, everyone. So now we move to another section, which is Rising Stars, India's Unicorns Club. Unicorns are not just mythical creatures anymore. They are reality born out of bold ideas, unstoppable passion and relentless execution. आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में से एक है और हमारी यूनिकॉर्न कंपनियां न सिर्फ देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को गति दे रही हैं बल्कि वैश्विक मंच पर भारत की नई पहचान भी बना रही है. This session celebrates the entrepreneurs who dared to dream big, broke barriers and built billion-dollar businesses that inspire millions. Guiding this stellar conversation is Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and CEO, Startup Policy Forum. Okay, so this we will. Okay. So, okay. We will move to the catalyzing India's digital startup ecosystem, and it will be moderated by Shri Panelist Madan Gopal, CEO, Meti Startup Hub. We welcome Sir. And the moderators are Dr. Satvashil Pawar, Associate Professor. Please help me welcome. He's from SMME, IIT Mandi. Ms. Neha Malhotra, Founder and Managing Partner, MeritX Ventures LLP. Ms. Apurva Singh, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, Razorpay. Mr. Prasad Menon, President, ISBA, Indian STEP Business Incubators Association, and Mr. Srinivas Kolipara, Co-Founder, Lead Strategy and Go-to-Market, Biome. We welcome all of them. They are going to talk about catalyzing India's digital startup ecosystem. Okay. So I hand over my baton to Shri Madan Gopal sir. Can we have a warm and big round of applause for all of them, because they are here to share India's digital startup ecosystem with all of us.
Thank you very much, and it's indeed a pleasure and honor to be back in Ahmedabad, and it's an amazing event. Since yesterday we've seen the kind of participation and the engagement that we've seen from the audience is quite impressive, and of course the energy from the startups in the exhibition and here has been also quite contagious. So as you know, it's about catalyzing India's digital startup ecosystem is the conversation today. So I'll briefly set the context, and prior to that I'll also look at, share a couple of minutes on what really Meti Startup Hub is. Meti stands for Ministry of Electronics and IT. So it's an acronym for Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. We are a startup hub where we focus on three key things for startups. Essentially, in the support system, that is what I call 3 M's: mentoring, market access, and money. So we provide a lot of support in terms of mentorship, and we are focusing on market access, and more importantly, money, which is funding support for our startups at different stages of the whole startup journey. So that's what Meti in a nutshell does. We've been extremely fortunate that we have funded close to about 120 odd companies so far. We have, by end of this financial year, we would have funded another 140 companies, which takes us to kind of approximately about 250, one of the large portfolios in the ecosystem. And another credential that I'm also the director of Digital India Corporation. And in the previous panel that we spoke about the number of unicorns that we are, will come in the next 3 years, 5 years. And all of them will come, as my colleague mentioned, from IBCA, from deep tech, but all of them will come from digital ecosystem, because the scale that is possible to build is kind of will be possible only in the digital. Of course, India is also a large consumer market, but definitely the real growth is going to come from the digital economy and the digital ecosystem. And as our journey towards the Viksit Bharat 2047, which we are all aiming towards, the JAM Trinity, which we are all familiar with. So the Jan Dhan accounts, the Aadhaar, which is the identity platform, and mobile, which is the most important part today, without which we cannot probably even live for a half an hour, right? That is how our lives have become. So put the JAM Trinity and the innovation and the amount of brilliance that I've seen in the exhibition and the innovators in the country as well as in Gujarat. It is really going to be the digital economy that is going to power the next wave of growth and solutioning. And our endeavor is to ensure that this digital economy, this digital capability, the digital public infrastructure like UPI, Aadhaar, and other entities are going to kind of power not just unicorns, but also solve for Bharat. I think that is the most critical element. In my humble opinion, we always look at any technology should improve the quality of life of people around us, isn't it? I think that's the foremost barometer in my mind, saying, does this technology improve the quality of life of people around us? Does it make life better and improve quality of life, which is very, very critical. So given that, and we have, again, I keep saying, if anybody has heard me saying this in the past, bear with me. We may have 1 million problems, but we have 1 billion minds to solve it, right? I think that is the most powerful capability, that the ingenuity of the young innovators in the system that brings in the capability to solve for Bharat, solve for Indian problem statements, and last but not least, use technology as a tool and a catalyst, which is what we are going to talk about today. And I'm very, very fortunate to be amongst wonderful panelists here today. And we are going to have a very exciting conversation, and look forward for your engagement and look forward for your thing. So before we go to the panel, probably a quick round of introduction. I'll start from my right. Mr. Prasad Menon from ISBA. ISBA stands for Indian Technology Business Incubators Association, and has a phenomenal experience in incubation and acceleration, which is very important to drive how the young innovators are supported. And with him, I think Ms. Neha. Neha comes from an investment background. So I have tried to put together a panel which has all the stakeholders, so that we have different point of views in the same panel. So we have an enabler who is from ISBA. We have an investor from Matrix Ventures. And to my left, we have an academician and a professor from IIT Mandi who has a point of view of academia, Dr. Satvashil Pawar. And of course, Ms. Apurva Singh from Razorpay to provide us the corporate perspective, because again, I keep saying it, corporates play a very, very important role in the startup ecosystem, because they are going to be the customers, and they are going to drive the entire, what I call now corporate startup responsibility, which is the new CSR, right? So that's very, very important to push that. And last but not the least, we have the OG, the original guru of ecosystem building, Mr. Srinivas Kolipara, who is running a biome. It's a venture building, because where incubation and acceleration ends, today we need to shift orbit of the startups, which needs a very different skill set, which is which is called venture building, and that's what he's focusing on. So pretty much a wonderful experience, amazing, rich experience in this panel. So I'm excited about having this conversation. So Prasad, if I can start with you, what is your opening statement, and what is your perspective on how the digital economy is shaping up in the Indian context? And what kind of opportunities and challenges that we are seeing from your lens, which is largely from the incubator and accelerator perspective?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Just to make it very brief, you started your introduction talking about the digital ecosystem, and if you recall, when India Stack came in, there's so many startups that came out because of India Stack. So if you look at just that one example of what digital transformation or the digital advancement that India had created the entire startup landscape, that just a one small picture. Now today, of course, through the ministry, through India AI, we have compute AI. So again, when you have these catalysts, it can definitely create, the entire, enable the startup ecosystem. And incubators play their role just to make sure that it reaches to the right innovators, the right founders.
Fantastic. I think one thing I missed out is ONDC, because ONDC is equally a very powerful platform. I'm still definitely catching up. But again, what the digital infrastructure has done is democratizing the ability to startups or young innovators to build solutions on top of these platforms. I think that's what we've seen in the fintech revolution with all the fintech startups that we have seen, BNPL, pay now, buy now, pay later. So many innovations that have happened in that space. Ms. Neha, coming to you, if you were to look at it from an investor point of view, and more importantly, the potential in the digital economy and what kind of opportunities you are seeing, what is the outlook like?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, sir. Pleasure to be here on this esteemed panel today. So a little bit about what Meritex does. So at Meritex Ventures, we are a cross-border innovation and investment platform focusing on seed to Series A companies building in new age technologies. We co-invest, and we are also venture partners with investors across global ecosystems from Japan, Singapore, Middle East, North America, and the UK. And we actively work on creating these cross-border innovation and investment corridors. What we are seeing is, the outlook, of course, being very robust. I think a lot of the world, a lot of the global investors are looking at India and Indian deep tech specifically in a way as a test lab for the world. So for example, our Japanese investors are keenly exploring climate and agri-solutions because what works here is very likely to work in Africa and Latin America as well. So those are some things which we are very excited about. Other than that, another key aspect of our core thesis at Meritex Ventures is diversity and how that is now, interacting with emerging technologies. One of our core focus areas is looking at women founders building in deep technologies, especially in healthcare. And that is something we are very excited about. We are actively evaluating and investing startups there.
Fantastic. I think that's very important because the whole ability to bring in an inclusive approach in the digital transformation that we are seeing is a very important element. And I think the proof is, today the ITES sector is phenomenally not just dominated but also ruled by the women. And it's only a matter of time. I think they will get into the deep tech ecosystem and start building some fantastic deep tech products and solutions in the space. I think that's very, very, very clear. So from an investor perspective to an academician, Dr. Satvashil, how are you looking at, there are so many higher education institutions that are focusing on innovation, incubators, they have pre-incubation, they have a lot of these facilities. What is really happening and what is the kind of solutioning that is coming out of academic institutions today?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, academia is one of the most important pillar of all the innovation ecosystem of any country. And that's why we can see that more than 75% of the audience are from academia, either a student or a faculty sitting in the audience. And that's what brought them here, so that we can inculcate some sort of messages from this conversation into them. That is one of the main reasons that surely the organizers have invited them. When it comes to the innovations coming out of academia, there's a mixture, because we always talk about this. These days we're talking about the deep tech, but be it deep tech, be it non-deep tech, the majority of the role comes as a faculty member. There is a bigger role to play, because any student has any idea, they will come up. The first point of contact is every time it's faculty. Of course, there is a role change these days. In terms of course, which course to select, etc. That is taught by the parents these days. So parents are telling the student which courses to take. But when it comes to these type of decision making, they will still approach the faculty members. And what I suggest, because there are many students sitting here, I can suggest a couple of things to the students that whenever you're approaching any faculty member, you have to be prepared with 2-3 things. So you have to ask yourself 3 questions. Like the very first question is, what problem are you trying to solve? Who is your customer base? And if they are paying, why they are paying for the product or service, whatever you are offering? And is it scalable? So these questions, if you can address at your own end, then it's easy for the person whoever you're talking to at least scrutinize or to at least filter down whether it's a good idea or bad idea. So this is one of my suggestions. Obviously, every one of us sitting on this chair has this experience that somebody comes to you and say, like, I have a great idea, I need funds. But funds come second. The first thing is idea validation. Is it really a good idea? Is it worthwhile spending time on it? So that is something, a message I want to pass on to the students. And coming back to your original question, I'm sorry I diverted a bit, but coming back to the question of how academia plays a role. So every academia has their own mechanisms. There are e-cells, there are incubation centers, where they are willing to facilitate the students. Even from government point of view, there is a National Innovation and Startup Policy, NISP, where they are also allowing faculty members to get involved in the startup ecosystem. So there is of course, there is a toll, which is, of course, has to be there, because if you're using institution facilities, you have to pay you have to give some equity from the company to the institution. It varies from 2 to 9.5%. It depends on what type of facilities you're utilizing. Plus how many IPs that you're trying to license onto your own startup. So these are the different mechanisms that even the government of India is also trying to facilitate through academia. So that's why academia is definitely one of the most important player, and they are trying their best to play the role.
Absolutely. I think the power of dorm room is very, very important, right? That if you are motivated to build something in your dorm room, and that is how, if you look at the big companies in the world, have started from their hostel rooms, and academia plays a very, very important environment in creating that environment. And it's also important to, we'll come to the next question when we look at the opportunities. But I really like your suggestion on that faculties have a very, very important role to play in innovation, and they should really take innovation as one of their key areas of interest. So jumping from the academia side to the corporate perspective, and probably this time I'll do a order, and then I can kind of then rotate. So Ms. Apurva, if you were to tell me, you are as Razorpay, you are a product of the digital transformation economy, right? Right? You are built on the digital public infrastructure, and have scaled and in a way transformed the payment landscape. What are those key elements that a young innovator should look at from a digital transformation perspective, and how they can leverage the DPI, the digital public infrastructure, to build a company like Razorpay?
First of all, thank you, PS, for having us here. I completely agree with you that it is the trifecta of JAM which has led to the explosion of fintechs in the country, which has brought in financial inclusion, right? You look at the 3 years, 2010, 2014, and then I think 2016. That's when we had UPI. 2014 is when the JAM scheme was launched, and 2010 is when Aadhaar was launched. So a lot of fintechs did come up, but we also keep on hearing about this very thorny issue, that how do we comply with the regulations? What we as Razorpay did, and what any successful fintech should do, is you build with compliance hand in hand. You do not look at your product and compliance in silos. Both have to come together. And that is how you build a successful fintech company. You leverage the DPIs. The government also has done a brilliant job. I remember 2017 or 18 is when we had the Aadhaar stack built up. We had the e-sign. We had other applications being launched. And then similarly, the cost of internet was brought down. So you have to look at these indicators and tap onto them to figure out what your next move is going to be as well. And you have to work with the regulators. There is no other way to be a successful fintech.
Well, that's a lot of responsibility on the incubator's shoulders, right? I think, but it's also important to understand that we have about 220,000, or the number can range, don't go, anywhere between 180,000. So there are a lot of startups in the country today. And, if you look at the way I look at it is, we have built the width, and it's time to build depth, is my thought. And I think that's where I'm going to bring in Srini, where, there is so many startups who are in that, that ARR of 3 crores, 2 crores, 5 crores band, and they are really looking to shift orbit and move towards a higher scale. And how are we, and you are in that space where, venture building is still a nascent concept in India. How are you seeing this opportunity? What are the challenges? How can startups leverage this whole new venture building perspective? So what are your thoughts, Srini?
Again, thank you for having me here, PS. It's an interesting question. I think one thing is to place it in historical context. India is a young economy. The startup ecosystem is young. With Startup India is 10 years old. But we've progressed a long way. Initially, what we were about was volume. How do we get 100,000 startups on board, 200,000 startups on board? It's all about numbers. But where we are today is that there are large problems that need to be solved, and just number of startups alone doesn't cut it. What we're seeing today is that we've got mature founders wanting to solve big problems, but on their own, they're not able to do it, because building a company, you have to think holistically. It's not just about your product, right? There is your financial discipline, there's your go-to-market stuff, there's a whole bunch of additional pieces to building a company. What we have to focus on is how do we enable a strong founder with an idea to build a company that can scale. That's where the venture building model kind of comes in. If you think about the incubators and accelerators that exist today, they're providing the soil, if you want to put it that way. They're giving a strong foundation from where people can build from, but it doesn't necessarily solve for, is it the right team? Are they looking at the GTM? Are they able to do the finance part of it? Deep tech right now is a buzzword, and rightly so. What we see is there's a lot of people working on the science side of things, the technology side of things. They're not the best people to build businesses typically. And we, if we're looking at this systemically, have to understand that. And yeah, some of them may transition to becoming great founders that can handle all of that. But one theory is, let them do what they do, and you just match them with other founders who do the other pieces. And that's what the venture building model takes in, is how do you build holistically across all of these different pieces? Essentially assess where they're at right now, where are the gaps, and how do we fill those gaps in? Initially by doing it as a venture builder, but eventually handing it off to the company as well. I definitely resonate with what you said, which is we have breadth, we now need depth as well. And that's a conversation that I see slowly being, coming up to the top of everybody's radar.
Thank you. I think that's important, that we not just build the volume, but we also build capabilities to scale that volume, because end of the day, we have the market for it. I think there is no doubt in today that we are one of the largest markets in the global scenario, and there is it would be a not so very wise thing to not capitalize on this market opportunity if we are not scaling our startups. If I were to come to Ms. Neha, so when we speak about digital transformation or digital startups who are building in the digital economy, what, as an investor, what are those few parameters that you would be looking at? Because I'm sure you are looking at early stage startups, you're looking at growth stage startups. So for the young innovators and early stage startups in the room, can you kind of give us some parameters of evaluation that you look at so that they are much more prepared when they are building a digital transformation company?
Absolutely. Great question, thank you. I'm also going to probably build on what Srinivas mentioned. You know, there are so many things to consider. And what is it that investors look for? It sounds like a big mystery, so let's solve it. You know, let's do a primer on investment readiness, because I feel at Meritex Ventures, we always talk about how we can move the needle on fundability, and that is through investment readiness. So let me just break it down to just about 4 things that a lot of the youth here who aspire to build businesses should focus on. So I think the terms you should be familiar with is, first is product market fit. So you may not have it on day 0 or day 1, but you have to carve a path to product market fit. Now, what does that even mean? It means that you have to solve a real, actual problem that exists. Many times we see that the number one reason startups fail is because they are building something nobody actually wants or is not willing to pay for. So that's one, have a very cogent problem solution context. Second is founder market fit. So you've identified the problem, but are you the right person to be solving it? So Sanjeev Bikhchandani ji says that great businesses are built on deep customer insights. And he's, you know, of digital businesses, he's kind of, you know, a pioneer and also a builder and investor. So I really believe in that. Are you having those deep insights? And, you know, are you able to translate those deep insights into something actionable? So that's the second part, you know. So it's not only your capabilities, it's also your mindset, it's also your grit. And then comes the third part, which is scalability, which Srinivas touched upon as well. What is your pathway to GTM? What is your unit economics? Can that unit economics carve a path to profitability? You may not be profitable today, but will you be profitable eventually? You know, what is your business model like? Does that mean that you're going to have longevity as a business? Monetizing at scale is what all investors look for. And you know, those are the 3. Now, the 4th one is the most important, I feel, and that is your governance framework, your governance and compliance. Financial hygiene from day 0 or day 1. You know, all your cap tables has to be clean, your contracts have to be clean, your data room has to make sense, you know, everything has to be well rationalized, thought through. Those are some things, you know, in frameworks, that's something investors look for, I feel. This is across digital businesses, that's across, I feel any other kind of businesses, even deep tech businesses. The thesis remains the same.
Thank you. I think what I hear is no matter what you're building, the fundamentals are the same. I mean, it has to be a customer-driven solution. It has to, in an outside-in perspective, is extremely critical. And whatever you're doing, do it with the compliance and governance. I think that's very, very important. Prasad, if I could come to you and look at how are the incubators in the country today or accelerators geared or ready for in terms of their talent, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the ability to mentor early stage digital transformation startups or digital economy startups. How are they placed? And you have a kind of a national perspective, so it'll be very interesting to hear that.
Okay, so there's unfortunately, there's no one answer that can represent how our incubators place all across India. I'll try my best to kind of summarize and put it in simple terms, the role that incubators play in this. Since a lot of young students are here and they all are part of iHub, so most of them are already with an entrepreneurial mindset. Now, like what Neha mentioned, and I think even Professor mentioned about this entire thing around problem, right? Is a problem worth solving. I think incubators today have to be equipped with problem validation tools. So I think this is a big thing, because if you take the students or even the faculty members on the definition of problem, because when you use the word product market fit, product is internal, market is out there. And that market is that big black box, that big mystery, that incubators should sensitize the aspiring entrepreneurs and the reality check. Because see, one thing that is very clear, all incubators in India are not for profit, which means their interest is not to make profit out of the startups. Sorry to say, Neha, but investors are not for profit, but right? So there is a motive there, right? So you're there with the investment. But for incubators, the real relationship is with the startups. So in that sense, incubators at the early stage have to play that role of problem validation. If they play that role very well, and that is, I'm not saying that and you're right, the incubators all across India are not equipped for that, because for that you need incubator managers and incubator leaders who have also the market sensitivity. And this is where the network comes into play. Whether do you have the network, the access to these people. So Gujarat is a fantastic place, because here you can have access to all the brilliant entrepreneurs who can help do the problem validation. I'll just stop there, because beyond that, there is so much more. But I think if you ask me for one thing that incubators have to do, it's there.
Absolutely. I think product market validation, I think that's the key, because
problem validation.
Problem validation. I think that is very, very key. I mean, even one step before that, right? Even before the product, the problem statement validation itself is such a important thing that you need to focus on. That's where, if I can just do a plug-in for MeitY Startup Hub, we are focusing on building capacity across not just the Tier 1 cities, but also Tier 2, Tier 3 cities through various initiatives. So in the capacity building, we are driving both infrastructure support as well as knowledge support for about 65 plus incubators in the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities through our Genesis program. So which is very, very focused on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. So it takes, that's what we are doing at MeitY. Apurva, if I can come to you, now that the incubators are trying to do their bit in terms of incubating and driving the, how are corporates going to chip in? What is that, the term that I keep mentioning, the corporate startup responsibility, right? So how is that going to be relevant in the coming times? And what is Razorpay doing to, can you throw some light on that if it's possible? Yeah.
Sure, PS. I'm going to use corporate startup responsibility very liberally now. But I think corporates do need to look beyond investing in capital. What every corporate should do is probably be the first customer of a startup. You be the first customer, you do the POC, figure out if it fits your problem statement, and maybe, start, as someone said yesterday as well, that corporates can be the biggest customers of the startups. But beyond that, what we do at Razorpay is we have something called the Razorpay Rise, and we would also very much like to give back to the ecosystem. And the idea actually germinated from the fact that our founders in the last 11 years have borne the brunt of, have knocked all the doors to get banks as their businesses. We have lived the life of what an early stage founder or a growth stage founder is going through right now. And this is where we started a program called Rise for Y Combinator, and where we mentor startups to take, for instance, be accepted into the Y Combinator program. From what I remember, last time I checked, the number was 14 of these startups have been accepted into the Y Combinator, and you'll be very happy to know that 5 of them who are into deep tech. So that's the kind of work you have to do. You have to teach them about the failures, how to pitch to investors, very small things which a founder may miss because they are very heavily focused on the market and what their product should look like. So sometimes they do overlook things like how to even prepare for an investor pitch, or how to pitch your product to the government. How do you interact with the government about just using your product as a POC initially? So small things like that, but I'm sure corporates can do a very good job there. The third thing I do think is a lot of times these corporates would have the insights which the startups may not have. So take, for instance, they'll have data sets or market insights which are relatively harder for the startups to tap onto. So that's another thing I do feel corporates could help them with, but that's broadly it.
So, can I add one thing? See, honestly, let me be very controversial. Corporates do not have to teach startups to pitch and all of that. I think corporates, if they have to do one thing, is allow startups a different vendor registration so that they can pilot. And because right now what happens is any corporate who wants to invite a startup for any solution, so because the corporates are marketplaces, right? They are unable, because the vendor registration for a startup, it's what we are doing with e-marketplace. The government is open to it, saying that opening up the procurement policy for startups, but corporates are not. So if there's one ask that I would have on behalf of all the incubators and startups, is please open up your vendor registration, be a little liberal for the startups. One ask.
Point very well taken. We'll take it
No,
back.
we love controversy, Prasad. It's okay. We love controversy, and controversy, more than controversy, it's basically a cross-fertilization of ideas is what we're looking at here. And it's a very, very genuine ask. I think that's important. I have been propagating this philosophy that there can be only two customer groups largely for the startups, which is first one being government, second one being corporates. Unless until you're a D2C startup, that's a different story altogether. But government is doing its bit. Definitely, it's not enough. We are focusing on how we can procure from startups. But definitely, corporates can do more. And there are good companies, Razorpay, Maruti, and AstraZeneca. There are a lot of good corporate accelerators that are being done today. So, yes, but from a sheer size perspective, there's a lot more can be done. Absolutely. If I can come to Srini, to you, and the whole perspective, you've seen this ecosystem evolve from very early days, from in T-Hub in Hyderabad, 2015, 16, or even 14. From there to 2025, how has this old startup ecosystem changed? And more importantly, what is that we need to do today differently from what we have done in the past, especially from scaling digital economy startups?
So obviously that's a complex answer, a question with multiple answers. And I think one way to do it is to kind of tie it to all of the different stakeholders on stage, because there's things that have changed across the ecosystem. It starts with just numbers, right? The number of incubators then versus now is multifold. The number of investors is multifold. The number of corporates even interested in innovation is multifold, right? 10 years ago, we had back office kind of stuff, no innovation happening at all. That's changing rapidly, both for the multinationals that are in the country and are wanting to engage with Indian startups, as well as Indian corporates wanting to do more. And of course, even our startups getting to the scale that they can almost become corporate themselves and help other startups as well. So that has all changed. There's volume, there's appetite, but how do you kind of fill in the dots to connect this ecosystem? I was hearing a few different things. I was talking to the DST folks, for example, about how many programs exist across the government in different departments, but it's siloed. So what they're talking about is whole of government approach. How do we connect all of the different departments to work in sync so that a startup can go across these different pieces and find their way easily? That's one level. Another version is there are multiple sets of programs for startups at different stages. There's stuff at the earliest level in the incubator programs. There's venture debt that's available through government funding programs. There's all sorts of these things, but again, it's not clear that pathway. So how can we stitch today a path that says, if you are an early stage startup, here are the things relevant to you. If you have gone past a certain set of stage gates, here are a set of other programs that are relevant to you. So start building the depth in there. Government has been really, really good at building the infrastructure, but a lot of this requires people who've built companies also, and bringing them into the system, right? The industry experts, the investor experts. I think all of that is required as well. I do want to address one small thing. We kind of talked about product market fit that Nehad mentioned. We talked about idea validation, Prasad mentioned. Again, just given that there's a lot of founders here, I do want to point out there's something in between those two things. There's your idea, and you validate that it's a large problem worth solving for a large audience. But the gap between there to product market fit actually means that you need what they call an early adopter strategy. And I see that missing a lot in startups today. They've got the big problem. They've even got some kind of moat that they think they can build. But they're not clear about how do you get quickly into the market, go deep, establish yourself, and then expand from there. That focus is absolutely required. And I think these sort of mindset shifts that we can inculcate as an ecosystem, that here's what stage 1 is, here's what stage 2 is, here's what stage 3 is, and connect all these layers together. I think that's the opportunity that exists today, and we're well set for it. I see those changes coming.
I just want to add that again. The devil's number, 666, I always say, that if you ask the startup founders, they will have a 6-year vision of how big the market is. But ask them what will happen in the 6 months and the 6 weeks. What will you achieve? What is the depth that you can go? That's, that is where the problem lies. Because, specifically, I think I'll tell all the startups, when you make this, how big is the market size? And you write this billion, that billion, and this will be our share. To be honest, like what you just said, what is the depth that you can go in the coming 6 months to 1 year and build on that? Because those numbers mean nothing, to be honest.
Some of them, though, 6 months, they'll give you an exit is what they're saying.
What's that?
I said some of them will give you an exit in 6 months is what they're promising nowadays, right? So the whole idea is, yes, I think, thank you, Prasad, for chiming in. For Srini, I mean, it was a complex, loaded question, and really glad that you could able to break down. I think it's what I hear is that we need to rewire ourselves. I'm a big fan of this line, what got you here will not get you there. I think that's something which we really need to look at this stage, that we need to transform the way we are looking at. Dr. Satvashil, if I have to come to you, are the academicians doing, or the academic institutions doing enough to catalyze this, digital startup ecosystem? Definitely there are some amazing startups that has come from different IITs and different. How do we replicate that model, not just in tier 1 institutions, but also in tier 2 and tier 3? What is that you think will work across the academia to kind of power this even bigger in terms of scale?
Thank you. In terms of looking at how do we maybe translate from tier 1 to tier 2 and 3 in terms of digital revolution. So in this case, IIT Mandi is also one of the great example, because we are sitting in tier 3. In fact, we are not even in town. We are 15 kilometers away from a town when it comes to a real location in terms of the tier 3 situation where we are situated. So these days we have really great platforms. Even ONDC, you took an example. So we have a couple of startups who are building on top of ONDC. They are supporting the Himachal ecosystem. How do they cater to Himachal ecosystem and get onboarded onto ONDC? So this is one of the examples. Then there are the startups which are trying to get help from the other validation. How do they incorporate these validations into different products? So this digital transformation has really great, it has done wonders in terms of, even in the case of tier 2 and tier 3, that you can still access, you have almost same access as tier 1 and tier 2, because even if you are in tier 3. So that is the one of the beauty of this digital transformation that has happened in India in recent years.
Can't agree more. I think what the entire digital economy has done is democratize the access to resources across. Today, it's just, you don't have to be, if you have a good, decent internet connection, I think that's a great starting point for a lot of innovations that you can drive. I think that's something which is the students in the room need to understand. You don't need, phenomenal infrastructure or phenomenal. If you have a great internet connection, and if you have the willingness to research and build, identify a problem statement around you, and then ability to, I think once you identify the problem statement properly, the solution pretty much stares on your face, right? So I think that's a very important point. We need to, so don't wait for some magic wand to appear. The magic is just in your thought mind, and mind to market is the philosophy of the iHub and the Gujarat ecosystem. I think that's where mind to internet, internet to market is what I think you need to look at. Ms. Neha, if I can come to you one last round. Again, we have the investor plays a very, very critical role. How important is money, and does money solve all the problems of a startup founder? And more importantly, when should a founder look for, especially the student innovators in the room, when should they look for money when it comes to their innovation transforming into a company, especially if it's a digital company?
Yeah, thank you. This is a nuanced answer. Money is important, but at the right stage. Prior to that, and also as a general rule, customer money is better than investor money. And I'll say that as an investor, but still. Because you have to have the kind of traction in place, you have to have a business model that can scale for it to be a VC fundable model. Not all businesses are VC fundable businesses, and that's fine, that's okay. They are sustainable businesses, not necessarily meant to be unicorns, but then they can be what? Camels, useful still, will make, a good livelihood. Nothing wrong with that, but we have to first understand that, does this have the potential for scale, for VC scale, and then early validation, early go-to-market, some outcomes, some cogent outcomes, some metrics, that show that, there is evidence of early path to product market fit is when the, investor money will come in. And from there, yes, that money, that capital can be integral to scaling a business, especially a technology business, to the next level. And that's fine. That's an established playbook. But yes, I think if I was to advise early founders, I would tell them to first prioritize customer money, chase customer money, and then think about investors later, once you have real proof of a business that can be scaled.
Fantastic.
Actually, if I can just add a couple of
very
quick sentences to what you said, Neha. I mean, everything you said is absolutely true. And I think, again, given that we're talking to a lot of young founders, I think the way to look at it is you have to think about what are you trying to do with the money. It's not to pay salaries. It's not just to make you survive for 6 months. It has to take you from wherever you are today to wherever you need to go next. And that depends on the stage that you're at. So in the first stages, for example, what you're optimizing for is learning. Learning about validating your business, learning about what GTM works, hiring the right people. You don't want to take money just for the sake of taking money. That's a really bad thing to do.
Absolutely. And it wouldn't serve any purpose as well. You should early upfront conserve your equity and build equity.
Taking money from, especially from institutional investors, another thing to remember, it's not, a lot of people celebrate that, right? Like, that's the win. That's when your responsibility hits you. You're now accountable to a whole bunch of people who gave you that money. So take it really seriously. Don't take it unless you desperately need it. And you're crystal clear what you're using it for.
I think not enough founders understand or appreciate that. That comes with riders, that
Please.
I can summarize this simply. Investors' money is cost, customers' money is revenue. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Prasad. And I'm so pleased because my line has been the customer is your best investor. So I have been propagating that for a long time. And any young startups and founders, run after your customers, the investors will run after you. No matter how much you run after the investors, if you don't have the customers, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to put money into your startup. So, Prasad, coming to you, I think, we spoke about investors' point of view. We spoke about, now if you look at the incubators and accelerators, there is a gap, is what you mentioned. We have acknowledged it. What could we, as an ecosystem, do to bridge this gap, especially helping young founders building technology-driven digital economy companies?
So there's a very simple and straightforward answer to that.
That's good.
Recognize incubation as an industry and start paying incubator heads salaries as per the market. I think that's one thing, because if you want professional to run the incubators so that, see, remember, in an academic setup, when you have students, why is the incubator expected to have the infrastructure, the look and feel of a commercial setup, not like a classroom setup? Because you're moving the students from that idea to a business. So the people who are running that should also be from the business. It cannot be with the mindset of another academic plus program. Incubation is not an academic program. So if you ask me, that is the number one thing that needs to be done. If that is done, to be honest, you will find, because I think if you look at the examples, let me also tell, in India, accelerators are not that many. There's a huge gap. There are incubators, and then there are some venture builders like what Srinivas is leading, and but accelerators per se we need a lot more. The reason why we do not have that many accelerators, because when it comes to accelerators, you can't have this academic plus model. Accelerators will be a business minus model. Okay, so that is my quick answer.
Absolutely. I think it is all about business, and you cannot be a charitable organization trying to build a scalable business. I think I think it's time to shift the narrative and the paradigm that everything that has to be a charitable perspective. But definitely, if you are building large-scale businesses, why can't it be a for-profit accelerator? And that's very, very valid. Yes, I'm assuming the policymakers, and we are also. That's why, coming to Srini, last closing note from your side, that while the incubators are in the bottom of the pyramid, the accelerators are in the middle of the pyramid, I think it's time for the top of the middle or even top of the pyramid for venture building. And how does this category going to evolve, and what is the shape? How is it going to shape the Indian digital economy startup ecosystem?
Sure. So globally, there are a bunch of very, very large venture builders that exist. Many unicorns, well-known companies have come out of incubators, out of venture builders. But it's not an easy model. To Prasad's point about incubation, right? At the end of the day, you need people to head these who have experience building companies themselves. If you haven't had experience building companies, you're not going to be able to help another company build. While we have people very passionate about it in the academic circles, for example, you still need other people who know how to build companies. With venture building today, as I mentioned, a lot of the stuff that we're trying to build, so we're done with building consumer companies that are relatively easy and are copying Western models. It's time for transformation. It's time for things that change the world. It requires holistic approaches to building companies, like I said. And you need that across every sector that we deem important. Today I'm in discussions around a defense venture builder, for example, defense and aerospace. I'm in talks with somebody else about building a deep health tech venture building ecosystem. There's an incredible company in the US that's specifically in venture building that has built 45 companies that have gone to IPOs out of a venture builder. Simply because regulatory requirements are super hard, clinical trial requirements are super hard. No individual startup has the capability to go through all of that. If you can build a venture builder with those capabilities, and it's not just infrastructure, it is people, you can create outsized outcomes. So I think that's what we need to do, both even at the incubator levels, all the way through to commercial venture builders building in specific domains. I think its time has come. we need to be helping our founders to get to scale. In fact, our own tagline, not to boast anything, but simply because of the idea, right? Our tagline is from idea to enterprise. Anyone can create a startup, but how do you take that startup to become a large entity as well? That mindset has to come through the entire ecosystem, I think. How do we help those guys do that?
I think that's very important. I think the idea to enterprise is a very, very powerful line. I think idea to exit should not be your idea, right? Idea to building a company that has longevity, company that has scalability. I think that is very important to focus upon, but not to have a very short-term perspective. I think that's where idea to enterprise is a very strong message. You know, if you notice, we have been we've not used the word AI in our panel discussion so far. Okay, I'm feeling very left out, right? So, Satyashil, if I were to look at today in the era of AI, I can't close this panel without mentioning AI, right? So, if I were to ask you today in the building, when students, what kind of tools, because there's just plenty of tools available for them to build solutions. How is the academia facilitating these tools? How is the academia facilitate? If you could ask me, what kind of tools that today students have? You know, most of them are open source, some of them are paid, but definitely, how is this whole AI game changing the transforming the digital startup building, solutioning?
Yeah. So of course, everyone knows about ChatGPT, right? So that's where the students use that very extensively for assignments. And even
assignments.
Yes, that is true. But we also have to find a way that how do we catch that? Because this is also a challenging for us as a faculty members or as teachers, that how do we teach them that not to use such tools or use that responsibly? I'm not saying that these are definitely the tools. Eventually, as we started using computers, it's going to be another way of utilizing these AI tools in various different aspects, even for solution building as well. So there are multiple tools that they use. There are multiple tools for presentation making. There are multiple tools for that. Even they don't want to code these days. This is like even they are trying to utilize such platforms to generate codes. But at the end of the day, you have to validate it. You cannot just rely on AI completely. Like at this stage, the AI is also not that smart. After all, it's been built by humans. So the humans are definitely smarter at this stage. So that's why how do we use that responsibly is something I want to emphasize on, that to all the students, that you may use it, but use it responsibly. And do not completely rely on it. That's something I wish to add.
Yeah, I think my 2 cents would be, don't use it for assignments is the last thing. You know, there is so much more that you can do with all these AI tools that are available, be it Notebook LLM or whatever tools that are available to build solutioning rather than use it for assignments. We used to just borrow assignments from our seniors. Okay. So having said that, the closing remarks from Ms. Apurva, we have just one point. Again, what is that the corporates can do next, and how are they going to play a role in this space and in the digital thing? I mean, one last thought from your side.
Okay. So what can corporates do? I think corporates also need to reflect, and a lot of them have started doing that as well, that they are the flag bearers, especially a lot of Indian corporates, of this Indian startup ecosystem as well. Some of the most successful giants, tech giants in the country, including Infosys, or you talk about NSE, are companies which started as very small companies in the country. Infosys, for example, was housed in IIM Ahmedabad, is what I remember in its initial years. And how do you then mentor the startups, right? How do you also help them scale to what you have built today, is what I think the corporates need to reflect upon and handhold them to becoming the new startups into giants as well.
Thank you. I think that's what we have time for today. And if I were to kind of drive this. I think it takes a village to raise a child, and it takes the entire ecosystem to raise a startup. And pretty much, all of the stakeholders are here on this panel, and we did discuss it quite extensively. I think some of the key takeaways, if I were to look at, is definitely, academia, the professors, the first port of call for an idea or play a very, very important role. Second, I think the incubators need to kind of equip themselves and transform to overcome, rather adapt to newer stage of growth and, and drive that, very important. And last, and of course, investors will come in at the right time and go after the corporates as customers, because customer money is the best money that you can get. And last but not the least, you have the venture builders who will come into you and scale you, shift orbits, and make you large corporations. And I think build for longevity, build to grow, build for sustained companies. It takes time to build good companies, and don't build for exit is what my 2 cents would be. With that, I think I take this opportunity to thank the panel, it's a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much, and I hope you had some good, interesting insights today. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you all the panelists. We request you to kindly stay back, and I invite Shri P.R. Patel, Joint CEO for KCG, to hand over the mementos. And by that time, can we have the quiz as well? Before we move for the lunch, we would like to have one round of quiz for all the students who are sitting here. So get ready, open your mobile. If you're talking to your friends, just put down, hang up the phone and get ready. Yeah. And I request every one of you to kindly step forward for a group photograph, please. Sir, group photograph. So you also join, please. Yeah, you can hold that as well. Yeah. Sir, आप भी join थे जो. Right. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so we are ready for the question. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure. Okay, so there's a question here. Keur, Hitesh, Burkhatria. You're here? Okay, congratulations. First table. Good. Keep going. Sevra Harshad Murabhai. You here? Congratulations. Next question, please. Congratulations. Nihar. Two more to go, team? Okay. Congratulations. The last question for this session. We'll have the quiz post-lunch as well, so you can try your luck at that time. Congratulations. Patel, Pushpakant. Okay, so we're done with the quiz. Congratulations to all the winners. You can verify yourself at the kiosk counter, and then you'll get the funds in your account and you can spend that money in Navratri. We take a break here for the lunch and join very fast in another 50 minutes from now, back for the next session. Thank you. Sound do na? Thank you. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the next session, which is She Leads, Women Startups and Investors Shaping the Future. As we all know, behind every great change is courage, and today that courage is being led by women. आज का यह विशेष उस संकल्प, दृष्टि और उद्यमशीलता को समर्पित है, जिसने स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में नई ऊर्जा और नई दिशा दी है. This is not just a conversation. It is a celebration of women who are founders, investors, leaders, and change makers, shaping India's entrepreneurial tomorrow. Chairing this impactful session is Professor Shrivardhani Kejha, Chairperson, NSRCEL, IIM Bangalore, an eminent academic leader who has been a mentor and guide to countless startups and innovators. We welcome you, ma'am. We are honored to be joined by some of the most inspiring people. Foremost, would like to call Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Scientific Division, DST GOI. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, Founder, Your Story, the voice of India's startup ecosystem led by women. Ms. Priyanka Agarwal Chopra, CEO and Managing Partner, IIMA Ventures. Welcome. And with them will join Shri Panirselvam Madan Gopal, CEO, Meiti Startup Hub. We welcome you, sir. Welcome, ma'am. They are here to share their knowledge, their experience, their stories with all of us. Please extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists, moderator, everyone. Thank you so much, and I now request Madam Shrivardhani to kindly take over, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's the energy for a post-lunch session? Hi? How's the Josh? Okay. All right. So we'll try to keep this discussion very interactive. And I would also like to see if we can take a few audience questions towards the end. If you have a question, maybe you can write it on a sheet of paper and pass it to somebody. I can't promise, time permitting, we'll do this, but go ahead and do that, okay? So it's great to have this very, very distinguished panel. Really looking forward to this discussion. So all the panelists have already been introduced. We have a very well-rounded panel in the sense we have representation from the entrepreneur community. Shraddha herself is an entrepreneur, but she's also a media person. So we have that angle coming in. We have representation from the government. Dr. Anita Gupta is here. We have the investor perspective that is brought in by Priyanka Chopra of IIMA Ventures. And of course, special thanks to Panirselvam PS for sort of joining this panel at short notice. And I think it's very nice because this is a panel about women entrepreneurship, but the conversation concerns everyone. So I think it is really nice to have you on board here as well. As he was introduced, he is the CEO of Mighty Startup Hub. Okay, so let's dive right into it. I don't need to tell you about the importance of women entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurship in the country, right? Roughly 50% of the workforce, about a third of all ventures are started by women, not just in India, but across the world. The number in India may be 1 in every 4 startup has a woman founder at the helm. But we've also seen that women-led companies tend to be systematically, again, not just in India, but across the world, they tend to be smaller in terms of revenues. I'm talking averages here, in terms of revenue, in terms of assets owned, in terms of employees that they hire, and so on. So there's something going on, which is why women entrepreneurship has become an important agenda item across the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we have also come a long way. In the last 10 years, the narrative around women entrepreneurship has evolved. We have taken a lot of steps. We have taken a lot of strides in the right direction. So it's a good time to sort of take stock of the situation, if you will, and see where we stand today. How have some of these narratives changed? What has changed? And what needs to be done going forward? Okay, so that's really the broad agenda for this particular panel. What I'll do is, to start off with, I'll request each of the panelists to make their opening remarks. 4 to 5 minutes each of them will take to talk about 3 things. I would request them to talk about 3 things. One is an opportunity for women entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurship in India that they see. A key challenge that they see for women entrepreneurship. And I want them to bust one myth about women entrepreneurship. Something that may have been true in the past, but not so anymore today. Because we are also, remember, trying to shift narratives a little bit. So one opportunity, one challenge, and one myth. If you could get started, Dr. Anita, I would request you to kick things off.
Thank you, Shivadhani, and very good afternoon to one and all here. I am representing one of the largest extramural research funding body of Government of India, that is Department of Science and Technology. And we have been into being for decades, but we were the first department in Government of India to have thought of that there is a greater need to really integrate entrepreneurship with education ecosystem way back. In late 80s, we were quite ahead of our times. So what we did, at that time the key objective was how do we convert job seekers to job generators. So that was the mandate. And fast forward to 2000, India was being recognized as a services. I'm primarily IT services. So how do we integrate, you can say, value-added service program in the entire spectrum of entrepreneurship? And that's how we pioneered the concept of technology business incubator in early 2000. And among the first 5 lot of incubators was CII. And the IIT Bombay and others ones. So you were part of our founding set of incubators in the country in early 2000s. And come to now 2016, when PM really announces from the ramparts of Red Fort that we need to have a Startup India, Stand Up India program, just because he sees our youth, our professionals and students to be the future torch bearers of a developed India as a catalyst of change. So there was really, how do we translate the billion minds to be a problem solvers, which are million and plenty in a country like India, east to west, north to south, the way cultures change about, say, 100 kilometers, your dialect changes. So how do we really take all these challenges head on? So we had the 3, you can say, waves of to really hit upon for entrepreneurship. First was converting job seekers to job generators, converting knowledge to wealth. Then how do we really come out with and ignite young minds to be problem solvers? So that required integration of design thinking and then coming out with the solutions to solve real problems of India. So having said that, and as we speak today, we have come a long way, but still far to go. And collectively, as a part of a developed nation, there are so many policies, programs, partnerships, and with a sense of purpose, we are all here together. And in fact, when we are, this actual theme is titled She Leads. And if you see the percentage of women in many of our programs across, whether it's a center run or state run, the percentage is reverse of here. It used to be women are minority represented 20% today, fortunately. So this is a trend you come across. So how we can really strike a fine balance and have a greater representation of women in all walks of life and primarily leading to economic development. So I think for that we really need to come out with what are the we need to do SWOT analysis. What strength we possess, what are the opportunities like. Opportunities are multifold today. I think challenges are going to be there. Entrepreneurship as such is full of challenges, and it is more compounded when it is led by women. But fortunately, as I said, there has been some positive sparks in our ecosystem. There have been new role models which have emerged over the years. But only thing is, the entrepreneurship, despite all this, need not be confined to only select hubs or metros. It needs to be percolated down to tier 2, tier 3. So that will be true sense of inclusive development which we aspire for as a developed India. Another aspect is we really need to engage and spot women in all sort of development process. And since women by and large, because of their DNA, are more team builder and they are more cognizant of the human relationship, so their approach to various problems comes out to be a very different aspect, unlike men in many cases. So how we can really leverage all these kind of attributes and qualities to come out with startups which are much more sustainable in a longer run. And typical challenges which if you talk to any women founders, which they normally come across is their fundability, how serious they are taken when they pitch before the investors. And another is they are not good at networking, which is very much required, a prerequisite sort of in terms of fundability aspect. So these are some of the, because I have taken women cohorts to various mature ecosystem of the world, be it Silicon Valley. So there are certain things which we are missing and lacking in India, but as we progress and march ahead and with a collective wisdom, we can really come out with some of the focused initiatives which will really enable women to leapfrog in their respective ventures and really create a mark in whatever kind of problems they are solving and attempting to. Thank you.
Yeah, Shraddha, can you go next and share your thoughts?
Yes. Okay, I have a question for all of you. आज गरबा में कौन-कौन जा रहा है? हाथ उठाओ. और गरबा में कौन नहीं जा रहा है आज? हाथ नीचे करो जल्दी. You know, we are today, आज हम ये बात कर रहे हैं वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में जब नवरात्रि चल रहा है. और मैं इसके बारे में सोच रही हूँ कि नवरात्रि और हम जब गरबा नाचेंगे तो हम नाचते हैं तो ये दुर्गा माँ के लिए है, शक्ति के लिए है और एंड स्ट्रेंथ के लिए है. और हम सब पूरे देश में, आई एम फ्रॉम बिहार, हम बिहार से हैं और यहाँ पे यू नो व्हेन आई लैंडेड एंड आई केम हियर तो मुझे लगता है गुजरात कितना एडवांस है, क्योंकि पिछले 2 महीने से मैं बिहार में टाइम स्पेंड कर रही हूँ. मगर वहाँ पे भी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और यहाँ पे भी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, पूरे देश में करते हैं. एक क्वेश्चन है और कोई अपने फ़ोन को बिना देखे मुझे बताओ, जो हम खाना खाते हैं, जो भी खाना खाते हैं, उसका भगवान कौन है? बताओ कोई? हाँ, यस, यस, अन्नपूर्णा, राइट? एंड कहा जाता है, इफ यू सर्च, तो कहा जाता है अन्नपूर्णा देवी माँ अन्नपूर्णा वॉज एक्चुअली द फर्स्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर, क्योंकि फूड रिसोर्स को कैसे मैनेज करें और सबको फूड कैसे दें, वो माँ अन्नपूर्णा ने पहले देखा। दूसरा कि हम पैसा, और हम तो गुजरात में हैं, गुजरातियों के बीच में हैं, तो अगर पैसे के बारे में सोचते हैं तो हम किसको सोचते हैं? कौन ध्यान में आता है? बता दो, ये तो गुजरातियों बताओ चिल्लाकर। माँ लक्ष्मी. Again, if you see, when it comes to entrepreneurship, who manage resources so that everyone gets basis their karma, whatever, was Mother Lakshmi. क्यों मैं ये कह रही हूँ? क्योंकि जब हम entrepreneurship की बात करते हैं, स्टार्टअप की बात करते हैं, विमेन की बात करते हैं, मुझे एक बात लगता है कि दुनिया भर में we are so privileged to be born in India, क्योंकि इंडिया ही एक ऐसा देश है जहाँ पे माँ अन्नपूर्णा और लक्ष्मी छोड़ दो, वी ऑल्सो हैड द फर्स्ट वुमेन प्राइम मिनिस्टर. आज हम अमेरिका की बात करते हैं, अमेरिका में अभी तक वुमेन प्राइम मिनिस्टर, वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट नहीं हुई है, इंडिया में हुई है. इंडिया में इतने सारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स हुए हैं. सो द myth which I want all of us to think, और आप जब जाएं घर और सोचें कि विमेन क्यों नहीं है उतनी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और स्टार्टअप्स, तो देखिए, मुझे लगता है डिस्कशन विमेन को स्टेज पे रख के नहीं करना होगा, डिस्कशन होगा मेन को स्टेज पे रख के करना. बिकॉज बात है कि एंटरप्रेन्योर स्टेज पे बैठ के नहीं बैठती हैं. मेरी जैसी महिला जो बिहार से अकेले भागी थी घर से और आज भी अकेले ही हैं, क्यों है? क्योंकि आपके घर में जो मर्द है, जो हस्बैंड है, जो ब्रदर है, जो फादर है, जो बॉयफ्रेंड है, वो कितना सिक्योर है और वो आपको स्टेज में बैठ के हीरोइन बनने देगा या नहीं देगा, और आप उसका वेट करेंगी कि वो देगा या नहीं देगा, या आप खुद आकर स्टेज पे हीरोइन बनिएगा. मेरे बगल में बैठी हुई है, उनका नाम है प्रियंका चोपड़ा. मैं सोच रही थी, देखो हमारे देश में प्रियंका चोपड़ा भी है, राइट, हु वेंट टू यूएस. लाइक कम टू थिंक ऑफ इट, राइट, जहाँ पे इतना हम लोग जजमेंट, सबसे जजमेंटल लोग भी हम ही हैं, बट देखो वो एक्ट्रेस भी जाके अपना यूएस में 7 समुंदर पार अपना, शी इज रिलेंटलेस एंड नॉट ready to give up, and which is amazing. So the only thing I would say to all of you, to all of us, कि अगर हमें खुशी साथ साथ एंटरप्रेन्योर, स्टार्टअप्स और कुछ भी देखना है, तो सबसे पहले अपने घर में देखना है, सबसे पहले अपने साथ जो महिला है उसको देखना है. और लास्ट थिंग, सिर्फ महिलाओं को मैं एक बात कहूँगी जो मुझे हमेशा लगता है, क्योंकि मेरे अंदर भी वो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम रहा है, जिसको अब मैं नाम जप और मेडिटेशन से हटाई हूँ. वी एज women सीक सो मच ऑफ वैलिडेशन. थीम सॉन्ग मेरा है, दे दे प्यार दे प्यार दे प्यार दे. कोई भी मिले हमें लगता है प्यार दे, कोई भी मिले हमें लगता है सराहे, कोई भी मिले हमें लगता है अप्रिशिएट करे. I think the difference is that when men go and sit on the stage, they are not singing. They might be dreaming and fantasizing, but they're not singing and they're not looking for that much of validation that women look. So please make sure that the daughters that you are raising, the sisters, your mother, your wife, that you ensure that they feel confident in who they are and what they are. So this is what I want to say. और मैं कहूँगी नवरात्रि का जो है पूरा दिन हम लोग नाचें गाएं, व्रत करें, नवरात्रि मनाएं, बट याद रखें that we are a land of शक्ति, और शक्ति अंदर होती है, शक्ति कोई देता नहीं है. तो लड़कियों को शक्ति रखो और लड़कों को समझो तुम्हारे साथ शक्ति है. That's it. Thank you.
Beautifully articulated, and I think you're all sufficiently inspired. Huh? And I think we have enough role models, as Shraddha said, not just today, of course, contemporary India also has a lot of role models, but this is steeped into our tradition, into our scriptures, and as she beautifully pointed out, I think you should all pay a lot of attention to this. Thank you, Shraddha, for that inspiring speech. And now, Priyanka, if you could sort of give me your...
I would actually maybe suggest that we should have, when we go next.
We will.
No, after her, clarion call of inclusivity, let's hear from men as well, right?
Is that okay? I was giving him more time because he was sort of the last person to jump in, but PS?
It's a very श्रद्धा के बाद बात करना बहुत ना मुश्किल नहीं है ना मुमकिन है, right? But having said that, men are exploring Mars because women will take on the Earth, right? That is why we are here. I think fundamentally two things. It has to start early and it has to start at our home, but it also has to start early. I think school, if we really want to change the narrative from a women, leadership perspective, it has to start from schools. The way we look at it from, fundamentally from a school education level, how you build it, then of course there is a huge opportunity for us to balance this out, and I think there is no. I mean, one thing I can probably share with Shraddha is there is a significant change that has happened, and today there is. I don't think today the young generation is looking for much of validation. They are in fact ruling the rules. There is what we need to is now to broad base that. What we need to do is to kind of make that a very the very essence of how you're building the ecosystem. So entrepreneurship, innovation, women are great, builders of home, and they can build institutions, they build organizations and institutions. I think definitely it's just a matter of time, and they've already proven in the ITS services that they are actually the strongest workforce. It's just a matter of time in the other domains, especially in the deep tech also, that they're really going to look at. So men are really exploring what are the other planets that we can go to.
So thank you so much, first of all, for having me here. Just for those of you that may not know IMA Ventures, I just want to take a couple of minutes to introduce ourselves. We are amongst India's oldest, most prominent, most prolific entrepreneurship and early stage technology investment platforms built at IIM Ahmedabad. We work with founders in their riskiest, earliest 0 to 1 journeys and incubate them, accelerate them, invest in them. The three broad themes that all of our work falls under are deep tech, climate and digital acceleration. Underneath these, we've supported more than 2,000 startups so far, and these startups have raised more than $4 billion from the market in follow-on capital. So the reason I said all of this is because, I have been privileged to witness both ends of the spectrum, supporting, hand-holding, providing catalytic capital to women at their earliest stages, as well as, helping them with seed and venture capital. And therefore, I'm, especially delighted to sort of share my experiences, on this panel. If I go back to your three questions, one was the challenge for women entrepreneurs. I think Anita ma'am has also alluded to that. So there is capital, of course. Research after research, story after story tells us that women ask for less and receive less, right? So capital, of course, is one. But I'll also try and go beyond just capital. It is to, also what Shraddha said, which is role models, right? So while we may have these amazing women, and goddesses, as role models, where are the real role models, that inspire other women, to believe and have confidence in their ambition? We don't become what we don't see. And unfortunately, we don't see that many, entrepreneurs that are women that are succeeding, and that's where also platform that Shraddha is building, so the role of media becomes very, very important. So I think those are like the predominant challenges. In terms of opportunities, I think women bring such unique perspectives, so much empathy, and therefore the ability to really spot unmet needs in sort of large underserved markets, I think is very finely honed in women. So whether that is consumer, whether that is healthcare, whether it's education, whether there's livelihoods, there's a lot of opportunities today, a lot of unmet needs, that women founders can sort of take up, as a challenge and build solutions around. We are seeing more momentum, around supporting women at their early stages, whether those are through incubators, maybe some investors are setting up more women-focused funds. Government has a lot of now initiatives to support more entrepreneurship by women, so take advantage of these opportunities. And a myth would be that women are not as ambitious as men, and therefore, they cannot build large scalable ventures. We've seen that shattered multiple times. It's high time that, in 2025, we should not be talking about can women build large companies.
Fantastic. I think that was a very powerful opening remarks. You will agree with me. So if I were to just sort of bring it all together and take a pause, I think there are role models, there are emerging role models. We can definitely have more. I also hear our panelists saying that there are some very unique attributes, characteristics that women bring to the table, including empathy, the ability to build teams, and so on. And this is, in today's world, this is very, very important, right? As you build enterprises of the future, how do you build that in a way, in an empathetic manner, is very important. You have to take people along, which is a very important, again, piece for scaling up businesses. In terms of challenges, what came up was, we will talk a little more about fundability and why women ask for less and receive less. I'll pick up on that. But I think in terms of finding their own tribe, and I say this because at IIMB and NSR Cell, we run one of the largest women entrepreneurship programs. And I have found this time and again, that one of the biggest advantages of associating with a program like that for the participants is finding their tribe. And this is their words, not mine. So I think that peer group, that ability to bounce off, that ability to look at others who are going through the exact same journeys and life experiences, I think is very valuable. So something for all of you to take away from that. Now, picking up on one or two things. One is, we talked about validation, right? That women seek validation. It is true. Actually, we did a little bit of research about women entrepreneurs and identity formation. What does that mean? It's a little bit of academic jargon, but I'll tell you what it is. It's basically asking, when do women entrepreneurs really feel that they are entrepreneurs, right? And when we spoke to women entrepreneurs, we found that it takes a lot of time. They suffer from imposter syndrome. They feel like, I'm not sure, am I really a business person? Am I really an entrepreneur? And they go through multiple cycles of validation, external as well as internal validation, before they truly embrace that identity and say, yeah, I am an entrepreneur, right? And we can all sort of help expedite that. But what I want to do now is sort of go to Shraddha and Priyanka with this question. Both of you, again, you are an entrepreneur, you are an investor, and both of those are also traditionally masculine professions, right? And like many others, there are certain professions that are seen as masculine and certain professions that are seen as feminine. How did you, in your profession, deal with this sort of identity? How did you embrace this sort of the identity that is typically associated with men, and do well at it? Any tips so that others can sort of pick up from there? Either of you, whoever wants to go first.
तो एक और मिथ को डीमिस्टिफाई करूंगी, that sometimes it's, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक वुमेन होना has been an advantage for me. जब मैंने accept किया कि I am cool and I'm a woman and I'm very cool, I'm a woman. सबको एक कहानी सुनाती हूँ कि जो मुझे लगता है कि वैलिडेशन और ये सब का है, कि रतन टाटा, श्री रतन टाटा और स्वर्गीय अब रतन टाटा सर, मेरे कंपनी में उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया, और जब मैं उनसे मिली तो सारे मैस्कुलिन लोग थे जो पिच कर रहे थे, सारा प्रेजेंटेशन बनाकर कैग बना रहे थे, ये है मार्केट विल ग्रो, दिस नंबर विल हैपन, दैट नंबर विल हैपन, और सब क्या क्या बोले जा रहे थे। और मिस्टर टाटा ओल्ड हैं बेचारे, बॉम्बे से आए थे फ्लाई करके बैंगलोर, और सब के सब प्रेजेंटेशन पे प्रेजेंटेशन दिए जा रहे हैं। एंड दीज वर ऑल मैन एंड मी एज अ वुमेन। मैंने देखा, और ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, सबको ही सुनो, और यंगस्टर्स तो ज़्यादा सुनो, empathy, presence of mind and generally being a good human being actually works. नहीं, अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रही हूँ, तो मैंने देखा कि जब ये सारे मैन प्रेजेंटेशन दिए जा रहे हैं, तो मैंने देखा मिस्टर टाटा सुने जा रहे हैं ऐसे ऐसे ऐसे, और कोई कह रहा है सर my food delivery business will grow from 2 crores to 5. मिस्टर टाटा को क्या फर्क पड़ता है कि क्या होगा, क्या इंग्लिश बोले जा रहे हैं। तो वो फिर ऐसे ऐसे करके मुझे लगा वो सोने लगे, ऐसे उनको नींद आने लगा, और ये दिखा कि क्या प्रेजेंटेशन बन रहा था। मैंने जल्दी से वो देखा, मैंने कहा मिस्टर टाटा, डू यू वांट अ कप ऑफ टी और कॉफी? एंड देन ही क्विकली गॉट अप, ही सेड यस यस, can you please give me a cup of coffee? And then everyone started running to give him a cup of coffee. And ये मैं कह रही हूँ एबिलिटी, छोटी छोटी एबिलिटी जो एक वुमेन में होता है, क्योंकि हम ये घर पे भी करते हैं, हम हर जगह ये करते हैं, हम देखते हैं सबको और देखते हैं कि सब ठीक से है, खुश है या नहीं है। और मिस्टर टाटा, जब तक मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन देने का टाइम आया, मिस्टर टाटा का जाने का टाइम आया, मुझे लगा ये अब मुझे टाटा कर देंगे, चले जाएंगे, पर उन्होंने कहा, मैंने कहा मिस्टर टाटा 2 minutes, ही सेड यस, टेक योर टाइम। फिर मैंने उनको कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं बोला, मैंने कहा सर, एंड आई टोल्ड हिम समथिंग, उन्होंने कोट किया था कि सर आपने कहा था कि मैं ड्रीम करता हूँ एक ऐसे इंडिया का जहाँ सब कोई इक्वल है, और मैं वैसा प्लेटफॉर्म बना रही हूँ योर स्टोरी के साथ। तो मिस्टर टाटा ने कहा, स्माइल किया और कहा मीडिया एंड आई डोंट गेट अलॉन्ग। आई सेड, सबके सामने मैंने कहा मिस्टर टाटा यू एंड आई विल गेट अलॉन्ग, और वो हंसने लगे, और मुझे लगा कि अब मुझे फंडिंग नहीं मिलेगा। मगर उस रात में कॉल आया और सारे प्रेजेंटेशन में सिर्फ एक को फंडिंग मिला, और वो फंडिंग मुझे मिला। और मैं इसलिए ये कहना, ये अपने तारीफ में नहीं कह रही हूँ, बस वही फंडिंग मिला। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं यूनिकॉर्न हूँ या सूनिकॉर्न हूँ और ऑल दैट, आई एम बेबी कॉर्न एंड लव कॉर्न, बट व्हाई एम आई टेलिंग यू दिस स्टोरी? It is very, very important to change the narrative as women, and this is especially for women. Embrace who you are. Embrace where you are. Embrace what you lack. I don't know maths. I can't say the jargons. मुझे धंधा समझ में आता है, इतना प्रॉफिट हुआ, इतना लॉस हुआ, इतना बना, उससे ज़्यादा इंग्लिश मुझे बोलो नहीं समझ में आता, राइट? मगर समझ में आता है चलाना। अभी तुम कहो कि women don't know all these things. Of course I don't know all these things. They say women is emotional. Absolutely I'm very emotional. And that's why I've been able to do something for 17 years where it doesn't make money and you just tell people's story and help them. So embrace आप जहाँ पे हैं, जैसे हैं, और एक women, when we come to our own selves of embracing, I think we are far more real and far more loving and far more embracing of who we are. क्योंकि हमें fit in नहीं होना है. We don't have to fit in with men. Men are amazing. We have to fit in with ourselves. And that, I think, is going to be the story where we'll see far more what Priyanka was saying, कि हमें आज के दुनिया में far more women क्यों नहीं देती हैं? क्योंकि women को we are always asking her to fit in. आ जाओ 10 लड़कों के साथ आप चढ़ जाओ और प्रेजेंटेशन देने लगो और ये करो वो। Why do you have to fit in? मैं तो आप सबको एक क्वेश्चन दे के जा रही हूँ। इस देश में 2025 है और हम सबको ही बहुत सोचते हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं और बहुत हम इंडियन हैं, और ये स्टार्टअप का आज तक हिंदी वर्ड क्यों नहीं है? छोड़िए गुजराती वर्ड तो मैं सेकेंड आऊँगी, आज तक हम स्टार्टअप कहते हैं। What is startup? Startup is a Silicon Valley terminology. धंधा तो हम लोग को पहले से आता था, हम उसको एक कंस्ट्रक्ट कर दिए हैं स्टार्टअप, और स्टार्टअप में हम सब स्टकअप हो गए। और स्टार्टअप, what is the Indian way of doing a business? What is an Indian way of running a business? And I think it's time as a country we ask those fundamental questions. और मैं खुद गिल्टी हूँ क्योंकि हमारे जैसे लोग स्टार्टअप्स को बहुत जल्दी हीरो बना के हम कहते हैं कितना बड़ा हीरो है, मगर I think we have to start looking at those definitions or to answer long way. But again, I'm just saying, for men and women, but particularly for women, embrace who you are. it's not always good to constantly change. Take feedback, मगर आप जो हैं सो हैं. अमिताभ बच्चन के लाइन से एंड करूंगी. अमिताभ बच्चन ने एक मूवी में कहा था और वो मेरे दिमाग में बैठ गया था, बचपन में देखा था. अमिताभ बच्चन ने कहा था, मैं जहाँ खड़ा हो जाता हूँ लाइन वहीं से शुरू होती है. तो जिंदगी नहीं, पहले अमिताभ बच्चन ने कहा था. तो हम लोग खड़े हो जाएं जैसे हैं और लाइन हम शुरू करेंगे. थैंक यू.
Great. Priyanka, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know how I, follow up on that. But, so I will pick in on, what Shraddha said. I'll pick up on that, fitting in, right? And how we're all asked to fit in. So just a very, very quick sort of, I've been fortunate, a little bit of life journey. My father was extremely supportive, never told me I was any less. In fact, we are two sisters and a brother, and we joke that probably he was the one who was discriminated against. But, so that started at home, that confidence, that sky is the limit, kind of mentality. So therefore, I've never really seen myself as, a woman in a male-dominated profession. I've been fortunate to have very supportive colleagues, mentors that did not wear, a gender lens. So what we've tried to do though, and this is where, I think what Shraddha said was very interesting, is to ensure that we are able to create a level playing field for women in our profession, at least as far as, our organization is concerned. So just to give you quick stats on the industry, in the PE/VC industry there was a research recently done by WinPE and BCG that said that 16% of all decision makers in PE/VC firms are women. 65% don't have any female partners. And unfortunately, this shows in the funding that is being received by women founders, right? It's 8% in India, I think 2% globally. In our organization, we have women, equal representation of women in both investing and operating roles. So our numbers are around 25%. So, and this is not really because we are deliberately looking to invest in more women-founded startups. It's a simple case of having more women on the other side of the table as well, right? And therefore, the subconscious biases, conscious subconscious biases that we may be carrying as investors, they get shattered. You spoke about, some research that you did, and therefore you'd appreciate it. Research shows that underrepresented or minority groups need a critical mass, before they can develop an equal and independent voice. That is really what we're trying to build. So from, the entire talent pipeline, basically from sourcing talent to retaining talent, we have very intentional policies, around where we recruit from, how we recruit, how we retain. So just to give you an example, most investors, recruit from known networks. Right? It will be somebody I went to business school with, somebody who worked with me in my, past job. We don't hire for degrees and pedigrees, right? We hire for hunger, ambition, talent, and therefore we intentionally, whenever we are recruiting, we really broad base our search. We also employ search firms and the like, and try and see that we have an equal balance when it comes to gender when we are interviewing. Post that, once onboarding has happened, because investing is a very apprenticeship-driven business, we have a very structured analyst program, a 2-year program, where we take, the new recruits through the entire life cycle of investing, from sourcing, to doing the investment memos, diligence, portfolio management, exits, they get access and visibility to the entire life cycle. And, around retention, we know 50% of our investing staff is women. There are life events that happen. When people need to go on motherhood, kind of breaks, we ensure that any transition is smooth, and therefore whoever is going to step in for that time period is identified and, primed at least a quarter in advance. We check in every month, with our employees to ensure that, everything is smooth. The transition back to work will be smooth as well. And then, especially in the early days when they come back, there is a lot of flexibility given to them, whether it is number of hours, where they want to work from, their travel schedules. I'm saying that the entire sort of talent, identification, retention policies have to be very intentional to support women. That will just result in better decision making 50% of humanity is women. And if you're building more women-oriented businesses, you're building for humanity. It is just better, end of the day, better for business, right? Whether it's investing or growing startups.
Great. Thank you both so much. Now I'll turn to a slightly different pasture. We'll talk a little bit about the support system, and I would request both Dr. Anita and PS to come in on this. When we talk about a support system, I think in an earlier panel, this was being talked about. It takes an entire ecosystem to raise a venture, just like how it takes an entire village to raise a child. So, and support system has many different components to it, right? There's a mentoring piece, there is, incubators and so on and so forth. There is, of course, the family support system, the peer support group, and of course, government also plays a major role. So if you could reflect a little bit on looking forward, what do you think are the key areas where you can pick up any element of the support system? It could be government, it could be mentors. What should be the driver for these support actors, if you could reflect on that?
So if we analyze and track the journey, कि पिछले 20 साल में women-led development, then I will come to entrepreneurs. So since I represent science and technology, तो science and technology में कितने leaders में जिसके बारे में लोग जानते हैं? How many हमारे scientific ministries में कितनी secretaries हैं जो women हुई हैं? So एक तो हमारी अभी हुई थी रेणु स्वरूप जो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी को लीड किया. अभी CSIR में कलिया सेल्वी मैडम आ गई हैं. तो ये ट्रेंड पिछले 3-4 डिकेड से तो था ही नहीं ये ट्रेंड. सो अब जब वुमेन लीडर्स आई हैं और जो श्रद्धा ने बताया है, तो जब तक हम अपने खुद डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं झांकेंगे कि हमारे यहाँ क्या चल रहा है, हम सबको दूसरी जगह जाके बोलें वुमेन का, पहले वी शुड वही है, वी हैव टू लुक इनसाइड टू रियली सजेस्ट टू अदर्स व्हाट नीड्स टू बी डन. सो प्रैक्टिस बिगिंस एट होम. तो ये तो एक बड़ा फंडामेंटल इशू है यहाँ पे. आई थिंक जो आज जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, इसमें कोई भी एक वुमेन मुझे बताए वो आगे 10 साल में कहाँ अपने आप को देखना चाहते हैं. कोई भी एक. आप में से कोई भी एक बता सकता है कि 10 साल में वो अपने आप को किस जगह देखना चाहते हैं? ओके, या टेल.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Asha Vagasya, and I have a startup on prenatal, postnatal care based on ancient Indian practices of Garbha Sanskar. And I am seeing myself, after 10 years, spreading Garbha Sanskar as yoga worldwide. Thank you. Okay, basic principles of, it's a mobile application, so it's easy to reach out to anywhere in the corner of the globe. And we have created the entire framework, which we called it Atma framework, ATMA, Anna, Tan, Man and Achar Vichar. So through that, we reach out to people, and yes, I will be there. Thank you.
So actually, women का aspiration set करना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. Without aspiration, purposeless mission नहीं होना चाहिए. ज़िंदगी में हर को एक purpose चाहिए. तो I think जो हम लोग अभी basic fundamentals को address करें, इसमें से आप इतने सारे students हैं, कौन बता सकता है कि सुभाष चंद्र बोस का एक famous नारा क्या था? सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी का एक क्लू देती हैं, वो अपने फ्रीडम के बारे में था. हाँ, तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आज़ादी दूंगा। अब इसका वर्जन आप सबको पता है कि हम आत्मनिर्भरता, विकसित भारत की इतनी बातें करते रहते हैं। आजकल हर वर्कशॉप, हर इवेंट में इसकी चर्चा जरूर होती है। नौ इसका अब इसी फॉर्म में, इसी नारे को हम विकसित भारत के लिए कुछ स्क्रिप्ट कर सकते हैं, और इस थीम के परिप्रेक्ष्य में क्या कर सकते हैं, विच कैन बी अ मोटो एंड ओवरआर्चिंग एस्पिरेशन। कोई भी अपना दिमाग लगाए, आज तो आर्टिफिशियल दिमाग भी है।
हेलो, या आई थिंक आई हैव वन। तुम हमें वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर दो, हम तुम्हें यूनिकॉर्न देंगे।
चलो, दैट्स वन टेक। देखो, यदि आप सपोज अपने आप को पीएम के शूज में रखो, जो पूरे देश को एक नज़र से देखते हैं और पूरे टाइम वो राष्ट्र की हित की बातें करते हैं, तो यदि हमको सुभाष चंद्र जी के नारे को विकसित भारत के अनुरूप ढालना पड़ेगा और एज अ इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, तो ये रहेगा, तुम मुझे शिक्षित, आत्मविश्वासी और क्या, सक्षम नारी दो, मैं तुम्हें विकसित राष्ट्र दूंगा। यदि ये बनेगा नारा, तो भारत को 2047 या उससे पहले ही विकसित बनने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता। हमारा एक बिल्कुल सिंपल फॉर्मूला, हमको कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स या रॉकेट साइंस की बात ही नहीं करनी है। जो भी करें अपने घर, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जो चाहते हैं उसको करके दिखाएंगे यदि हम, तो ये धीरे धीरे ये जो है ना, इतना स्प्रेड होगा, एंड होल नेशन विल बी, डिस्पाइट जितने भी चैलेंजेस हैं, जितने भी डिफरेंसेस हैं, सोसाइटल हैं, तो और हम हर अपने जगह में एक रोल मॉडल चुनें। हमको कोई बहुत ज़्यादा एस्पायर नहीं करना है, अपने आसपास में एक रोल मॉडल चलें, उसका अनुसरण करें, उससे भी हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें पा सकते हैं। बहुत सारी चीज़ें नहीं है, 5 सिंपल चीज़ें हर लोग अपने इसमें कर लें कि एक वुमेन को लें और एक वुमेन 5 को इंस्पायर करे, एंड दैट कैन बी अ मूवमेंट अक्रॉस। कुछ नहीं करना है, बट सिंस मैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की, तो हम लोग डेटा एविडेंसेस पे बहुत बिलीव करते हैं। तो जब हमने अपने प्रोग्राम को देखा कि हमारे जितने भी वुमेन जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं, उसमें कितना परसेंटेज है वुमेन का, सो दैट वाज अ वेरी डिसमल फिगर, 7-8%, और कई जगह तो हार्डली 1 और 2%। तो एज अ सिटिंग एज अ पॉलिसी मेकर, हमको तो नए प्रोग्राम लेके आने पड़ेंगे। एंड जब मैं हेड कर रही थी इनोवेशन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक्टिविटी, करेंटली मैं क्लाइमेट, एनर्जी एंड सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोग्राम को लीड करती हूँ, तो उस टाइम हमने कहा कि देन मैंने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया, इंक्लूसिव टेक्नोलॉजी बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर्स, जहाँ पे ऐसी जगह विच आर अंडर सर्व्ड और वेयर वुमेन आर अंडर रिप्रेजेंटेड, उनके लिए हमें स्पेशल प्रोग्राम चलाना है। तो नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न हो गया, हिली रीजन्स हो गया, जहाँ पे वुमेन का और वहाँ पे कोई ऐसी सुविधाएं ही नहीं है, आपके इंक्यूबेटर्स कम थे। तो ये सब प्रोग्राम हमने शुरू किए 2016 के बाद, जब पीएम ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, उस टाइम बहुत बड़ी एक्सरसाइज हुई थी कि जो भी गवर्नमेंट के प्रोग्राम्स चल रहे हैं, क्या वो पूरे देश को सर्व कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो उसको सिस्टमेटिकली अच्छे प्रोग्राम बनाए जाएं। तो एक प्रोग्राम बना निधि प्रोग्राम, नेशनल इनिशिएटिव ऑफ डेवलपिंग एंड हार्नेसिंग इनोवेशन। और उसमें हमने क्या किया कि हमने देखा कि जैसे आइडिया, किसी के पास भी आइडिया हो सकता है, बट जो स्टैटिक्स है कि 1000 में केवल 6 आइडिया सक्सेस होते हैं, ये ग्लोबल स्टैटिस्टिक्स है। तो मतलब बाकी 994 का क्या हुआ, और इतना सक्सेस रेट इतना कम क्यों है? उसके लिए यदि हम इनोवेशन टू मार्केट की जो चेन है उसको सब सेट्स में डालें, तो हमने देखा कि कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं थी अवेलेबल जो आइडिया को एक वर्किंग प्रोटोटाइप में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए पैसा मिले, कहीं नहीं था कोई पैसा। तो हमने एक प्रोग्राम निधि का एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट बनाया जिसको हमने नाम दिया, अनफॉर्चुनेटली सब प्रोग्राम मैंने उसी का दिया प्रयास नाम। So promoting हमने young entrepreneurs को कि it's your first attempt. And आपको पता है जो अब्दुल कलाम जी ने बोला था कि normal end होता है तो end मतलब ख़त्म. But उन्होंने उसको acronym को इतना अच्छा नाम दिया, effort never dies. So entrepreneurship या किसी भी में their failure should not be a word. It is a learning and the effort needs to be actually attempted with a greater learning and rigor. तो ये सब चीज़ें हैं ना, ये सब जो आप और ये आप बोलने के लिए अच्छी लगती हैं, बट आपको इन्फ्लुएंसर्स बनाने हैं इसके लिए जो अपनी जर्नी शेयर कर सकें. जब तक आप कोई जिसने एंटरप्रेन्योरल जर्नी नहीं की है, चैलेंजेस नहीं फेस किए हैं, सो कॉल्ड फेलियर्स नहीं फेस किए हैं, तो मैंने एक और प्रोग्राम बनाया था कि वेयर वी सेलिब्रेट फेलियर्स. क्योंकि आप सक्सेस के तो आपको बहुत सारे लोग मिल जाएंगे जो सक्सेस को अप्रिशिएट करेंगे, बट जो फेलियर हुआ है चाहे किसी भी एरिया में हो, नॉट ओनली एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एवरी फेलियर इज़ अ लर्निंग. सो उसको भी हमको एक मौका देना चाहिए कि वी सेलिब्रेट फेलियर्स. तो ये सब छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं, उससे हमने अपने प्रोग्राम को थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाया और प्रयास प्रोग्राम आज की तारीख में बिगेस्ट पाइपलाइन है फॉर न्यू आइडिएटर्स, इनोवेटर्स, जिससे और इंक्यूबेटर्स वो हमने पूरा प्रोग्राम आई थिंक अभी का 60 इंक्यूबेटर्स उसको चला रहे हैं. 10 लाख तक की फंडिंग हैसल फ्री हम कोशिश करते हैं देने के लिए. तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम जहाँ पे आपको केयरफुली कि यहाँ पे ज़रूरत है, तो ऐसे प्रोग्राम बनाने की ज़रूरत है. अब हमने इंक्यूबेटर्स देखिए 700-800 इंक्यूबेटर्स हैं डिफरेंट टाइप के, बट वुमेन फोकस इंक्यूबेटर्स कितने हैं? हमारे खुद के प्रोग्राम में 175 में हार्डली 5 हैं जो ओनली वुमेन फोकस्ड हैं. सो जब आप पूरा डेटा एनालाइज करते हो एंड ग्रैन्युलरिटी पे आते हो, तब पता चलता है कि अरे ये चीज़ तो अंडर रिप्रेजेंटेड है, ये एरिया अंडर सर्व्ड है, तो फिर फोकस प्रोग्राम बनते हैं. एंड यही रोल है एज अ पॉलिसी मेकर गवर्नमेंट के कि इक्विटेबल प्रोग्राम्स जाएं सो दैट वी आर एबल टू कंट्रीब्यूट. और यदि फंडिंग में भी जैसे अब बात हुई है कि वुमेन को बिकॉज ऑफ एनी रीजंस यदि फंडिंग कम मिल रही है, तो वी शुड प्रोएक्टिवली ट्राई टू सपोर्ट देम. एंड इफ शी बिलीव्स इन आवर आइडिया, इफ देयर इज अ कन्विक्शन एंड कॉन्फिडेंस, आई थिंक एनीथिंग अदर्स कैन बी कवर्ड. दैट्स इट.
PS, you will have the last word. In terms of support, what do you see as crucial to support women entrepreneurs?
I think the true thing is if you have a genuine passion for what you need to be doing, it's something that women need to really come out of their own limitations, and then, as I said, push the envelope, and the ecosystem, the government, and the entire I like this line, be you, the world will adjust, right? I think if women can just be themselves and come out and build an organization, the rest will take care, and then we are here to support. There's amazing support in the ecosystem at this point in time. It's just a matter of leveraging it, knowing it, leveraging it, and most importantly building on it is what I would like to share.
Thank you, everyone. Are we out on time or do we have a little more time? I assume we are out on time. We need some facility. Do any of you have 1 or 2 questions maybe we can take? Does anybody have a question? Okay.
Oh, that was very fantastic. Just a quick question. Do you believe we should have affirmative action till we fill this gap? Because I agree, we still have very underrepresented in terms of women's participation in incubation, in startups, in entrepreneurship, in science and technology. So will affirmative action help?
Affirmative action. I believe we should have affirmative action until this disparity is...
Yeah, definitely. I think there was one policy directive by Ministry of Corporate Affairs to really induct women in their board with some conditions. I think there was this positive move. I think no other country in the world have come out with this kind of policy directive. So I think we should have some sort of affirmative policy directives to really balance out, which is the disparity currently happening. On another front, I would like to highlight also, when we go to Western world, the more developed economies, some of the very pressing issue which is highlighted in such kind of forums is there they find it lot of disparity in salaries and wages as far as women employees goes. Fortunately, I don't think so. That kind of disparity exists in India, so we are fortunate. So these are pluses which we can really showcase to the other part of the world. And when it comes to really women startups, we really need to now, as we say, we need to go to depth to attain height. So today is the time, apart from numbers and other aspects, we also need to impress upon the need to have a greater rigor in supporting quality startups, be it men and women. I think if we are really, and also spread the sectors across other deep tech domain, really to position India in the various fronts of science, technology, innovation, and when scalability, depth will be much more important than numbers. And as a part of Department of Science and Technology, this year has been vested with a 20,000 CR of research, development and innovation funding, where I think the guidelines are underway. They will be out very soon. It is primarily to have a more rigor of industrial R&D, because as part of current, we are only investing 0.68% of GDP in research and development, and primarily that is funded by Government of India. That's governmental public funding. But industry also has to invest heavily, and if they want to invest, they have to create a conducive and level playing field for women also to contribute in R&D. And also deep tech startup ecosystem should have a strong focus on women-led founders. There are some success stories when we talk of space tech, defense tech, but that needs to be really scaled up and enhanced. So that could be done only with some sort of a positive affirmations in this direction.
I have a slightly different view, my personal view, and I think we have to tread with caution in this space, right? I think, yes, there is some support system that is needed to give women the confidence, you know, to demonstrate or to sort of instill that element of, yes, it can be done, we can do. It's already happening. I think there are quite a few role models that are coming out. But at the end of the day, we should remember that they have to play in a global marketplace. They have to be globally competitive. Nobody is going to buy a product because it's been, you know, created by a woman entrepreneur, right? So I think we have to tread with caution. But I think in the early stages, it's good to give exposure, to give an opportunity. I think specifically at the incubation level, I think all else being equal, I would say, yes, definitely go ahead and support women entrepreneurs.
I agree with you. I believe that we need movement, not mandates. Mandates end up, unfortunately, becoming the ceiling for, you know, our aspirations. There's many ways to encourage, you know, the top of the funnel, ensure there is no leakages, ensure that we are capturing data on how well women-funded startups are doing, and then really do hard evidence-based industry-wide guidelines. So I agree with you, no mandates.
Okay. So I think we are definitely out of time. I will take that as we are out of time. And we've had a great discussion. I had several more questions. We could go on for another half an hour or an hour, but we need to close this session. I think a lot of interesting takeaways. I'm sure each of you will take away whatever you found most powerful about it. I'm just going to highlight a few things that stood out. One is, how do you play to your strength if you are a woman entrepreneur? Play to your strength and embrace who you are, embrace your identity fully, and don't be apologetic, don't be uncomfortable, whoever you are, that is good enough and more than good enough to actually make it big. So I think don't seek external validation and be confident is one theme that emerged very strongly. And if we want to solve some of the issues related to financing and so on, how do we build systems where women are decision makers in various facets, right? If you're talking about financing, how do you ensure that there are women on the other side of the table as well? And this applies to various other aspects of the entire venture support journey. So I think that's also a very important element. And a call to action that has emerged from this discussion is, I guess, all of you here who are entrepreneurs, you have to pay it forward. You have to encourage others who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs. You have to help them. And beyond women, everybody else here, what is it that you can do to inspire or support women entrepreneurs? I think each of you are in a position to do that. Ask yourself how you can do it. It can be at the family level. It can be your colleagues, your friends. It can be in the workplace. So how do you do that? And then finally celebrate failures. Okay? So I think we are all good here. And thank you for being a great audience.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam. And thank you all the panelists. I request
Ma'am.
Shweta Dave, ma'am principal, GEC Gandhinagar, to present the mementos. Sorry, sir, we're running short of time. Our Honorable Minister, sir, is over here for the valedictory session, but you can have one-to-one question as they come down. Yes. Shweta, ma'am. And till the time, can we have the quiz on the board, please? And students over here, all of you who are having their own roundtable conference, kindly face towards the stage now for the valedictory session. आप सभी बच्चों को, विद्यार्थियों गण को हम विनंती करते हैं कि अपना राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस बंद करके अब बारी है हमें सुनने की. You can make your Navratri plans on the phone later part. Where are we meeting tonight? For Garba. But yes, stay over here for some more excitement, which is stored in the valedictory ceremony, which is about to begin in a short while. But before, let's play the quiz one more time. Team, are we ready? Okay. Students, are we ready? No. We are not ready. Little louder. Are we ready? Better. Team Leela? Team Leela? Huh? I need you upstairs. Veena? Congratulations. I think Nihar has won second time, if I'm not wrong. Yes? Okay. Chauhan Ashish, congratulations. Rudra, congratulations. Any question left, team? Okay. Congratulations, Utkarsh Singh. One more to go? Okay. That was very quick. Congratulations. ખૂબ ખૂબ સ્વાગત કરીએ છીએ આજના આ સમાપન સમારોહ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કોન્ક્લેવ 2025માં આપણી સાથે ઉપસ્થિત થવા જઈ રહ્યા છે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Medical Education, Higher and Technical Education, Law, Justice, Legislative and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Gujarat. ખૂબ ખૂબ સ્વાગત છે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલનું. સાથે સ્વાગત કરીએ છીએ મેડમ સુનેના તોમર, ACS મેમ. સાથે સ્વાગત છે શ્રી દિલીપ રાણા, કમિશનર હાયર એજ્યુકેશન. અને સાથે સ્વાગત કરીએ છીએ મંચ પર શ્રી BH તલાટી, IS ડિરેક્ટર, ટેકનિકલ એજ્યુકેશન, ગુજરાત સરકાર. આવો સર્વે મહાનુભાવોનું ફરી એકવાર તાળીઓ સાથે સ્વાગત કરીએ, અભિવાદન કરીએ. બે દિવસનો સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કોન્ક્લેવ 2025 અત્યારે પૂર્ણાહુતિના આરે છે, જ્યાં આપણે નવા વિચારની ઉજવણી કરી, નવા સપનાની ઉજવણી કરી અને નવા ભારતની ઉજવણી કરી છે. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just the closing of a conclave, this is the beginning of countless new journeys. Startup Conclave 2025 has ignited sparks of innovation, courage, and collaboration. And today, we celebrate this spirit at this hour. In order to deliver the welcome address, foremost, I request Shri BH Talati Sir, Director Technical Education, to deliver his welcome words. Over to you, sir.
સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કોન્ક્લેવ 2025ના આજના સમાપન સમારોહના મારા આમંત્રણ વક્તવ્યમાં ઉપસ્થિત આજે અમારા વિભાગના કેબિનેટ મંત્રી માનનીય શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ, શિક્ષણ વિભાગના આપણા અધિક મુખ્ય સચિવ શ્રીમતી સુનૈનાબેન તોમર, મારા સિનિયર અને હાયર એજ્યુકેશનના કમિશનર શ્રી દિલીપસિંહ રાણા, ઉપસ્થિત તમામ પોલિસી મેકર્સ, આમંત્રિતો, વક્તાઓ, તમામ પ્રિન્સિપલ્સ, ખાસ કરીને અહીંયા જે ઉપસ્થિત છે એવા LD, VGEC અને GECના પ્રિન્સિપલ, જેમણે ઘણા દિવસથી અહીંયા બધી કામગીરી બજાવી છે તમારી સાથે રહીને, અને જેમને ન ભૂલી શકાય, જે ઓરિસ્સાથી છે પણ જેણે અહીંયા કર્મથી પોતાનું વતન બનાવ્યું છે અને આમાં જેમનો ઘણો બધો પાયાનો સિંહ ફાળો છે, એવા આઈહબના CEO શ્રી હિરણ્યમય મહંતા. એમના માટે એક જબરજસ્ત તાળીઓ થઈ જાય ભાઈ. અને જેના માટે આ કાર્યક્રમ 2 દિવસ આપણે કર્યો, એક જે સાથે સફર ખેડી એવા આપ સૌ મોટે ભાગે એન્જિનિયરિંગના વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રો. 2 દિવસ સવારે 10 થી સાંજે 5 વાગ્યા સુધી આશરે 8,000 મિત્રોએ સાથે મળીને જે આ સફરમાં આપણે નવી નવી ટેકનોલોજીની શક્તિ જોઈ, સ્ટાર્ટઅપના આપણા જે તમે બધાએ ત્યાં કાર્યક્રમ જોયો, એમાં આઈઓટીના સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ, ડીપટેકના સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ, ક્વોન્ટમ કમ્પ્યુટિંગના, હાઇડ્રોજનના 2 થી 3 સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ અને એ ઉપરાંત બીજા ડિફેન્સના પણ આપણે ઘણા બધા સ્ટાર્ટઅપ જોયા. તમારા ઇનોવેશન, તમારી તાકાત, તમારી પરિકલ્પના, તમારા પૈકીના જે લોકો છે, બધા યંગસ્ટર્સને આપણે જે લેવલે કામ કરતા જોયા, જે રિઝલ્ટ જોયું, એ લોકોમાં ફાયર, આપણે જે સ્ટાર્ટઅપનો ફાયર જોયો, શક્તિ જોઈ, જ્વાળા. આપણે 2 દિવસ પોલિસી મેકર્સના વિઝન્સને જોયું. એમના વિઝનથી આપણને ખ્યાલ આવ્યો કે કઈ રીતે આપણે કઈ કઈ જગ્યાએ અલગ રીતે વિચારી શકીએ, આઉટ ઓફ ધ બોક્સ વિચારી શકીએ અને આપણી અંદર જે અંદરની તાકાત છે, સ્વામી વિવેકાનંદે જેમ કીધું હતું કે એજ્યુકેશન ઇઝ ધ મેનિફેસ્ટેશન ઓફ ધ વોટ યુ હેવ ઇનર સાઇડ. તમારી અંદર આ તાકાત છે, પણ જે કઈ રીતે તમે એને ઓળખો, એના 2 દિવસના અહીંયા જે શિક્ષણ વિભાગે જે પ્રયત્નો કર્યા અને આપણે એને અનુભવ્યું અને અમે પણ તમારો ઉત્સાહ 2 દિવસમાં અનુભવ્યો. સાંજે 5:30 સુધી પૂરેપૂરી હાજરી રહી. બધા જ સેશન્સને આપે જે માણ્યા, આપણે એન્જોય કર્યા. આ તમામ બાબતનો 2 દિવસનો નિચોડ જોઈએ તો એ કહી શકાય કે અહીંથી આપણે ટેક અવે ઘણો મોટો છે. ઘણું બધું અહીંથી સાથે લઈને જવાનું છે. ભાથું બહુ લાંબુ બાંધી આપ્યું છે તમને લોકોને. છેલ્લે આજે સાંજે સવારે 11 થી 12માં સ્ટાર્ટઅપના તમારા જ પૈકીના જે ફાઉન્ડર હતા, 25 વર્ષ, 30 વર્ષ, 32 વર્ષની ઉંમરમાં, જે લોકોએ 1,000 કરોડ, 2,000 કરોડથી ઉપરનો બિઝનેસ કર્યો, એ લોકોએ કેવી સ્ટ્રગલ જોઈ, એ લોકો એમાંથી કેવી રીતે બહાર આવ્યા, એમને દરેક જગ્યાએ કઈ કઈ રીતે મદદ મળી, એ બધાનો તમને અહીંયાથી શિક્ષણ વિભાગ દ્વારા ક્યુરેટ કરીને એક આખા ગુલદસ્તાના રૂપમાં તમામ વસ્તુ આપવાનો જે પ્રયાસ થયો, હું માનું છું આમાંથી તમે ઘણું બધું લઈને જશો તો અમારો પ્રયત્ન સાર્થક ગણાશે. અને જે ફ્યુચર છે એ ખરેખર તો એવું કહેવાય છે કે ગાંધીજી કહેતા કે બી ધ ચેન્જ વોટ યુ વોન્ટ ટુ મેક. આપણે જો આપણી જાતને અહીંથી બદલી શકીએ, એમાંથી કંઈ લઈ શકીએ, તો હું માનું છું કે આપણે કદાચ ગુજરાતમાંથી એક નહીં, આવા અનેક નિર્મિત પરીખ, અનેક આવા શાશ્વત શાહ અહીંથી આપણે પ્રોડ્યુસ કરી શકશું, યુનિકોર્ન્સ બનાવી શકશું. અને આના માટે શિક્ષણ વિભાગ માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રીના નેતૃત્વમાં પૂરેપૂરી તૈયારી કરે છે. આપણે અત્યારે ઇનોવેશન્સ હબ બનાવીએ છીએ. નવા સેન્ટર ઓફ એક્સેલન્સ 12 મંજૂર થયા છે. ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી, એકેડેમિયા અને આ ત્રણેયનું જોડાણ કઈ રીતે બેસ્ટ થાય, એના માટે આપણી તમામ મિટિંગમાં માનનીય ઉદ્યોગ મંત્રી શ્રી બલવંતસિંહ રાજપૂત અને એમની ટીમ પણ હાજર હતી. અને આપણે બધા સતત સાથે પ્રયત્નો કરશું કે જેથી અહીંયાથી તમને જ્યારે તમે આઈ હબમાં આવો ત્યારે તમને પૂરેપૂરા મેન્ટોર મળે, પૂરેપૂરી તમને જે કોઈ એના માટેની પ્રયોગ કરવા માટે, પ્રૂફ ઓફ કન્સેપ્ટ માટે જે કાંઈ જોઈએ તમામ ફેસિલિટી આપવાની શિક્ષણ વિભાગની નેમ છે. અને આ બધાની સાથે 2 દિવસના મંથનમાં હું આ તમામનો આભાર માનું છું. જેમણે ખરેખર આ જબરજસ્ત કાર્યક્રમનું અમને માર્ગદર્શન આપ્યું એવા અમારા માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબનો આભાર. જેમણે બહુ સરળતાથી મિનિમમ ગવર્નન્સ સાથે અમને પૂરેપૂરું આ તમામ કામ કરવાની છૂટ આપી એવા અમારા અધિક મુખ્ય સચિવ શ્રીમતી સુનૈનાબેન તોમરનો, મારા સાથી મિત્ર જેણે ખરેખર હૃદયપૂર્વક આટલા મહિનાથી પણ ઓછો સમય મળ્યો, માત્ર 18 દિવસમાં જે આખું ઊભું કરી શક્યા, એ જેમના સંકલ્પથી સિદ્ધ બન્યું છે એવા મારા વડીલ અને સાથી મિત્ર, મારા સિનિયર એવા શ્રી દિલીપસિંહ રાણા સાહેબનો આભાર. અને જેણે દિવસ અને રાત મેં જોયું છે, હું જે સાક્ષી છું, જેણે કામ કર્યું છે એવા હિરણ્યમય મહંતાનો, અને સાથે તમામ પ્રોફેસર્સ, મારા તમામ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટના મિત્રો, હાયર એજ્યુકેશનના તમામ મિત્રો, આપ સૌનો ખરેખર ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. આટલું કહીને હું અહીંયા વિરમું છું. જય ભારત, જય હિન્દ.
આપનો પણ ઉષ્માપૂર્ણ શબ્દો માટે આભાર માનીએ છીએ. ધન્યવાદ સર. હવે વેળા છે મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવના સ્વાગતની. સર્વપ્રથમ હું સુનયના તોમર મેડમને વિનંતી કરીશ કે આપ માન્ય મંત્રીશ્રીનું પુષ્પગુચ્છથી સ્વાગત કરશો. Thank you. I now request Shri Dilip Rana sir to kindly felicitate Srimati Sunena Tomar. I request Ms. Aarti Thakkar to kindly felicitate Shri Dilip Rana sir. Thank you. And I request Mr. Hiranmay Mahanta sir to kindly welcome Shri Bipin Talati sir. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, in order to take us through the key highlights and milestones of Startup Conclave 2025, may I invite Shri Dilip Rana sir, IS Commissioner Higher Education, Government of Gujarat.
Good afternoon all. Honorable Education Minister Sri Hrishikesh Bhai Patel sir, Additional Chief Secretary ma'am, Education Department Srimati Sunena Tomar ma'am, Sri Bipin Talati, Director Technical Education, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and most importantly, our young innovators, startups present here today. A very good afternoon to all once again. It's my privilege to summarize entire 2 days event in this valedictory section of Startup Conclave 2025. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister and with constant guidance from the Education Minister, Sri Hrishikesh Bhai Patel sir, and our ACS ma'am, Srimati Sunena Tomar, this conclave was designed to bring government, industry, academia, startups, investor on the one platform. On the first day, we had the honor of Sri Amit Shah sir, Honorable Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Government of India. Sir inaugurated the Startup Conclave 2025 and its exhibition. On these occasions, sir also launched the NEP dashboard along with the several significant publications, including the Startup Compatible book, the NEP 2025 Years of Implementation book, and the Indian Knowledge System Compendium. Sir's guidance and vision have provided a strong direction for policy startup initiative, inspiring us all to work towards a greater innovation and impact. To summarize it further, across 2 days conclave, various plenary sessions were held, where the ecosystem leader explored the emerging opportunities in sunrise sectors, shared investors' insight and strategies, and highlighted the journey and impact of India's unicorn. Gujarat's startup journey and success stories were showcased along the national narrative curated by Startup India and Digital Transformation Drive led by METI. A dedicated session, which is called C-led, celebrated the contribution of women entrepreneurs and investors. Collectively, these sessions illuminated the pathway for scaling startups, strengthening investors' startups synergies, and catalyzing India's position as a global innovation hub. Over 2 days, Startup Conclave 2025 brought together over 18,000 participants, including innovators, startup founders, students, investors, and industrial experts. 170 plus startups showcased solutions in the sector like semiconductors, deep tech, green energy, space defense, and biotech. Total 84 MOUs and 232 crore investment was done. 125 leaders participated in the roundtable. 250 experts provided mentorship. B2B meeting facilitated the global market access. Startup from 20 plus states participated in 2 days, total footfalling exceeding 8,000. On behalf of Education Department and organizing team, I extend my deepest gratitude once again to Honorable Education Minister and our ACS Ma'am Sunena Tomar Madam for their continuous relentless guidance, and to all the startup here for being the torch bearer of New India. I also thank all my committee members who have put this startup conclave a grand success. Thank you once again. Jai Jai Karvi Gujarat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for summarizing the key highlights and milestones of Startup Conclave 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relive the energy, innovation, and unforgettable moments of Startup Conclave 2025 through a short film.
कुछ मुलाकातें इतिहास रचती हैं, कुछ सपने हकीकत बनते हैं, कुछ आइडियाज भविष्य की नींव रखते हैं। ऐसे ही आइडियाज को वैश्विक एक्सपोजर देने और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के स्टार्टअप्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के विजन को साकार करते हुए गुजरात सरकार के शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव 2025। माननीय गृह मंत्री और सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल और माननीय मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में इस 2 दिवसीय महाआयोजन का शुभारंभ हुआ। पहले दिन इस कॉन्क्लेव में 10,000 से अधिक युवाओं की भागीदारी रही। स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव एग्जीबिशन के उद्घाटन के साथ इस आयोजन की शुरुआत हुई।
उभरते हुए स्टार्टअप को निवेशकों के साथ जोड़ना और मोदी जी ने जो मंत्र दिया है माइंड टू मार्केट, जो आइडिया है उसको मार्केट तक पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा मंच बनेगा, उसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस एग्जीबिशन में 20 से अधिक राज्यों के 170 से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स ने भाग लिया, जिनमें सेमीकंडक्टर्स, डीप टेक, ग्रीन एनर्जी, स्पेस और बायोटेक्नोलॉजी जैसे हाई इंपैक्ट सेक्टर्स के समाधान प्रस्तुत किए गए। इस प्रदर्शनी में 8,000 से अधिक लोगों ने एग्जीबिशन से मुलाकात की और 500 से अधिक इंडस्ट्री मेंटर्स ने B2B मीटिंग्स के माध्यम से स्टार्टअप्स का मार्गदर्शन किया। पहले दिन स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव की कॉफी टेबल बुक गुजरात्स इनोवेशन जर्नी का विमोचन हुआ, जिसमें 75 अभिनव स्टार्टअप्स की कहानियां थी। साथ ही इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के मॉडल कोर्स करिकुलम और NEP डैशबोर्ड 2020 का शुभारंभ किया गया। स्टार्टअप राइज पहल के तहत 40 स्टार्टअप्स को 156.79 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का निवेश मिला और आई हब के साथ 40 MOUs का आदान प्रदान किया गया। 60 से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स ने 75 से अधिक वेंचर फंड्स के सामने अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए। पहले दिन यूनिकॉर्न प्लेनरी में 6 यूनिकॉर्न फाउंडर्स ने अपने अनुभव साझा किए और प्रतिभागियों को प्रेरित किया। इसके बाद सनराइज सेक्टर्स और यूनिकॉर्न्स क्लब जैसे विषयों पर पैनल चर्चाएं हुई। वहीं राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस में 125 से अधिक लीडर्स ने भाग लिया, जिसमें 50 से अधिक वेंचर कैपिटल फंड्स और 20 से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स शामिल थे। दूसरे दिन गुजरात स्टार्टअप जर्नी, इंडिया स्टार्टअप स्टोरी और कैटलाइजिंग इंडियाज डिजिटल स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर गहन चर्चाएं हुई। विशेष रूप से शी लीड्स सत्र ने महिला उद्यमियों के नेतृत्व और शक्ति को सराहा। पिछले 2 दिनों में 80 से अधिक MOU किए गए। स्टार्टअप्स को 220 करोड़ से अधिक का इन्वेस्टमेंट मिला और 18,000 से ज्यादा युवाओं ने इस कॉन्क्लेव में अपनी सहभागिता प्रदान की। इस तरह 23 और 24 सितंबर 2025 के ये 2 दिन स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के लिए पूरी तरह से इनोवेशन और अपॉर्चुनिटी के रहे। आज जब हम इस सफल यात्रा के समापन पर खड़े हैं, तो ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि ये कॉन्क्लेव विकसित गुजरात से विकसित भारत की ओर एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव 2025।
Thank you for that wonderful film. A reminder that innovation is not a moment, but it is a movement. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move towards a moment which has commitment in itself, turning into collaborations and dreams turning into direction. We now witness the check distribution and MOU exchange in the august presence of Honorable Minister, sir. Foremost, the check distribution. I invite on stage Shri Manish from GrowX, who is investing 10 crores in Amardeep Singh Armory Shield Private Limited's venture. Welcome. Congratulations and good luck to Amardeep Singh. We will now invite Shri Nirmal from GSF, who is investing 4.8 crores in Zenstack Private Limited, Siddharth Gupta, Swapna Tripathi and Nupur. They are into HR tech sector. Thank you very much. We now call upon from Welkin Rim Technologies, Kiriga and Akhilesh Kumar, as Shri Nirmal from GSF is investing 2.5 in Welkin Technologies. Kiriga and Akhilesh Kumar, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now call upon stage Shri Mayuresh Raut from C Fund, who is investing 3.5 CR in Consent.ai. And to receive the check are Ashish Chaturvedi, Preeti Chaturvedi and team. They are into deep tech. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. We now call upon stage Shri Amit Singhal from Indicon Angels. They are investing 1 CR in Set My Cart and call upon Tushar Vadera and Devesh. Welcome, sir. Congratulations and good luck. Set My Cart is into AI sector. Congratulations. And now we call upon stage from IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, Shri Gadavilli Srinivas, who will invest 0.5 CR in Malhari projects, and the check will be received by Mihir Dikshit. Malhari projects are into clean technology. We welcome you. Thank you very much. And next, we move towards the MOU exchange. For that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Yogesh Trivedi from CWR Funds and Mr. Suman Sen Gupta from Dorado Advisors LLP. Welcome. Congratulations. Next, we welcome on stage Mr. Manish Kumar from Exit Fund and CA Varundeep Singh from Founder Shala Ventures. Welcome. Thank you. Next, we call upon stage from GrowX Ventures, Mr. Manish Gupta, and from IIM Calcutta, Mr. Shubhranshu Sanyal. Thank you. Next, we call upon stage Dr. Nilesh Desai, Director SAC from SAC, ISRO and Sanchi, Mr. Mayuresh Raut from C Fund, and Mr. Pulkit Malhotra from Unicorn India Ventures. Thank you very much. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, sir. You can take your seat, sir. Thank you. We're done. Startup Conclave 2025 has played an important role in the ecosystem of Gujarat, which will lead in the positive ecosystem of India as well. આ અવસરે આપણી સાથે ઉપસ્થિત છે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ. તેઓને હું નમ્ર નિવેદન કરું છું કે આજના આ અવસર પર તેઓના ઉત્સાહપૂર્ણ સંબોધનથી આપણને સૌને માર્ગદર્શિત કરશો.
ગુડ ઇવનિંગ. કેવું રહ્યું 2 દિવસ? કંઈ જોયું, જાણ્યું, શીખવા મળ્યું. તમારા સૌના માટે, આપણા સૌના માટે અને સમગ્ર ભારત માટે નવી દિશા, યુવાનોને અને દેશને આત્મનિર્ભરતા તરફ લઈ જવા માટેની જે પહેલ 2016થી જે શરૂ થઈ એને વેગમાંથી પ્રવેગમાં પલટાવવા માટે કોન્ક્લેવ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ 2025 આજે ગુજરાતમાં અને હૃદય સમા સ્થળ મહાત્મા ગાંધી મંદિરમાં આજે આપ સૌ ઉપસ્થિત છો. ત્યારે આ સમારંભની પૂર્ણાહુતિ નહીં, પરંતુ એક નવી શરૂઆત માટે એક નવા વેગ સાથે, અનેક ગણા ઉત્સાહ સાથે ભારતને આત્મનિર્ભર તરફ લઈ જવા માટેનું એક સમૃદ્ધ સશક્ત માધ્યમ સરકાર તરફથી પણ મળી શકે એ પ્રકારનું ગુજરાત સરકાર દ્વારા અને આદરણીય મુખ્યમંત્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ દ્વારા એક આજે જે પહેલ કરવામાં આવી છે, દેશભરમાંથી અહીંયા આગળ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર, યુનિકોર્ન, સાથે સાથે ઇન્વેસ્ટર્સ, ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ અને વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રો જે ટેકનોલોજીમાં અભ્યાસ કરી રહ્યા છે, કોર બ્રાન્ચીસમાં અભ્યાસ કરી રહ્યા છે, ઇમર્જિંગ બ્રાન્ચીસમાં જે લોકો અભ્યાસ કરી રહ્યા છે, એમના માટે નવી દિશા, નવા દ્વાર અને કેવળ ને કેવળ ભણ્યા પછી નોકરી શોધવાનું, પેટીયું રળવા માટે, પોતાનું ઘર સંસાર ચલાવવા માટે નોકરીની શોધમાં અને દોટમાં આપણો યુવાન કેટલા ટેલેન્ટ હોવા છતાં પણ અને એમાં પણ બાબુઓની પિતાશાહીમાં ક્યાંક નાની મોટી મદદ મળતી હોય, પરંતુ એ લેવા માટે ઝઝૂમતો, પરસેવો પાડતો, ક્યાંક નિરાશાથી પોતાના ઇનોવેટિવ આઈડિયાઝને પડતો મૂકી દે એ પ્રકારનું વાતાવરણ હતું. એની વચ્ચે આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી મોદી સાહેબે અનુભવ્યું કે દેશની અંદર પડેલું ટેલેન્ટ, પડેલી યુવા પ્રતિભાઓને એમની ઉડાનને પાંખ આપવાની જરૂર છે. અને આજે કહેતા આનંદ થાય છે, સમગ્ર દેશે આ વાત પકડી છે, યુવાનોએ આ વાત પકડી છે. આત્મનિર્ભર થવાનું, આત્મનિર્ભર થઈ અને પોતાના દેશમાં જ ટેકનોલોજીને ઇન્વેન્શન કરવાનું. કેવળ ટેકનોલોજી બહારથી આપણા દેશમાં આવે એટલું જ નહીં, દુનિયા સાથે દોડવાનું અને દુનિયા સાથે ટેકનોલોજીની અંદર પણ નવા આયામો જોડી અને દુનિયાને પણ બતાવી શકાય એ પ્રકારના નવા ભારતની રચના, એ પ્રકારની જે સંરચના કરવાનું જે બીડું એમને ઉપાડ્યું હતું અને કહેતા ગર્વ થાય છે. આપણે સૌએ આ પ્રતિભા જે સામે બેઠી છે એને ઉપાડી લીધી છે અને કહેતા આનંદ પણ થાય. અને સાથે સાથે જે 40-50 વર્ષ સુધી દુનિયાથી આપણે પાછળ રહી ગયા એનું દુઃખ પણ છે. 1970ની અંદર અમેરિકાની સિલિકોન વેલ્યુમાંથી ચાલુ થયેલી Day-02 સ્ટાર્ટઅપની યાત્રા આજે ભારતની અંદર પણ દુનિયાના જે વિકસિત દેશો છે અને એ વિકસિત દેશોને બેઠા કરવામાં, એમની આર્થિક પ્રગતિમાં ટેકનોલોજીના નયા આયામો સાથે દેશને જોડવાના, દેશની સાથે દેશને દુનિયા સાથે જોડી અને પ્રગતિની દોડમાં આર્થિક સમૃદ્ધિની સાથે આગળ લઈ જવા માટે જે લોકોએ મહેનત કરી હતી, કેટલાય દેશો આપણી સાથે આઝાદ થયા હતા, પરંતુ આપણાથી ક્યાંય આગળ નીકળી ગયા. એવો અનુભવ, અહેસાસ એઝ એ ભારતીય આપણને થતો હોય તો 2047નો રોડ મેપ મૂકવાનું વિઝન જે દ્રષ્ટિ આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી મોદી સાહેબ પાસે હતી, એના કારણે આજે દેશ તમારા ભરોસે દોડવા માંડ્યો છે. તમારા ખભા ઉપર દેશને મજબૂત કરવા માટેનું એમને મિશન જે હાથમાં લીધું છે. અને હવે તો સ્વદેશી અને આત્મનિર્ભરવાળો વિષય, ટેકનોલોજી પોતાની હોય, ઇન્વેન્શન પોતાના હોય તો જેટ મશીન જ નહીં પરંતુ ડબલ જેટ મશીન બનાવી શકીએ એવી તાકાત એ આપણા યુવાનોમાં પડેલી છે. અને એ તાકાતને ઓળખી અને આવતા સમયના ભારતના નિર્માણ માટે આપને સૌને તૈયાર કર્યા છે. 2 યુવાનો પેરિસની અંદર ઠંડીથી રાત્રે કકડતી ઠંડી અને ઠંડીમાં ટેક્સી ના મળે અને ઉબેરનો જન્મ થાય, સમસ્યાથી સમાધાન સુધીની આ દોટ. પંખો શોધવાવાળાએ તો પંખો શોધ્યો હશે, પરંતુ પંખો શોધ્યા પછી વધારે હવા આવે છે અને ઓછી કરવી છે તો જે એમાં રેગ્યુલેટર શોધ્યું એ પણ ઇનોવેશન છે અને સ્ટાર્ટઅપ જ છે. એરબેગ ગાડીમાં તમારા બચાવ માટે એ પણ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ છે, ઇનોવેશન છે. સાયકલની શોધ થઈ, પણ સાયકલની શોધ થઈ અને ચેનની અંદર આવી જતા કપડાં બચાવવા માટે ખાલી નાનો પંખો મૂકવાનું કામ પણ એ પણ ઇનોવેશન છે, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ છે. કેટલી સમસ્યાઓના સમાધાન એ યુવાનોના મનમાં રમતા હોય છે, પરંતુ એના માટેનું યોગ્ય પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવાનું કામ એ સરકારોનું છે. સરકારે નક્કી કરવું જોઈએ, સરકારે નક્કી કરવું પણ પડે કે પોતાના દેશને, યુવાનોને કેવળ નોકરી માટે નહીં પરંતુ નોકરી દાતા બને એના માટેની તૈયારી કરવી હોય તો દુનિયા સાથે આ યુવાનને જોડવો. અને હવે એઆઈનો જમાનો છે, એઆઈથી આગળ દુનિયા છે. એક સમય હતો સાયન્સ ફિક્શનની આપણે વાર્તાઓ વાંચતા, સાયન્સ ફિક્શનના આપણે મૂવીઝ જોતા અને આજથી 20, 25, 30 વર્ષ પહેલાં એ જોયેલા પરિદ્રશ્યો, એક કલ્પનાઓ આજે સાકાર થતી આપણને વાસ્તવિક હકીકતની અંદર પરિણમતી જોવા મળે છે. અને એ કારણ કે સતત આવેલી કલ્પનાને હકીકતમાં પરિવર્તન કરવા માટેની સતત મથામણ. થોમસ આલ્વા એડિશન 1000 વખત બલ્બ બનાવવા માટે નિષ્ફળ ગયા હતા. એમના કોઈ સાથીએ કહ્યું કે 1000 વખતથી તું પ્રયત્ન કરે છે, હવે પ્રયત્ન છોડી દે. એમને એવું કહ્યું, હું 1000 નવી રીતો શીખ્યો છું કે કેવી રીતે બલ્બ ન બને. અંતે એમને થોમસ આલ્વા એડિશને બલ્બ બનાવ્યો. આ મક્કમતા, આ મનોબળ. અને હવે તો વાતાવરણ, પર્યાવરણ અને પર્યાવરણની સાથે જે પ્રકારનું પ્લેટફોર્મ આપણને મળી રહ્યું છે, અનેકવિધ આપણા મગજમાં આવેલી કલ્પનાઓ, નવતર અનુભવો, નવતર આઈડિયાઝને હકીકતમાં પરિણમવા માટેના યોગ્ય પ્લેટફોર્મ આપણને મળતા થયા છે. આઈ હબ દ્વારા ખૂબ સારું એવું નવું પ્લેટફોર્મ ગુજરાતના યુવાનોને મળ્યું છે. મને કહેતા આનંદ થાય છે, અમારી આખી સુનૈનાજી, દિલીપ રાણાજી, તલાટીજી, હિરેન મહંતોજી તમામે આઈ હબનું નિર્માણ ગુજરાત સરકાર દ્વારા કર્યું અને નવા આઈડિયા લઈને આવવાવાળાને માઇન્ડ ટુ માર્કેટની સફર કરાવવાનું એક યોગ્ય પ્લેટફોર્મ આપ્યું. સરકાર આટલેથી અટકતી નથી, પરંતુ આવતા સમયની અંદર રિજિયન વાઇઝ આઈ હબ બનાવવાનું સ્વપ્ન સરકાર જોઈ રહી છે. કોઈ દૂર દરાજનો ગામડાનો વિદ્યાર્થી, તાલુકાનો વિદ્યાર્થી અમદાવાદ સુધી આવવામાં મુશ્કેલી પડતી હોય તો પોતાના નજીકના જ સેન્ટરમાં જઈ પોતાની વિચારોને, પોતાના નવ વિચારોને એ હકીકતમાં રૂપાંતરિત કરવા માટેનો પ્રયત્ન કરી શકે એ પ્રકારનું પ્લેટફોર્મ હજુ ઘણું બધું બાકી છે, કરવું છે. અને 47ની જે દોડ છે એમાં આપ સૌનો સહકાર, નયા ભારત બનાવવા માટેનો સહકાર એ અપેક્ષિત છે. ટેકનોલોજી સેવી અને ખાસ કરી મારે તો રોકાણકારોનો આભાર માનવો છે. એક સમય હતો કે જેની પાસે પશુ વધાર હોય, ઢોર વધાર હોય એ ધનવાન ગણાતો, જમીન હોય એ ધનવાન ગણાતો થયો, સોના ચાંદી રૂપિયા હોય એ ધનવાન ગણાતો થયો. અને હવે જેની પાસે આઈડિયાઝ છે, જેની પાસે નવું કંઈ કરવાની તમન્ના છે, એને પણ હવે ધનવાન ગણવાના દિવસો આવી રહ્યા છે. રોકાણોની પણ વ્યાખ્યાઓ બદલાતી ગઈ છે. હવે શેર બજાર, સોનું ચાંદી, પ્રોપર્ટી માર્કેટ, એની જગ્યાએ રોકાણકારો માટે પણ એક નવા વિકલ્પનો એક પર્યાય આપણને મળી ચૂક્યો છે. યુવાનોમાં, એમની શક્તિઓમાં રોકાણ કરો, વળતર તો તમે મેળવો, પરંતુ એની સાથે એ યુવાનોના સ્વપ્નાઓને પાંખ આપવાનું કામ આપણે સૌએ કરવાનું છે. ખૂબ બધા સેશનો થયા, એકબીજાના વાર્તા વિચારો વિનિમય પણ થયા, નવા નવા અનુભવો પણ અહીંયા શેર થયા. રોકાણકારોની સાથે ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ અને દરેક ઉદ્યોગની અંદર કોઈ પણ મિકેનાઇઝ ઉદ્યોગ હોય કે કેમિકલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી હોય તો એમાં રોજબરોજની ગતિવિધિમાં ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક અચકાટ આવતો હોય. અમે હેકાથોન પણ કર્યું છે. સરકારી વિભાગોમાં પ્રોબ્લેમ સ્ટેટમેન્ટ્સ એટલે જે સરકારી વિભાગોમાં પણ ક્યાંય નાની મોટી મુશ્કેલી આવતી હોય તો ભારતભરના બાળકોને બોલાવી એમાંથી કેવી રીતે એમાંથી નિજાત મળે, કેવી રીતે એમાંથી મુશ્કેલીમાંથી હલ મળે, એ પ્રકારની હેકાથોનમાંથી અમને લગભગ 28 જેટલા પ્રોબ્લેમ સ્ટેટમેન્ટ મળ્યા હતા અને એમાં સુધારો પણ કર્યો. નિરંતર બદલાતી જતી દુનિયામાં વિજ્ઞાન અને ટેકનોલોજીનો વિસ્ફોટ છે અને વિસ્ફોટમાં સર્વાઈવ થવું હોય અને દુનિયાનો સિદ્ધાંત પણ છે સર્વાઈવ થવા માટે શક્તિશાળી થવું પડે અને શક્તિશાળી બનાવવાની દોટમાં આપ સૌ સામેલ છો. દરેકે દરેક સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર્સ આખી પ્રક્રિયામાં સામેલ છે અને હવે બધાએ નક્કી પણ કર્યું છે કે આવતો સમય એ અમારો છે. ભારતનો તો છે પરંતુ નવા વિચારોનો છે, યુવા ટેલેન્ટનો છે અને એ યુવા ટેલેન્ટમાં ભરોસો મૂકી સરકાર પણ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરે અને સાથે સાથે રોકાણકર્તાઓ પણ એમાં ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરે. એ પ્રકારનું પ્લેટફોર્મ જ્યારે મળ્યું છે ત્યારે આપ સૌ વિદ્યાર્થીઓને મારે ભવિષ્યની શુભકામનાઓ આપી અને જે આપણી પ્રદર્શની લાગી છે, ઘણા બધા લગભગ 10,000 જેટલા લોકોએ જોઈ, વિદ્યાર્થીઓ જોઈ, 10,000 કે 18,000? 18,000 જેવા લોકોએ પ્રદર્શની જોઈ. નવા વિચારો, નવા ઉત્સાહ, નવા ઉમંગ સાથે હવે આવતા સમયની અંદર આપ સૌને આપના કોઈ પણ નવતર આઈડિયાને નવો વેગ મળે એની હું આપ સૌને શુભેચ્છાઓ આપું છું. ધન્યવાદ.
માન્ય મંત્રીશ્રી, આપના પ્રોત્સાહન ભર્યા શબ્દો માટે અને આપની સમાપન સમારોહમાં ગરિમામય ઉપસ્થિતિ માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. And to now deliver the words of gratitude and vision, I invite Mr. Hiranmay Mahanta, CEO of iHub, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. First, I would like to thank Honorable Minister ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल सर, जिन्होंने ये स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव की आइडियाज़ सबसे पहले हमें 6 महीना पहले बताया था कि ऐसा कुछ करना चाहिए. And because of his vision, we could execute this program. So thank you, sir. Thank you on behalf of the entire education department for leading us and guiding us. जब ये आइडिया सर ने दिए तो सुनैना मैडम was hands-on in designing every minute details how we'll execute this program. So ma'am, thank you so much for not only guiding us but blessing us in terms of executing this program in a very short time. And both commissioners, Higher Education Commissioner Rana sir, who was in charge of this program, and Technical Education Commissioner Talati sir, they made sure that no bottlenecks is there to execute this program and maximum amount of benefit is extended to all the innovators and startups. So thank you, Talati ji, Rana sir. And the entire committees, we have around 11 committees and all the people जिन्होंने ये अलग-अलग काम लीड किए, एग्जीबिशन से लेकर लाइजनिंग से लेकर, हर एक कमेटी के लिए एक जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए. और एवरीबडी कंट्रीब्यूटेड सो वेल टू मेक दिस प्रोग्राम ए ग्रेट सक्सेस. एंड जब ये प्रोग्राम हो रहा था तो ये तलाटी जी और मैम हमेशा बोलते थे, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स वी मेड श्योर दैट ये प्रोग्राम किसके लिए है, इनोवेटर्स के लिए, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए है. द केयरफुल क्यूरेशन ऑफ ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो अलग अलग कॉलेजेस से, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर से आए, मैं उन इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ. इस बार पहली बार इस स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में भारत सरकार की बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स जुड़े. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस से आईडेक्स, स्टार्टअप इंडिया DPIIT से, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ IT एंड टेलीकॉम से MIT, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्पेस से InSpace. इन सब ने खाली भागीदारी नहीं ली, उन्होंने अपने 15 बेस्ट स्टार्टअप्स को एग्जीबिशन में भी भेजे. तो 20 से ज़्यादा राज्यों के अधिकारी जिन्होंने इस स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में पार्टिसिपेट किए। कुछ लोग फिजिकली थे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आसाम, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तराखंड की तरफ से। बाकी सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस कॉन्क्लेव में अपने इनोवेटर्स को, स्टार्टअप्स को भेजे और वैल्यू क्रिएशन में सपोर्ट किए। जितने भी स्पीकर्स थे, हमारे टोटल 50 कीनोट स्पीकर्स थे, ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने अपने बहुमूल्य समय दिए। पहली बार 8 यूनिकॉर्न्स भी उसमें आए जिन्होंने अपने अनुभव साझा किए। उसमें से 2 लोग गुजरात के थे जिन्होंने अपने आइडियाज़ बताए कि कैसे उन्होंने अपने कॉलेज से कंपनीज बनाई। जितने सारे वॉलंटियर्स थे जिन्होंने इस प्रोग्राम को एग्जीक्यूट करने में हेल्प किए, गुजरात नॉलेज सोसाइटी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, हमने लगभग पिछले 12 दिन से राणा सर को ऑफिस को ही अपना ऑफिस बना लिए थे। सो हिज एंटायर टीम एट हायर एजुकेशन कमिश्नरेट, उनके लिए एक जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने पूरा ये प्रोग्राम्स को एंड टू एंड क्यूरेट करवाया। टीम आई हब जय ने लीड किया, पूरी उसकी जो बैक ऑफिस टीम थी, उन्होंने मेड श्योर दैट नोबडी फेसेस एनी ग्लिचेस। So entire team of iHub and the interns who contributed to the program's execution, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we had this time when this program happened, सुनैना मैडम का एक आइडिया था कि हम कैसे इंडस्ट्रीज़ की लोगों को स्टार्टअप के पास लेके आए। 4 दिन पहले इस आइडिया का फलीभूत हुआ और मुझे खुशी होती है बताया हुआ कि 500 इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लोगों को उन्होंने मोबिलाइज करवाए जिन्होंने B2B में स्टार्टअप्स को गाइड किए। I thank all these 500 industry people who came all the way from Gandhidham Chamber to Surat, South Gujarat Chamber to Baroda. Thanks all of you for joining us. And particularly the students who participated, जिन लोगों ने पिछले 2 दिन में यहाँ पार्टिसिपेट किया। 18,000 बच्चे इनोवेटर्स, स्टार्टअप्स पिछले 2 दिन में हमारे बीच में रहें और 170 से ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप जिन्होंने एग्जीक्यूशन में पार्टिसिपेट किए। मैं सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमिटी लेड बाय सुनैना मैम एंड द एंटायर डिपार्टमेंट्स, और पर्टिकुलरली द स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट्स, एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट, एनर्जी डिपार्टमेंट, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ, उन्होंने भी अपने अपने स्टार्टअप्स को इस एग्जीबिशन में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए इन्वाइट किया। एंड आई थैंक ऑल द रेस्पेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरीज ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट्स जिन्होंने इस कॉन्क्लेव को सक्सेसफुल करने के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट किया। एंड वी आर ब्लेस्ड दैट वी हैव ऑनरेबल Home Minister Amir Saji, our Chief Minister, who not only inspired us, he made sure that he visited all the exhibiting stalls, looked at the venture funds, how they are contributing, and we cannot be more indebted than this kind of compassionate leadership that we have. So on that context, we are very, very indebted and grateful to all the dignitaries who blessed us. And on behalf of Government of Gujarat, I thank all the supporting staff, the agency who created this, the Garud team, the Mahatma Mandir support staff, and everybody who contributed to make this event a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm thank you note. We appreciate it. Today may mark the conclusion of the conclave, but the spark it has ignited will continue to shine brighter and stronger, lighting the path of tomorrow. મિત્રો, આ અંત નથી, પણ શરૂઆત છે. Because Gujarat believes, India achieves, and the world witnesses the unstoppable spirit of innovation. This conclave ends here, but its inspiration will echo forever. Thank you all. Until we meet again with bigger dreams and brighter ideas. This is Dhwani Dalal signing off. Bye-bye. Okay. Can I have all the team members for a photograph over here, please? All the team members. अपनी टीम है, आ जाइए, आप सबने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. जी, all the committee members.
फिर तुम बच्चे लोग को आई होप वालों को बुला लेता हूँ उसके बाद आई गया है तो हाँ पहले कमेटी का करके फिर तुमको बुला लेंगे कमेटी वाला
The committee persons, please. जी.
इंटर्न्स को बुला लेना